much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clickety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stands up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
So next one, DRS. Memang
Kau letak je lah, kau letak je lah.
Weh,
Mak ai.
Bu 5. gelişim. PMGC benim mekanım. Herkes ayağına denk kalsın.
Sorry guys.
Hello, nama saya Keluk daripada tim Selcom DG Alliance.
Hello, saya Jimmy daripada Selcom DG Alliance.
Halo, aku Nerpeko. Halo, aku Mercy.
Hello guys, this is Killerworthy from DRS Gaming.
This is Sleepy from DRS Gaming.
Merhabalar, ben Regnum Karyabura takımından Saylas.
Ben de Loxy.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün Grup Yaşar'ın sıralama tahminini yapacağız. Hepinize iyi seyirler.
Yang pertama adalah kita sendiri, anarki di real. Kita mau taruh diri kita di mana nih? Tengah-tengah. Tengah-tengah. Berarti kita kedua. Iyalah.
Anarki'yi 9'a 10'a koyalım.
Ver. Niye ona koydun?
Yani eskiden çok iyi oynuyorlardı. Şu an çok iyi değiller yani, eski kadrosu değil. O yüzden ona koydum.
So Void Donkey ni saya merasakan biasanya first day and last day dia baru akan perform. Mungkin saya letakkan
12.
12.
Sebelahan lah. Sebelahan. Kenapa kau taruh VD di sebelahan?
Biar ini aja, sesama Indo kiri kanan.
Sama Indo kiri kanan.
Iya.
Oh, Team Secret.
Team Secret. So first time juga?
First time juga. Aku rasa
Okay,
lah.
engkau letak
Aku random je.
Team Secret. Dos mana gimana?
Nah.
Good team.
Okay, Selcom DJ Lions team kita orang. So saya predict mesti ada dalam top 3. Saya predict
Kau pilih tengah-tengah.
realistik.
Tengah-tengah.
Sabar, kita taruh dia di 4 karena dia suka banget finish di 4 di PTLCH.
Oh, oke, kita taruh di 4 ya.
Iya, taruh di 4 ya. Real kita taruh di 4.
Nomor berarti.
They're good team.
Next team dek.
Boyfriend.
Bukan. Bukan boyfriend.
iya.
Nama
BF.
je BF tapi brute force.
Nama.
Nama
Aku rasa
okay,
nama.
brute force.
Brute Force bizim bölgenin takımı. Çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bence
İlk 5'e yaz ya.
ilk 5'ten çıkarlar.
Oh, ya benar. Good team.
Ben bizi 3. sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Evet yani biz birinci çıkacağız.
Oğlum büyük konuşma işte ya.
RCB.
Ada ni.
Ada bekas
Silas.
Bekas PMGC punya champion. Saya predict top 5 lah.
RCB. Wala. This winner todos. Mati na raha. Jadi mati na raha.
Seperti ini ya.
So,
Ramre tim oynuyor.
Ramre team.
77 var. Bunlar da çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bunlar ilk 3'e de gidebilir, girmeyebilir. Ama bunları da 7'ye koysana.
77 juga nih, dia yang ngambil skill kita ya. Kamu dibawa aja.
So next one, STE.
Dia orang ngeri juga.
Tim lama tapi player baru. So bagi saya mungkin tim ni underdog 8.
ST
Nilai tak?
धमाका है आफ्नै रिजनको टिम हो
8 nomor 3.
अनि माथि राखौ दोस्त
Lain lah.
4MV. The regional champions for ni Sekejap. The strongest right now
O kardeşimiz iyi oynuyor. Birinci sıradan çıkarlar.
हाम्रो रिजनको बेस्ट टिम हो सो म चाहिँ 1 मै राखेको एमबीलाई 5 मा राखौ दोस्त बी हम्बल
We are humble.
Yer kalmadı ya mecbur oraya koyalım yani.
Aynen.
Üstü koymak
Her takım iyi aslında burada da yani.
RS bagus sih dia outernya.
Di sini
kuat.
sih menurut gua nih. Ini
Tengah-tengah
berdua
lah
lah.
ya, tengah-tengah.
Rebutan lah mereka berdua.
Sama kita, ada juga sebenarnya yang rebutan sama kita, Lil. Yang
Siapa
kita
tuh?
waspadai. Ini dia, sang kuda. Sang kuda ini bahaya nih.
Tim Liquid. Tim Liquid. Onlar da iyi.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, Wayne.
I'm so sorry, bro.
Sorry, VC.
Sorry, CAG. No disrespect.
Kita orang letak dia orang dekat situ sebab dia orang baru first time PMGC kan. So kita tak boleh expect Tapi boleh jadi gak miracle jadi kat dia orang. Tiba-tiba dia orang perform, boleh je. And kita orang harapkan yang terbaik je untuk dia orang.
Kendimizi 3'e koymamın sebebi de çok büyük konuşmayı sevmeyen birisiyim ben. Yani hayırlısı deyip geçiyorum yani.
Musuh terbesar mungkin lebih ke diri kita sendiri juga sih. Itu paling penting ya.
IGL,
Soalnya
IGL.
ego masing-masing tuh kadang kan kayak walaupun terlihat kayak blunder kecil tapi impact-nya besar bagi tim.
So inilah prediction kita orang untuk Group Green PMGC ni.
लाइभमा आएर सबैजनाले डिआरएस टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला धन्यवाद
Bye bye.
They stay alive. All 4 of them go, and it is not going to stop here.
Sadece şan ve şöhret için değil, sınırlarımızı zorlamakla ilgili.
It's not just about winning. It's about the sweat and tears that got you here.
Ini bukan tentang sebuah kesuksesan, ini adalah tentang gimana kita bangkit setelah kita jatuh.
Ini adalah demi mereka yang telah menyokong kami akan membawa semula kebanggaan kepada mereka. And this time,
We will give it our all.
To be the one. Yani yeni bir takımım vardı. Sadece o yüzden Dünya Kupası'na çıkamamıştım. Şimdi ama buradayız. Kendi gücümüzü ve kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum. Herhangi bir şey sorgulamadım normal. Girdim, oyunumu oynadım ve çıktım buraya. Çok fazla kasmıyorum kendimi.
PMGC सेकेन्ड भएको चाहिँ कुनै पनि नेपाली टिमको लागि सबभन्दा ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट थियो योपालि चाहिँ हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गर्नको लागि चाहिँ तयारी गरेका छौँ कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ हामीभित्र नै हो सो हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गरेर #1 हुन ट्राई गर्नेछौँ
Kita semua di hari terakhir PMSL saya kemarin, kita semua diberi video dukungan orang tua kita. Di hari terakhir itu bikin semangat kita tuh beda lah. Kita punya tujuan untuk membanggakan orang tua kita.
saya harap bakat-bakat Malaysia dekat sini semua boleh keluar dan masuk dalam Esports sini. Saya rasa banyak je lagi bakat-bakat baru nanti. Dengan kejuaraan ini, Malaysia boleh tunjukkan yang bakat-bakat Malaysia ni semua power.
Umarım hak ettiğinizi alırsınız. Tek bir hedef, tek bir odak noktası, o da ünvanla ayrılmak. Biz buraya kazanmaya ve izimizi bırakmaya geldik.
सबै टिमहरू जित्नको लागि खेलिरहेको होला तर डिआरएफले पनि अन्डर एस्टिमेट चाहिँ नगर हामी चाहिँ गेमको लागि रेडी छौँ सेकेन्ड प्लेसले हामीलाई पुगेको छैन
Untuk semua masalah yang kita hadapi, kita akan lebih kuat dari sebelum. Perhatikan kita di sini bukan cuma ngisi slot.
Semua power tak dianut, tapi untuk 4MV tu hati-hati ya. Sebab rotation kita pun sama, jangan pandang rendah dekat kita orang.
Even though get the top. From the depths, we rise as one. Relentless, resilient, ready. Mother flag, mother glory.
Only the fierce can survive in the 2024 PUBG MOBILE Global Championship League stage. There are 16 elite squads in Group Green that will face off, but only 3 will advance to the Grand Finals. Those in 4th to 11th must claw their way through the survival stage, joining 16 other teams from Group Yellow and Red, while the bottom 5 will face elimination. The stakes are high, making every match critical and every play unforgettable. This is a battle where anyone can be the one. At the helm of Regnum Karya Bra Esports, Silas, a 5-year PUBG Mobile veteran and proud 2022 PMGC champion title holder, leads them with the same fire that once took him to the global stage peak. With his unwavering passion and deep love for the game, he rallies his team, pushing them forward to victory. For RCB, it's not just about winning, it's about reclaiming glory together. Do they have what it takes to return to the top? Hailing from Nepal, DRS Gaming embodies resilience. Once holding the runner-up spot in 2022 PMGC, they aim to overcome the obstacles of CSA region. Now they are here to be the one. Driven by a spirit that refuses to back down and a team full of selfless individuals who support each other, will they finally have their moment of glory? This year, For Miracle Vibes have been unstoppable, with Doc securing MVP titles in PMSL and building momentum. Many local fans and experts say they are better than Alpha 7 and they might just be the next global champion, with an intense hunger for victory that will stop at nothing to achieve world dominance. Are we going to witness the rise of the next global superstar? Representing Malaysia, Celcom DG Alliance is on a mission to bring home their first world championship. Dubbed the Uncrowned King by Malaysian fans, K-Luke and Alliance struggle to claim the throne as they consistently achieve top 4 throughout this year's PMSL seasons. They fight not only for themselves but for the pride of the nation, hungry for victory on the global stage. Will Alliance finally claim the crown? Group Green is stacked with passion, power, and purpose. 16 teams are looking to prove themselves. Who will advance to London? Who will scrape through the survival stage? And who will face the heartbreak of elimination? The fight begins November 14th at 10:45 UTC. Tune in and don't miss a moment, because anyone can be the one. Welcome back, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage continue with Group Red, where top teams battle fiercely to secure a spot in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. In this week's intense group stage, we have witnessed powerhouse teams battling neck and neck trying to qualify, each one determined to claim one of the 3 coveted spots in the Grand Finals. First up, Navi made an incredible push towards the Grand Finals. In the second to last match on day 4, they unleashed overwhelming firepower, securing a chicken dinner with 16 elimination points.
And Navi.
This powerful win knocked out a rival team and lifted Navi to the top of the leaderboard and earned them a well-deserved ticket to the Grand Finals. TJB Esports had a bumpy start in the early days of League, but they quickly found their stride, showcasing true Chinese strength.
Another chicken dinner coming through today. This is how you make a bid for the top 3.
Their explosive gameplay on day 3 carried through day 4, locking in their top 3 position in Group Red and securing a slot in the Grand Finals. Nigma Galaxy has made an impressive comeback this season. Led by Rauf, their new roster has been on fire, consistently finishing in the top 3 on day 1 and 2. Though they slipped to the top 5 on day 3, they fought back on the final day to reclaim their top 3 spot, finishing strong with a total of 172 points. Their unwavering determination has officially earned them a well-deserved spot in PMGC final stage. IWNRX, a veteran Turkish powerhouse, started strong by amazing high elimination points, even reaching the top spot on day 2, without a single chicken dinner. A standout performance in their success was this season player's IWNRX Z-Wolf, whose stellar performance earned him the weekly MVP for Group Red. Showcasing amazing skill and resilience throughout the tournament, he achieved an impressive 41 eliminations and dealt over 10,000 damage during this week's group stage, firmly establishing himself as one of the top contenders in the group. The fan-favorite Mongolian powerhouse, Balkan's Force, faced the challenging start on day 1 and day 2. Despite the intense pressure, they managed to secure 2 chicken dinners in a row, showcasing their resilience. However, early eliminations in some matches made it difficult for them to get a break in the top 3. Now they head to the survival stage, aiming to reclaim their spot in the PMGC Grand Finals. ASIA Esports, a veteran team from Pakistan, faced setbacks in last season's PMGC but has returned stronger this season. They kicked off Group Red with the first chicken dinner, showcasing resilience and consistency, racking up high elimination points, even games with early knockouts. Despite their strong performance, they finished in the top 6 and now will head to survival stage. ASIA's exciting gameplay has truly added intensity to the competition and has surprised a lot of fans. Other teams like FaZe were struggling to break into the top ranks from day 1 to 3, remaining on the page 2 of the overall standing. However, they found their rhythm on day 4, refusing to back down, climbing up to the top 7. They now head to survival stage for one final chance for a spot at the PMGC Grand Finals. Team Queso, a formidable team from South America, faced near elimination throughout the league. However, on day 4, they deliver a crucial 15-point game, securing their spot in the survival stage. Now they have one final opportunity to prove their worth. Alter Ego Aries showcased impressive elimination points but struggled to maintain consistent gameplay throughout the league stage. Once again, challenges from past seasons preventing them from securing a spot in PMGC Finals.
Our goal is win, but it will be hard, but we will try.
我们也是进决赛的嘛，也不要怕我们吧，有点就能撞吧。
This group was really tough for us. It's been hard 4 days. We've been fighting every match.
PUBG Mobile fans, that's a wrap for Group Red. Stay tuned as these teams continue to showcase their determination and skill in the fight for a spot in the Grand Finals in London. Let's see who rises to the top. Join us for the upcoming matches in Group Green. You won't want to miss out.
Whispers of the silent wind, softest dreams in twilight sky.
Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon. We've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the saber-toothed tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them.
Help!
As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can now also mark supply crates. When you aim at a supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
Whispers of the silent wild, soft as dreams in twilight sky. Storm silent, soldiers in their fight.
Welcome back, PUBG Mobile fans, to Day 3 of Group Green of the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage. We have had a lot of surprises, and the streak actually continues on. The team that ends up being in first place out of Day 1, they just can't maintain that first place, and I'm currently here with 4 and B. There's been a lot of talk, so let me see if maybe I can grab Doc. Got a second for a quick interview. Oh, he understood me. Let's go. Let's see what he's going to be able to say, because this team, as I mentioned yesterday, the coach did say some controversial stuff for some of us. So we'll see if maybe he can give us some solid answers here. The team has been struggling. What has been the main struggle for you guys besides that consistency?
хамгийн хэцүү байгаа зүйл нь юу вэ?
Одоо бусад багууд ер нь бүгд амар хүчтэй өрсөлдөж байна. Тэгээд ер нь хийж чадахгүй одоо хэцүү байгаа зүйл юу вэ? Одоо манай баг өөрсдөө хийдэг зүйлээ бүрэн гаргаж чадахгүй байгаа. Тэр нь хэцүү.
The struggle we've been facing is other teams are really improved this year, and we cannot do what we do like normally. So that is the biggest struggle, I would say.
Yeah, and the craziest part to think, though, is we're saying they're struggling, but they currently are in 4th place. Our fans thought that this would be the easiest group. What do you think you need to be able to do to adjust and just make sure you guys are within the top 3?
Okay. Фэнүүд нь энэ хэсгийг хамгийн амархан нь гэж хэлж байгаа. Тэгээд энэ дээрээ ер нь өөрчлөлт хийхээр юм нь юу байгаа вэ?
Ер нь өнөөдрийн байдлаар одоо ер нь нэг рүүгээ гарна гэж бодож байгаа. Тэгээд өөрчлөлт хийх зүйл ер нь байхгүй, зөвхөн өөрсдийнхөө алдаан дээр ажиллаад ер нь тоглоно. Гэхдээ энэ группийг одоо амархан гэж хэлж байгаа ч яг үндэ энэ бол дэлхийн одоо бүх шилдэг багууд цугласан учраас ер нь хангалттай сайн өрсөлдөөн гаргах.
In that situation, now we are aiming to be on the top 1 in today, and as they say, I wouldn't say that group is the easiest group, and there is like a worst stage, so everybody is the best here.
All right, well, if they think this group is not easy, they definitely need to make sure they don't go to that survival stage by being able to be within the top 3 of this group. Your 20-plus elimination game was exciting. Everybody was hyped for it. Will we get another 20-plus elimination game from you guys?
Тэхэш eliminationтэй байсан тоглолт үзэхэд сонирхолтой байсан. Дахиад хиймийг үзэх үү?
Ер нь дахиад зөндөө гарах хаа энэ 2 өдөрт.
All right, we hope we will make more than one.
Ooh, okay, all right. I like that answer. The confidence is still there. They haven't been humbled yet. Let's see what's going to happen, though, on day 3 of Group Green.
Hoping for more chicken dinners today. Well, we'll see if the zone luck will favor them today. Welcome back to the desk, everyone. Just Kappa, joined by Hot Jukes and Max Ban. So you both give me the exact same look. But good to hear from Doc a little bit, talking about how just everyone has improved here into this group. And I think he's honestly 100% right. Every team has looked so good over the course of PMGC. I mean, even just the fact to get here and the fact that we're having so many like upset teams, I have to say, in like our top 3s or ranking so high, I think is a real testament to what he just said, that everyone is really good.
Yeah, they're like, oh, our group is the group of death. I'm like, maybe not, but the survival stage, we can all agree, Jason, is going to be the group of death. And they definitely
no.
want to skip that.
It's going to be the group of death.
Oh, yeah, but both stages are going to be the group of death. There's 2 of them. 2. So it's going to be really tough to make it to Grand Finals.
Well,
so top 3 is going to be their best chance.
You got to be top 16 in survival. You got to be top 6 in last chance.
But you got the groups also happening in survival. Like, it makes it a bit tough because you've got the drops to change, the rotation paths to change. Like, the groups is going to add a
You don't want to be
little layer of difficulty in that
But
stage.
Max, the 6 worst teams from survival get knocked out, so it's only the best 16 teams will play in last chance.
Yeah, I mean, okay, sure. Last chance is going to be the real group of death, Jason. You happy? Okay.
Okay,
Why are we fighting? It's the intro.
Well, I mean, they do say last chance is the real survival stage. Take a look at our rankings after 2 days of play. We can see Influence Rage maintaining #1 position here at 123 points. Brute Force having a massive day yesterday as well, getting themselves into 2nd place. And D+ Hot Jukes being a little bit quiet yesterday.
Yeah, being a little bit quiet yesterday, but it's so crazy because I was looking at the numbers, at least when it came to player stats, and it is going to be Noble that's going to be on top when it comes to eliminations. Actually tied with a player for Brute Force and from Influence Rage with 22 eliminations all by himself. So, I mean, he's right there. They have a nice 27-point gap above 4MV. That's that cutoff. So, as long as they're able to get consistent points on the board, that's what they're going to be aiming for. They're going to be okay. But at the end of the day, Max, all these 3 squads are going to have their target on their back because teams are going to be really looking to gun them down so that way they can try to break through that gap and hopefully make it into top 3 because yes, survival stage, all those stages after this, if you don't make it a top 3, you're probably going to die, right?
Well,
that's what it is. So you don't want to deal with
No, if you're in... in-game. I would say, Jukes, if you're in bottom 5, you're going to die in-game. Right now, 77, Alliance, Voin Donkey, the Lord, RQ and DRS are going to be currently in the hot seat. I do have some hopes or some teams to maybe push out, especially 77. I think 77 has shown potential to get some good fragging games on the board. I don't think their spot is to be in bottom 5, Jason. I truly believe these guys can make it through the survival stage. After, if they make it through to last chance, we'll have to wait and see because that is also going to be tough. But that is the one team I want to see out of bottom 5. I think they can do way better than what we've seen so far.
I mean, okay, then let me ask you this, Max, because I think you're fair to say that. But what team would they take the place of then?
That's another question, Jason. I don't know.
That is the second question, yes.
Yeah, that's the second. Currently, this is tough. I don't know. there you go. That's my answer. The thing is, I would like to see them all qualify, but you've got to have some teams that are going to have to go home, so there's going to be some upsets, and there's going to be one for 77.
Okay, we'll take a look at our schedule today. Just like every other day, we're going to be starting things off on Sanhok, where, of course, D+ are going to get another win, like we saw the last 2 days. Followed up with 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars after. Pretty standard. I'm digging it. I know... let me ask you, Jukes, in Americas, I don't remember, did they rotate the maps? Or was it just
yes, they did.
in blocks like this?
Yeah, so we didn't see it back-to-back until this stage here. So it was a little bit of a mix-up, but, I mean, that shouldn't be a problem. The weird part about these stages, though, is why are we seeing the same teams win Sanhok in every single group, right? Like, what is this trend, right? And it's so crazy and so wild to see here. I mean, D plus Kia are going to be the kings of Sanhok when it comes to this group. Will they be the first team to win 3 in a row, though? I mean, that'd be pretty wild.
Maybe. Are you doing a little bit of a rock like cosplay today, Dukes?
I got the fanny pack on, baby. I'm ready to go.
Raise the eyebrow.
I mean,
yeah.
I can smell what you're cooking, and it's oxtail soup. While we do send things up to go here for our first matches, Infinix GT20 Pro is a device all the players are using here, and we're using back at PMWC. It's helping them become legends here in PUBG Mobile. You might be able to become a legend. More likely to be able to play like the pros with 120 FPS and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. Where did that come from?
I don't know.
It descended from the heavens.
It's such a good phone. It came from the heavens, Jason. That's where it came from. It was built up there. Fantastic.
We know it's also fantastic. All of the sweet little social media videos that PUBG Mobile Esports does put out. And make sure you guys are checking them out over on YouTube, over on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. TikTok, do you like that, Max?
No.
You don't like pachonkers.
I don't like pachonkers. I don't like TikTok.
You don't like chicken dinny.
Stop that. Just end that right now. I don't like it.
Well, you know what? If you at home like it, make sure to pick up a ticket to PMGC Grand Finals and come tell me if I'm there, if you like it or not. Hopefully you do. And we still have tickets available between the 6th and 8th of December over in London. A lot of activities to happen during the shows, and not to mention potentially meeting some of your favorite players or maybe your favorite talent. Who knows? It's all up to you, and enjoy what London has to offer. But what you can also do, Maxman and Hot Jukes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I was just waiting for you to say something. I just want to know if you're still here. You can face the Frozen Fury in the latest update of 3.5 with the Icemire Frontier, which is currently now available. And you know what, Hot Jukes? The Ice Age is calling you, in particular, command the Frozen Battlegrounds with ancient creatures, mammoth and saber-tooth tigers, not to mention to play one day Ultima Royale with Maxman, because I'm still waiting for that to happen.
I'm just gonna get ace, bro. I'm gonna get ace. I'm gonna do it tonight. You know what I'm just gonna keep grinding until I hit that number, because I gotta get those tickets in, bro. I'm
You
ready.
said that on Monday. Wait a minute. Okay, sure. Let's say.
Monday, what is it? Friday is the new Monday, right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Friday is the real Monday. That is true. I can confirm. I take a look at our teams to focus here. Let's start off with you, Maxman, this time. DRS, Thunder Talk, and D+. Why that? Why this?
I mean, Jukes said earlier that there's always just 1 or 2 teams that just wins all the Sanhoks per group. And right now, DRS, actually, their best performances are on, guess what? They're on Sanhok. They got 3rd place, and they got a 4th place also on that map. Thing is, they're still lacking on the elimination front of things, though. That's if we get another Western Island, which you've had a bunch of those. So it just keeps happening. If we have an Eastern Circle, though, are we going to have another good DRS position there? I'm not sure, but Jukes, we need something different on Sanhok. It's always been the same.
Yeah, I mean, mix it up for once. It's so crazy to watch. A DRS, they could use it big time. I mean, they're currently sitting in last place, and they need that win. They need that good game just to kind of take all that weight off their shoulders and just kind of make it happen. Because we saw what happened with Brute Force yesterday, right? Brute Force, they got a chicken dinner, and then it was just all downhill from there.
And I'm also trying to be nice because all the DRS fans were telling me, Max, don't put them as your top 3 predictions. Okay, you're going to curse them. I did not pick them, like, once. And they're at the bottom, so I'm going to help you out, guys. The reverse curse is happening. So DRS will be out of bottom 5 today. I'm calling it. It's happening.
Reverse curse technique.
Yes.
I love it.
Purple.
Maxman, if it doesn't happen, if they don't get out top 5, what are you willing to wager here?
They can't go much lower, Jason. What do you
Are you willing to wager your Infinix GT20 Pro to give it to Hot Jukes if DRS are not out of bottom 5?
No, I value my Infinix GT20 Pro more than my eyebrows,
man.
Jason. You should have taken my eyebrows. That was your chance. But no.
You always say no when I ask that, so I gave up. Obviously, about to hop into our matches here. I actually do wonder if we're going to talk about something that was on the show yesterday that we really loved about these stolen eliminations, which has been honestly a thing of beauty to see, because we're never really able to tell too easily like how often do teams steal these elims, which as we saw yesterday amounts to a huge amount of elims and points inevitably for a team.
I mean, looking at the... Do you want to go? Oh,
you go ahead. You go ahead.
Oh, I go ahead? I go ahead. Me go ahead. Okay, no, looking at the elimination count of Influence Rage, of course, we know they had a total so far of 68 eliminations, but actually out of those, they got themselves 17 stolen eliminations, which that is... The ratio that we got from Dennis and also John Allen was 25% of their elimination points come purely from those stolen eliminations. And we've seen it many times, Hodrix, on all the battlegrounds, especially on Erangel. They're so third-party focused, and this highlights to me, Hodrix, the fact that they got so many stolen elims that their timing on their third party is absolutely perfect. They're able to not only eliminate one of the teams, but also snatch away the initial eliminations that were picked up at the start of that fight. So third party right now, Influence Rage are the best team when it comes down to that in this lobby.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. As far as conversion rate goes, though, percentage-wise, it's actually going to be Countboy Donkey on top there with 31 eliminations, 8 totals there. So that's going to be about 26%. So, I mean, I think that's what's kind of keeping them in the game here at this point, right? Being able to soak up some of those points off of, you know, other people's knocks is just so advantageous. It's a stat I have been waiting for so long to see, Jason, and I'm so happy we're finally bringing it to the table here at PMGC, because the meta is just constantly shifting, right? And I do believe this is the best PUBG Mobile that we have seen ever, right? And so to see this stat come up, it's great because it gets a little bit of a deeper dive into just how these teams are able to just stay on top, and to see, you know, Influence Rage with 17 stolen points, D plus Kia with 14, it makes sense why these guys are on top.
Yeah, and I know John will probably go into this because he is, of course, our resident stat man here. But he did bring up a good point talking about Influence Rage compared to Brute Force. Now, Influence Rage sitting on 68 eliminations with 25% of those being stolen elims. And Brute Force are on 65 eliminations with 9% of those being stolen eliminations, only at 6. So obviously this kind of, you know, gives us the ability to kind of analyze how these teams are getting their points when it comes to eliminations. And it seems, Max, Brute Force, they're the ones taking head-to-head fights, whereas Influence Rage seem to be the team third party.
I mean, we saw it especially yesterday on Miramar, Jason. They're just, they see a team that they have to go for the crash, they send it very quickly, the fights are snappy and they end it quickly, which means there's no opportunity to get third party. They're not sharing the points, Jason. They're just like, no, my points, get away, and we're just going to make sure we secure our top 3 spots. So they're making their own luck when it comes to the eliminations, and I gotta say it. Right now, Jason, Brute Force has been one of the biggest surprises of this group, and I'm really intrigued to see, are they going to continue that in day 3 of Group Green? Ooh.
Well, we're going to find out. I'm more curious to see, can we have a team win 3 Sanhoks over the course of just 3 days? We had I8 get up to 2, D+, are currently sitting on 2. We're going to find out if they can break the curse here and pull off a 3rd as we dive into Sanhok with John Allen and Blake.
We are getting underway for the second half here of the last group of PMGC. It is Group Green, and unlucky for some, it's match 13.
Very unlucky for some, but luckily we were a Saturday, so you know it's not too bad, not too bad. So I think for some of these teams, a look needs to be on their side anyway, considering that we have some teams trying to break out in towards that top 3. Some teams have started to pedal on ahead, such as Brute Force, who have looked very, very strong over the last day, getting into multiple end games, which has been good to see. And I think it's definitely a curious one, especially on a map like Sanhok, with Brute Force having so much control over towards that north side in so many games that they play, but not being able to quite translate it here.
Trying to play on that full crash style. I mean, the guys on the desk perfectly summarized, right, those stolen elim point stats, and I think that maybe that could play into it. Brute Force's strategy of being aggressive on positioning, sort of playing as a ball, not going for those wider sweeping splits, just crashing in and securing everything for themselves. Maybe not playing out as well. They have had a pretty rough time on the circles on the north side, Blank. I think that it's safe to say we may have another one now as we go for another river split over on Sanhok. It might not be the greatest of situations for Brute Force, but we are going to see if they can stretch their legs here on the north side of Sanhok as we go again up to potentially the Northwest Island, but maybe back over to Paradise Resort.
Yeah, potentially. I think it's weird because I genuinely think that Brute Force actually plays very well on these types of circles. I think these are the circles that are their playgrounds, or used to be at least, where they would get so much success from Cow side. A lot of that success has been pilfered by Team Secret over towards Mong Nai, though, recently on Sanhok. It's an odd one, though. I think that Brute Force's step up came later on in the day, whereas now maybe they'll have some of that confidence back to, as you say, play more of that death ball and go off the back of that. So for Brute Force, currently in second place with 107 points, taking over that position that D Plus held for so long. Maybe they can keep that up with just that play style and maybe a stronger map here over on Sanhok. Let's talk about 4MV though, John. We heard Seven talking to them over on the old stage, and I think that for 4MV, that is the right decision to make. And I respect it from Doc. I think that everyone knows that this guy knows he's very good at the game. And to be able to come out on stage and be like, look, guys, this is way harder than we thought it was going to be. I respect that. I respect that in a big way.
Yeah, that's definitely more in tune with the sort of line of thinking we were expecting from 4MV. So it's good to know that that is in that camp. And we gave them a lot of shtick yesterday, and I think rightly so for the answer they gave. But that goes to show, I think, that they have gone for that mental reset. I'm happy. I'm impressed that they've been able to pull that out. But the question is, will it help? Right? Will it assist them, and will it move them forwards into a better performance? Influence Rage right now in a fight and a little scrap with 77. Going to move up onto the cliffside, but 77 seemingly in the driving seat today. Is it their day? We'll have to wait and see, but at the moment, they have managed to take one of Influence Rage down. They've got a player on the far shoreline as well for 77. They've got actually two players. That is a great shot from Lorazin, though, and that might just be the opening they were looking for. A send out wide, and Zadira doesn't have any control on the situation anymore. With Magnum gone, he can't stop him. And Influence Rage, with 3 players alive, managed to take down one wing of 77.
Yeah, Lorazin just hit some disgusting shots over towards 77. Magnum was essential there to get that off angle so Zadira could have played off the back of him. Instantly taking him out there. Doc even finding Shifu. And I think I will say this, because it ties back into 4MV quite nicely with the way that 77 is playing, very aggressive and taking some of these positions that might have worked back in PMSL EMEA. There was a very specific thing that Doc said was a case of, we can't play how we'd like to play, which is what we've seen over the past couple of days, even on Sanhok. In particular, with them trying to push up towards Thunder Talks on the mountain. They knew that they were there yesterday. They still went for it. It was a poor trade from them, but that's because they assume that they can just take on anyone inside of this lobby. And I think for 4MV to be like, we have to pull back a little bit. We have to play slower. We don't have the circle. We're going to have to play on the edge. We'll have to take a little bit more disciplined fights there. Doc doesn't even go too hard on that one. A lot of times over those past couple of days, you might have seen 4MV full send it over towards that position. So I genuinely think that this might be comeback time for 4MV.
I mean, yeah, their first rotation here was very, very well timed as well, Blank. They moved from Painan over to the Shallows crossing north of Ruins and sent up that coastline, right? It seemed like they figured out a timing to find that opening. The Vicious came in behind them on the same rotate, and both of them are now in a central, similar position, but not going for that high ground. I think you're right. That's a good adaptation. Influence Rage back into the boot camp, trying to take on RCB now. They've got 2 points under the belt. Can they get more? They will still be in the circle with that location, and we'll see if they can weather that storm. RRQ moving in from the south side, passing Ruins right now, following in the footsteps of both 4MV and the Vicious, who have both managed to get across the river as well. Let's see if they take the same approach. It looks like they're going to be slower, and because of the fact they've been out of the circle now, it's coming up to 6.5 minutes. This is reasonable. You're expecting teams to be in your way. You're expecting to have roadblocks.
There is that nice warehouse that they could move over towards on the Confluence Bridge, which is a decent position to play, honestly, going forward. Not going to give them the most agency over the circle, but I imagine that they're going to stop short wait it out a little bit for stage 2, which is in about 40 seconds. Most teams are biding their time now. Even Team Liquid over towards the eastern edge alongside with Brute Force on that north side. Both these teams have stopped short of the Northwest Island. They're waiting for that confirmation, because if they need to make a quick ramp back over towards the eastern side, they don't want to be in that situation where you're struggling to leave with teams all shooting at you from Northwest Island. Yeah, I like that play from 4MV. I think that it's a smart one, which is off the back of them seeing the fight going on between Influence Rage and 77. As soon as they got a pick off onto Shifu with Doc, they were like, actually, this is perfect timing for us. We can make the crossing now. There is a safe compound to play, and this will give them a lot of benefit now going into our next circles. It heads over towards the north side, centering up in Hartin. Team Liquid, Brute Force, and Team Secret all have the chance to cross the bridge. I will say that Team Liquid is a little bit closer, though, John, and have that opportunity to guard the bridge here, which they've done so many times in the past.
Can be difficult, though, to get across. I mean, for Team Liquid, I think in terms of getting across, their main target location is probably the edge of Hartin. And if they haven't scouted that there's no one in there, that's going to be difficult to maybe make that call. So we'll have to see if they can find that opening, find that window to jump on through. In the meantime, we're going to tune back into boot camp, which is going to have the hurry up from the circle. One knock sent either way. A nice long range angle found from the back lines from RCB to get the knock. Wild is down on the front lines, and Loxy goes down to a nade from Lorizin as well. The guy just doesn't stop, but finally, Silas is on the case, and this guy, the veteranship, steering him right. As Wild does go down fully to that nade, but he's looking to try and change the tune, the cadence of the fight. Law at the back line, looking for the healing, bobbling the nade over the top.
Really good
Nearly
nade.
nailing the knock, but doing a lot of damage in the process. A lot of work being done by the veteran, as Silas looking to get that flush, confirms one more. Loxy back to his feet, the move forwards from the backup, and RCB are closing the net. The stranglehold on boot camp, it's working out for them.
Silas with a very nice nade over the top side. Nice about that one coming in. I think for Law, it's pretty much over. So very stylish plays coming through from Stylish Stylus. We almost had it. But yeah, very, very good.
It's a portmanteau.
I was happy. Yeah, absolutely. I was very happy to see that. And I mean, to be honest with you, Silas has always been the frontline member for RCB, hitting some really good shots and not being the player that you would expect to be making those plays. Maybe you would assume he'd take a bit of a backseat for some of the more younger players essentially in the squad, let's say, but he is still playing at the forefront for that team, and a lot of times bailing them out from some very difficult situations. Always said that about Silas, that I really do like how he's just continued to show strong performances throughout the years. Team Secret finding Brute Force again. This was that crossing I was talking about earlier that always goes awry. Team Secret causing problems for Brute Force. I think that's because they haven't played against the team in Mong Nai very often. A lot of times in PMSL EMEA, that area of the map is completely open, so Brute Force is not used to having a team constantly barraging them from the back. But I think by day 3, this is something you should have really expected.
Potentially a little bit more research to have gotten on, especially given the number of circles we've seen up to this area, right? I think, actually, have we had all of our circles finish up near Hartin on Sanhok so far in this group?
A lot.
I think we might have done. Definitely yesterday's. And the one before that, I think also. Maxman certainly loves these circles. This is actually the favorite part of the map for him. It's almost as favorable for him as Barn is for Calaris, I think. It's sort of that level. So he's obviously going to be elated to see this one unfold again in the same area of the map. Next circle going to be coming on in 5 seconds.
It's an unfun area. It really is, because so many teams have this weird situation where it's unconfirmed on either side, and a lot of our circles here have had some of the Eastern Island cut in as well, as you see on our screens. And this easily could head back over towards the eastern side and support Cellcom Digi Alliance, but it really does make it tough going into the future for a lot of our squads. Now, 4MV, this is where I hope they can get a strong game off the back of this one. That compound is very safe down towards the south side. It's very central as well. CAG Osaka moving up over towards Doc here, and this is a wide split from him. Has to immediately run back towards his team, doesn't even try to fight it, more or less playing as a scouting position, assuming when the next team's going to be going up over towards that high ground. I think he's even scouting out for his teammates, but CAG make that quick rotate coming in from Camp Alpha, and now it's RRQ going up against Von Donkey.
They are not going to have the best of times on the roll-up. RRQ, they were on that northwest side. One of the few teams to actually get cut out by the circle. As hard a shift as it was, there weren't actually that many teams to suffer from it, but RRQ were one, and they had to make their move over towards Voin Donkey themselves and in towards the northwest side of Hartin. They only managed to get Fnatic into the building, and he's into the fight still. Brute Force with their remnants, Neos on that north side. Influence Rage already out. The top of the table starting to suffer. D+ slow on their rotate approach from the south. You can see them on the picture-in-picture as Fnatic tries to hold his nerve against the 1v1.
A lot of times for D+, they have made these late rotates in, wrapping all the way on that western side, but because this has been so unconfirmed over where it was going to end, it has been difficult for D+ to find a position inwards, but they have been slowly slipping down the tables, and I'd like to see a little bit more strength out of them. Osal gets shot from behind there, does have to reposition. There is initial knock going through over towards Stalwart, and another, I imagine, soon. Luckily, Fabian is in a location where it is resable, but smokes will be required.
Sending that position forward to Fabian, I mean, it's a calculated risk, right? You know there's that rock in front of you. As long as you get traded off, you can crawl in and go for that res. It's much more likely that you can get resed than your opponent. So you know that in general, it's going to be a profitable trade to move forwards on average. Obviously, there is always risk involved with going for a play like that, but for now, looks like D+ may profit off of it. 2 players down. And Stalwart still looking to move. I think there's still players from RCB who could third party into this engagement blank, and that may be something that they're unaware of for D+.
D+ might be a scary scenario going forward. Smokes are down. They're able to get themselves a lot of their players back up on their feet. And there is a rotation off towards that northwest side, where there's a compound in play, but whether or not it's in play by the next circle is a different matter altogether. And I think at this point, they sort of have to deal with Stalwart on their frontline jump.
Oh my goodness. We're going back to Hartin and the open ground to the south of it as well on that circle. That is nasty. But Loxy is on the march, on the approach. Will it catch D+ Kia off guard, or will they be able to snap around and handle it? 30 seconds until the next zone closes. If he tries to strike before the blue zone is pushing onto D+, I think they're going to be able to handle it, get those reses. But if he waits a little bit longer when the blue zone's pushing, he might be able to just knock one of them and force them to take a play forwards without going for the res.
I think his real struggle right now, he's got to be very concerned about meds. And when he is healing, D+ makes the smart choice to move over towards that eastern side. I don't really know how they play out this next bit. Loxy will go down to the blue. Something that I assumed might be happening there. Spending way, way too long out on the outer edges. It's DRS on the southwest side of Hattin. They were able to get some kind of a position here, which is not terrible, to say the least. They can take shots over towards the north side because it is a weakened Voin Donkey as well as RRQ.
On the northwest side, RRQ did manage to get rezzed up to 2. D+ try and take a swim, but Stalwart are still there in the way. Getting cover, sure, for Osal, but he knows now the rest of them are swimming around out there. And all he has to do is line up the shots. Fabian's the next, and he's immediately clocked onto another, but the step back, trying to keep his team safe, but Nobu down to Fearless. The off angle's there, and it's just chips remaining. D+ torn to shreds, asunder by Stalwart, and it's just terrible news for them, and the blue zone pushing as well. These reses can't come through. It's just chips left. D+ in shambles.
I think in general, South Korea has some very strong gameplay in terms of rotations, in terms of tactical nature. However, in that scenario, I think I would have much preferred to see smokes been thrown forward and then just trying to envelop Stalwart's position. You know they're down to 2. You know you're not getting much further into this game. So you might trade 1 or 2 knocks and then get the eliminations in the end. But that would have been a much better position to play in. If you could have finished off the team, get 4 eliminations, it was so unlikely they were getting much further in this map anyway, so you may as well take a risk off the back of it. Especially with them rotating into 4MV in that front line. Next circle does pop, heads over towards the Vicious here, who have a very strong position going forward. CAG Osaka control a lot of that high ground off towards the east, but Thunder Talks are still in the game. And I think that is going to be a big factor going forward. This time, Thunder Talks not throwing themselves off the mountain and might have a little bit more of an impact in this match, hopefully.
Not throwing themselves off the mountain yet. We're still waiting. It could still happen. But they're taking a fight with CAG Osaka. Looking at the tables as well, Blank, they're in a position that may be a little bit more malleable now, because the top three not doing so hot. D+ are out, brute force on one player. If they can handle this fight, get a big gain, they can jump up and compete. Same for 4MV, but they've got to get through it first. It's not going smoothly on this engagement. They're stepping into it. A flex out. 4MV are trying to move on into this engagement as well. The third party from Thunder Talk, as 4MV just sweep on over the top here, taking off a player from Thunder Talk, moving almost all of COG Osaka away. Is the feud finally going to be concluded as Doc racks up 4 eliminations?
It's a lovely play from 4MV. They scouted this earlier with Doc. As soon as they hear the fighting, they realize that, you know, this is going to be a very good position to be playing in future. Doc throws a famous Doc nade over towards CAG, banking it off the back of the UAZ. In the meantime, Team Secret getting pulled apart by Team Liquid, who are able to get across early. This is a reoccurring fight that we see often from Team Liquid and Team Secret, but both teams do make it across the water this time, so a bit more land-based gameplay.
Real big crash on the northeast side of Hatin. Ayala, last player to stand now, and only one player left to handle. The P90 around the corner, looking for the spray down, but he's out of ammo. And Secret find the opening. Team Liquid down, but Cellcom Digi Alliance are pushed in. Maybe a third party that they don't know. They don't know what's happened at the back of the bubble nade, but it's only going to the top floor. The push forward's not fast enough. Are they not going to be able to capitalize? Meanwhile, on the south side, Blank, 2 players from Thunder Talk did drop down. You can see King, and I think that's also Xing there, played forwards from it. AJ moved out with his teammate to try and take that position over towards COG Osaka, but 4MB swept through. They're now taking that high ground angle, and AJ has an impact on the backlines. Reefus does fall, but the fact that the Thunder Talk moved 2 players forwards is going to give them a great foothold. 4MV committed to the edge, and instead, they're going to be playing out in the cold a little bit on this east side.
It's a tough rotate for both teams getting down this hill. There wasn't too many opportunities to make much happen. They did leave Reefus on the back line to provide that backstop to support both these players getting up. It is a last-ditch attempt from 4MV, especially with the circle continuing to head over towards that north side. Could have really helped out anyone here. The Vicious did just have a fantastic spot to play around. Good shot from Doc. I'm not sure if it actually knocked the player out of the vehicle there, but Apex finding another over towards AJ. He should be knocked out by the blue going forward. I don't think his teammates are there to pick him up, but the Elim is stolen away by DRS, who are racking up some points on the southwest side of Hatin.
Yeah, they've got that whole corner locked down. Cellcom Digi Alliance, instead of breaking out into open ground and going for a mad crash, they're going to push through Hatin. Sweeping through Hatin is really their only choice at this point, and it seems like it might be what they're going for. Slowly moving along into the circle. They can play on this north side, allow the south side fights to conclude. You know you've got Doc and Apex on that south edge who will take shots as soon as you step out. Going for that position on the ridgeline, whilst it may be tempting, it's just not going to work out for you. With the angles that the Vicious hold, with the angles that 4MV hold, it's highly, highly contested. 4MV crunch into the edge of the circle, but all eyes on Hatin.
It's basically on the place you can play now. For 4MV, I think they have a little bit of hardcover to work around with. It is unfortunate that Soho goes over towards the north side, which completely cuts 4MV out and enables a game for Vicious to keep on going. But the worst part about all of this is because it cuts a little bit of Hatin in, it means that these fights are not going to conclude early. So for Thunder Talks as well as 4MV, who are hoping for a top 5 off the back of this, they're not going to be delivered that off the back of this one, and shots go through. And that will be just Apex now left alive for 4MV, with Cellcom Digi Alliance having a full broadside on them.
Oh, and Apex is going to go down next, so they are out of the running. 5 points on the match, and they are outlasted by Neos, who I think is now out in the blue zone potentially, or very, very close to it with DRS just ahead of him. Could be a third party. Ooh, a little roll-up. Thundertalk find a knock over towards the Vicious, but the nades going to be sent back out their way are going to be so devastating. They are very, very known on their position. And that's a brilliant shot from Timonor over towards the position on the north side, towards DRS, to find a knock and slow things down over there, cause trouble on the north edge. Meanwhile, Thundertalk there, not going down just yet. DRS actually not able to take shots just for the moment, and the Vicious not going to suppress it. The smokes are there, and Xing is loud all the way up and to the wall, and so is King. Both of them make that crossing out and up into the buildings. This is dangerous for the Vicious all of a sudden. The angles, sure, they're open up for DRS, but Xing finds the rock. Unfortunately, not so lucky for King. Has to step back, and now just one player for Thundertalk, but where have the Vicious gone? They've evaporated.
Yeah, there were shots from DRS, but this is an unfortunate game from the Vicious. Most of the players that were assaulting their position went down to other teams, and the Vicious has been completely passive in this location. No bite to this bark from the team. One player left remaining, and what should have been a simple chicken dinner for the Vicious suddenly gets out of hand as we hit stage 9.
Crawling under the stanchions now. DRS are encroaching all the while. Xing wants to push up. He knows that he's got the inside track on the blue zone. And Brunosen has to peek out, but DRS are in for the third party. The long-range angle, and it's a 1v2, but DRS from Hartin control it. And finally, Nepal find a breath of life to push them up the tables. Blank, we've been waiting so long for this team to perform, and finally, in match 13, they find it.
It's a good hold on the southwest side, but overall, John, I would call that a completely sloppy game from a lot of our teams. I think the only team that I would really respect from that was DRS. How did the Vicious go down there?
Max, go ahead. I'm not even going
Let's
to take
get
this.
it. The prediction is on point for me for once.
Dude,
I got
right?
it. Oh, no. But, like, to be completely fair, looking at how DRS played this game, Hot Jukes, I have an idea of what happened.
Okay.
I think they looked back on the two Sanhoks of day 1 and day 2, thinking, we kind of like that D plus Kia rotation. How
Dude,
about we
right?
do the exact same thing? And
good.
guess what? It was really good.
Dude, it worked out perfectly for them. I love that for DRS, you know. And D plus Kia, we saw them, you know, obviously they go and land in docks. We get another Northwestern Circle, as is tradition, you know. And I like the fact that, well, I understand what they were trying to do. They're trying to do the same thing we saw yesterday, right? With this kind of circle. They were staying in the blue zone on the south side near boot camp, waiting to see if the circle went on over to the east side or west side, right? And unfortunately, the zone was too heavy on that west side for them that there was nothing that they could do. So they just got stuck out in the open and weren't able to get it done. But DRS, they took that strategy. They beat, obviously, D plus Kia to that compound. And it worked out perfectly for them. This is the exact thing that they needed, right? They needed that chicken dinner to kind of break through that, you know, that ceiling and finally just be like, all right, let's put some points on the board and get out of from the bottom of the leaderboards.
Yeah, I mean, their best game so far. I mean, of course, they didn't get chicken dinner, so it is their best game so far. But elimination-wise, too, they get themselves 10 eliminations on the board.
Big.
And that is purely off the back here, Jukes, of them going on the southern western side of Hattin, which not only allows them to then funnel out the teams that are trying to leave Hattin, which is the best position where they were at the point to do that. And then that transition to leave the city was also facilitated because they were playing edge of the city in the first place. So eliminations and placement points came just rolling down for them because of such a good early rotate, and then especially sending it in such a strong position on the edge of Hattin.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about another team here really quickly that I know kind of confused the casters a little bit and kind of confused us, to be perfectly honest. D plus up against Stalwart.
Yeah, so I think we
I left it there just to see how you guys react.
Yeah, Jukes, do we agree they should have fought Stalwart instead of sending it in the water? Yeah.
Yep, they definitely should have. I mean, and that's kind of like that hard problem is like, you know, DRS, they didn't hesitate, right? They just knew like, hey, we're going to commit to this compound. We're not going to wait. D plus Kia, we're trying to, you know, wait in the water, literally, right, to figure out where to go. And then, no, they go ahead and start swimming it up and just got taken out by too many different squads. Yep, you can see that right here. Look at that Fearless. Fearless, by the way. Great shots in the water. He knocked out 3 right there. Beautifully done.
Yeah. D plus Kia, like, why do we have lungs? Why do we have to breathe? We just want to just not be seen by anyone, but unfortunately in the game, you do have to breathe. Yeah. Yeah, it's unlucky. Lung debuff is what was happening for
dude.
D+ Kia. And even then, even if they do make it away from Star Wars, guess what? You got 4MV, you got Alliance, you got so many teams playing the coaster. You're just not going to make it out. So unfortunately, late river play, not quite the good option for them. Though, this hilltop here to the east of the main mountain of Northwest Island, such a big focal point this game, Hodgix. You had Thunder Talk Gaming going over there. You had also CAG Osaka. You had 4MV that had a split and then went for a really good third party, by the way, to take control of some of that mountain. So that was a good spot, and the teams that sent it there knew this is going to be a great option. But unfortunately, the Circle, as we saw, had different ideas in mind.
Yeah, one thing I really loved about this game, though, was the timing a lot of these teams, utilized to get those third parties going. We saw that on the hill with Thunder Talk and CAG Osaka. They started fighting. 4MV just started hauling it immediately. We're able to get that third party going, and it worked out perfectly for them. It kind of happened as well on the top side, too, near Hot 10 with Team Liquid and Team Secret as well. So, I mean, the third parties were on point. One thing I do want to see, though, from one team in particular, Maxman, is I think 4MV need to kind of go back to the basics, bro. I don't know what's going on. Doc, you always see him so far away from his squad. I understand these 3-1 splits can really work out in certain situations, but I think that it's become like almost kind of like a staple no matter what happens, and I think they need to mix it up for sure.
I was really scared when he got pushed up by CAG Osaka on that mountain, and he didn't have a car. He had to rotate back to his team by foot. I'm like, you're lucky you got away with your life there, Doc, but it's a bit risky. But as we've seen, Doc has taken those risks, Jason, and I don't think he's going to stop anytime soon.
I mean, you talked about the play towards the end as well, when he was like completely separated from his team behind a rock, Max, and you were saying like, yeah, it's a good spot to get or to pick off eliminations, but you're in a very dangerous position. You have to be very careful about how you peak, and I don't know. I really wish we got like a truthful answer from them about like why they're doing things the way they are. I mean, when Seven interviewed Doctor at the top of the show, they didn't even acknowledge like he's playing away from his team and making personal mistakes or whatnot. I'm just really curious, like, why is 4MV playing this way necessarily?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I love when teams go and say, Hodgix, that, oh, yeah, we did a mistake, we're trying to fix it, and they're very adamant on, like, yeah, we messed up big time. I'm not seeing that from 4MV, and that means, to me, at least as of right now, that I think this split is going to keep going until the end. I don't see any change happening for 4MV. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of hard because you can get into your head so easily in stages like this. I know from experience, and, like you see... Well, they had a monster game under their belt, and when you have such a crazy performance, you can get inside your head easily and just say, oh, all we got to do is this every game and we're going to win this, right? Mm-hmm. And, well, unfortunately, we're seeing for them, right, other teams adapt, right? CAG Osaka, the next game, camp them out on that bridge, and you can't just continue to do that same thing that worked for one game in particular, and you got to be able to mix it up here. I mean, 4MV, they're still right there. And I think that's kind of like the hard part. It's like they're at that point in the leaderboards where they're like, man, if we could just replicate that magic we had on day one in one game, yeah, we'll be in the top 3. We'll be good. So I said it yesterday that I would give them 5 games to play that loose. Remember that? I'm still right on board with that. I'll give them 4 more matches to kind of play this kind of crazy split. Yeah, but after that, literally the last Miramar of the day, you have to tighten things up and play for those wins. Otherwise, you're not going to make it to the top 3.
Yeah, and I want to say this one last thing about them, then we're going to move on to talk about some other things, especially when we're looking back at the overalls. They didn't play like this in PMSL. This is why I think for me it's so jarring to see just Doc so far away from his team, because he did not do this in PMSL. Unless I'm wrong, Max. Feel free to correct me.
He was playing a bit split from his team, but we have to be completely honest here, Jason. You had feeder teams, okay, in CSA compared to what you have in PMGC. And he was getting away with stuff that I think you're not going to get away with in PMGC. You just got to tighten up that split. If you still want to play split, that's fine. Maybe instead of doing these wide 3-1s, you go to a tighter 2-2 split, like instead of a 100-meter distance, you play like 50 meters or something like that. And especially, Jason, one thing that was lacking in this game, they didn't have cars to facilitate that regrouping, and I think that is something they need to try and focus on heavily for the next few games.
You guys at home who are watching, we did this before. You guys can actually interact here and vote on who you think we should interview next. Will it be Influence Rage, Count Voin Donkey, or will it be Alliance? It's up to you guys to let us know over in the English or Indonesian YouTube channel. We have about 20 seconds left. We didn't really get to talk about leaderboards too much there, but I will talk about one team in particular, Vicious, who have been just falling down constantly on the leaderboards after ranking up to 4th place. With this bounce back, they go from 9th place at the end of yesterday up to 6th place. So nice to see a little bit of a bounce back for them, but whether or not they can continue that bounce is obviously left to be seen. And of course, not to mention Thunder Talk able to get themselves up to 4th place. You know, Hot Jukes, you said it. Day 3 is the real day 1 here for the teams from PEL. Let's see if they can continue as we head into our first Erangel of the day.
Match 14, and our teams are looking to fortify themselves in towards the latter half of the tournament for themselves in this Group Green game. It will, of course, be yet another go at Erangel. The grassy pastures await. We're coming over the shooting range hills down to the Sanhok military base.
Second match then. First match of Erangel. Happy to see this one come through. I think we had quite a few teams change up their playstyle coming into day 3, and that's very important. I think you get halfway through your group stage and you do get to a point where you're like, maybe some things do need to change here, and we cannot keep going with how we've been playing. I think Jason makes a good point in the sense of Doc playing split across from the rest of his team. I don't think it's terrible though, especially that last match. It felt much better handled, at least, where he played out, but it wasn't to go for anything aggressive. It was literally just to scout out that high ground position, and it ended up paying dividends later on where they were able to take on CAG Osaka because they had that information on them from that early game. Fortunately, a lot of teams get cut out from a nasty hat-in circle, and really as one of the few circles in Sanhok where it is luck of the draw. Really, it's like it goes down towards the south side, the mountaintop teams hit win. It goes up towards the north side, hat-in teams win. It goes towards the center, that vicious team should have won, but they did not. They really did not win at all. It really had a bad time.
So little from that position that they should have been able to achieve. It could have been way more impactful, and they just let it all slip away, which is very unfortunate. A big north circle shift blank. Actually, Thunder Talk are joining 4MV on Sosnovka on the south side, so potential conflict on the bridge crossings that will come through. Could see that COG Osaka bridge camp that we always talk about on this game. Moving on in to this match, we've also got Team Secret maybe trying to push past DRS, who are coming off the back of a chicken dinner over near Milta. But it's up to the north again, up to the shooting range hills, up to Zaverny. We've seen so many of these circles. It seems like we're just running it back every single time on this lobby.
We're not changing much, which I think some teams might not be too unhappy with. Some other teams might be like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. Please take us away from this position. But yeah, heading up towards Zaverny now. It was interesting that no team actually dropped in Zaverny, despite it being a viable drop spot on this playing path. I think a lot of teams were expecting this to go elsewhere. 4MV, Thunder Talks, as well as Team Secret, long rotate for all of them. I think this is actually becoming... There is a world now where it might be feasible to say that 4MV actually hasn't had the circles a lot. But
whoa.
Yeah, there have been other goings on, with Thunder Talks now taking 86 points. As we heard on the desk, day 3 is the real day 1 of the PAL teams.
Yeah.
And we'll keep saying it every day.
Until it gets to, what, next year? We'll be like, oh, 2025 is the real 2024 for the PEL teams. Goodness me. That's what we're on to next, I think. But they have managed to find some points there and get that crossing done, which was in that last match I'm talking about, getting up to that compound that the Vicious really didn't hold, it turns out, was a great result for them. And I think they got 10 points off the back of that match. They're looking to push up. They are much closer now to D+. And if we have another game where, like the last time around, the top 3 go down fairly quickly, it's going to be a little bit easier to catch them than maybe we expected, because we have some of the largest margins between 3rd and 4th that we've seen of any group at this stage. We've been constantly being fed statistics by Dennis, who's been, which is very much appreciated. And the gap between 3rd and 4th after match 12, which is at the end of day 2, was 27 points, right? For this group. For yellow, it was 6, and for red, it was 2. So you can see how much more of a leap needs to be made. So it's good that Thunder Talk are trying to take that in stride.
Still, for D+, in particular, yesterday, I think it was match 2, they broke 100 points. Since then, they have gained 8 points over the next 5 matches, including today's. So for D+, and has been a real drop-off in performance for them, which is how it has felt for a lot of South Korean teams, where they'll do incredibly well at the start and then slow down somewhat towards the end, which is unfortunate. Now, whether this is due to the fact that a lot of teams are looking at how D+ are rotating, but like, that's kind of a good rotate, man. Maybe we copy it and add a little twist in there. And by a twist, I mean, we'll go a little wide. More. That's it. The D+ just having all of their strats just red, and everyone's like, yeah, that works. We'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, right? Like, you're just going to be like, yeah, no, that's our strat now. And that's the danger, right, of having such a big early start to a tournament, is teams really pay attention to you. And
not like little old Influence Rage.
No, not like Influence Rage or little old RRQ from the previous games that we saw. Although they haven't really grown up too much into the games so far today. They had an unfortunate approach to the northeast side of Hartin in that last match. But I think that circle is just so cruel, right? Having to cross on that north side, it's such a dangerous circle. It's fully forgivable to have a bad time on that approach. So we'll see what they can do here into Erangel. Thunder Talk, they are making their way across the East Bridge, uncontested, nice and chill.
Yeah, no one trying to battle out on them. I mean, 4MV, they're quite comfortable trying to head over the Western Bridge as well. Realistically, CAG shouldn't have stuck around, which they haven't. See, 4MV don't know that, but I think that is a reasonable call to make. But with the amount of times we've seen CAG Osaka make these wild plays in terms of staying around just to spite 4MV, wouldn't be surprised to see it again. Here's ROQ's crossing. Again, the bridge crossings in Group Green have been rather frustrating to watch, just in terms of the little to no scouting that happens in these areas. And it is really a lot of times when I watch it, just fingers crossed, hoping for the best.
Just close your eyes. If I can't see them, they can't see me. Drive across the bridge as fast as you can and hope for the best. It's a little bit crazy, a little bit wild, but this time around for RRQ, they do get through, not entirely unscathed, but without losing a player. CAG Osaka, they have 4 players alive as well, as does everybody else in the lobby. Up and into the north side of the shooting range hills, Team Liquid slowly moving the car into the perfect position. It needs to be pixel perfect there. Make sure the parking job is spick and span. Influence Rage trying to move up as well. Everybody very familiar with these zones, with these areas. Over the last few days, we've seen them more than enough, so everybody knows their place in these ones.
Most teams in, though. And again, at 7 minutes into the game, you can tell that there has been a big change in terms of mentality from a lot of our squads, in terms of really tightening up some of these rotations. I mean, I know I just complained about the bridge crossings, but we do have 64 players and 16 teams at 8 minutes in. So we're getting more comfortable with these early game rotates. RMV going to be heading up towards Pachinki as our stalwart. Team Secret heading behind, comfortably in 7th place, I would say, at 73 points, tied right now with the Vicious. I think the big change is the fact that Thunder Talks have overtaken 4MV in 4th place. But 4MV, as well as Thunder Talks, both still need some big games here if they want to break up into top 3.
Shift over towards Severny and the shooting range hills again. Goodness me. Team Secret, they're moving out on the east side. They're moving past the Yas Fields right now, close to DRS, who are also on that east side wide rotate. I think that approaching Severny from this east edge is going to be really, really tricky, given the number of teams all attempting to do it. I don't think that we're going to see more than maybe one out of Thunder Talk, DRS, and Team Secret make it into this next circle blank. I think it's one of them who's going to have to either go somewhere else or go down.
There are a couple of spots to play, but I would agree with you. It's going to be difficult for Team Secret DRS coming in on that eastern side. RCB, though, rocking up over towards CAG Osaka. They do found Naoto off the first bat. And RCB would be happy with that one. CAG Osaka, though, they do need to find another place to go. Team Liquid, very central position, slowly working their tallies upwards. Right now, a lot safer in 8th place at 67 points.
Cellcom Digi Alliance up the top of the hill against D plus Kia, and Fabian gets run down by Jimmy there. A little bit of team damage from the nade, but you'll take it for the knock, and the very confident flush, I think, is going to come through. Leon going to jump in the vehicle, get that rundown. Ooh, just misses. Nearly takes out the headlamp, but it's going to be all right for now. No repairs just yet. Osal, though, may be able to pull something out of the bag here. We've seen him do it before. Not this time, though. Leon able to rack up the elimination count on the ridgeline. Unfortunately, there's still Nolbu to displace. A nade over the top, goes high, goes long, not going to connect. A spray down, and maybe Nolbu. It's his turn to try and keep D plus Kia into this one. There's the off angle, and Chips stays in as well. The long range duel, and Olio goes down. Chips may be able to keep all 4 of D plus in. Is anyone going to third party?
There doesn't seem to be anyone looking at over towards this way. I mean, it is somewhat isolated. The only real team that could get involved here would be the Vicious, but they're all the way on the northern side, and they've got other teams to be protecting against. Team Secret, what? Kind of shot onto a stalwart. Okay. I was so confused for a second. I was like, they're on the other side of the map. Doesn't make any sense to be taking that shot. But yeah, Stalwart taking shots over towards RCBs. They make their way in towards the circle. How have the Thunder Talks made it to Saverne?
They just rocked up there. I mean, so 77 with the team holding towards Saverne. They had control of it, but nobody was actually fully in there. 77 regrouping down to the south point. And Thunder Talk find that window. They head first, dive straight on through, and that's a great result, leaving DRS and Team Secret still at the back of the queue.
Yeah, I mean, well played, Thunder Talks. Good scouting coming through from them at this probably late stage of the game for them in that terms of not having much scouting done coming through from Sosnovka in the first place. Team Secret, though, still going strong. They found a shot over towards D+. Immediately, they will lose that player. RCB taking shots over towards the Dira. They make their way in. A whole lot of eliminations coming through thick and fast here as 4&B tries to cement their position over towards that western side. And RCB continues to rattle 77.
Shifu turns
Goodbye.
around and
Thunder Talks, I guess.
Just sending in real day one energy from the PEL squad. Thunder Talk able to just go where they want to go. And into the middle they are. Up towards COG Osaka. Are they going to handle it? Seems like they might just be able to. As White steps up and into the fight. AJ has gone down though, and that is unfortunate. A roll down from Garnet. The nade over the top. There's a slow cook on that one. Need to be careful, but out of the shack he goes. And safe he will remain. White stays alive, but they lose AJ.
Like Garnet was an easy knock and Elim there for Hawaii. He was so distracted. Hawaii was like, I think I'd rather get inside the shack. Thank you very much. Just lets his teammate go down.
They're coming to arrest Thunder Talk for making that rotate because it was illegal. I don't know if you can hear the sirens in my background again. But they just keep on coming.
I can hear them now. Sorry, that caught me off guard. I had no idea what you're talking about. It was a little bit silent this time.
Okay.
The Vicious, currently in that fight between them and Team Secret, but being held out so much here, they are struggling to stay in. You know what? The Team Secrets had some good holds on the outer edges, I would say. It hasn't been the most phenomenal of gameplay from Team Secret, but I do think they're one of our teams that has certainly pulled the socks up in these matches, remained relevant somehow, some way. And this playstyle likely will secure them a survival stage.
That was a real nice pull out of the buggy with a shotgun on the tracking as well. Over towards Jaiki for the Vicious. Looking to try and regain some confidence after that last match, and it will be sorely needed. Stage 3, and when the zone closes in 24 seconds, Reses won't be possible, and that might be a confirm there. Has to hop out, not going to commit to the healing, but needs to now. Well, come on, get the first aid. Reyes' only option was to go for that heal, but didn't have the confidence to stick it, to try and find the cover behind the buggy. Will go down for it. Secret going down, the Vicious going down. Neither team having a good time.
Yeah, that fight takes way too long to conclude for Team Secret. They're forced to move in. Stalwart with a good position before MV after scouting over towards that north side and having clear information of what's going on in the south. They'll be able to play on this western edge. There is RRQ as well as Stalwart in this area, but Stalwart's down to just 3 after 4MV, I believe. They were able to pick up 1 elim over their way. That's a strong spot to play in for 4MV as well on that western edge. Not a lot of teams will be battling out against them. D+ forces out the final player from the Vicious. You know what? For D+, it was a bit of a struggle getting in towards this circle, but picking up 5 eliminations. Good start to their Erangel. I think they wanted a decent game sooner rather than later here over on our day 3 and 5 elims with a position to move down towards the south side. Yeah, this is definitely it.
Taking a look at this circle as well, Blank, the compound on the west that Stalwart hold and the ridgeline that sits out to their west gives 4MV a big opportunity into this circle. They're looking to protect their north side right now, and you can see the RRQ may be looking to sweep down onto it, but DRS are going to be pushing in from that north side as well. So if 4MV can force this fight, transition to that ridgeline, and get rid of Stalwart's pressure on that side, they have a good opportunity. What a sweep down from King as we turn our attention to the east side of the circle now. Mythic goes down first. Remember, they have lost a player on Thundertalk on that roll-up. AJ did go down, but they have now got control of the only building in here. But RCB want to tussle. Don't want to get sleeves rolled up, stuck into the fray. King handling 3 on the down low in the meantime. Looking for another one, and the spray around the edge of the smoke. Cardoza nearly out of ammo, has to swap to the DBS, and out he goes. Chief tries to get rid of the King and will be able to dethrone him. Just a moment too soon for him to be able to take down the rest of his team, but 2 players alive for Team Liquid. They can start to repair, piece themselves back together. RCB in the meanwhile, they've lost 2, and it is going chaotically on this east side. Brute Force are in the wings, D+ Kier as well.
But Team Liquid not quite able to handle King right until that final moment, and it was a fight between the Chief and the King in those final throws there. Really well done, Team Liquid. RCB, I think, could have maybe got a little bit aggressive, but I don't think they realized just how much damage King had done over towards Team Liquid. So it's a miracle, really, that Team Liquid's able to get themselves back up to a 4 here. And they're not in the most comfortable scenarios, but they're certainly living at the moment. 4MV opts to head over towards that north side to try and deal with RRQ, I think is one of their direct competitors here inside this lobby in terms of high ground. So I think it's a smart choice to go for. KYMYZ looking over towards Xing inside the shack.
Trying to stay safe, and actually it's pretty difficult to cross this open ground now with Team Liquid and RCB creating a buffer zone out on the east. When one of these teams goes down, that makes Thundertalk's shack a little bit more exposed, but Brute Force, D+, both going to be in combat over the top of the hill zone as well, which is going to make this east side a little bit slower. For the meantime, Thundertalk can stay alive. Once these conclude, they are in a lot of danger. Actually, the nade just finds its way on in and goes down nonetheless. Brute Force, okay. They commit to the fight. D+ is swept aside.
D+ out. I mean, not a horrible game for them in terms of placement points, in terms of elims, but definitely not as far as they would have liked to have gone here. Circle shifting over towards the center. Does support some of our teams like Voin Donkey. Brute Force still at 4 elims. I'm not sure what Neos is doing. Displaying dominance, I guess. Puffing out his chest a little bit versus DRS. On this eastern edge, both teams need to get further in. And that's over towards that awkward engagement that's still plowing on through between Team Liquid and RCB. A fight they could have ended much earlier, but Team Liquid are just given time. KYMYZ does find one, but Silas will fall in the process. Again, no one is able to third party on this one. You would expect a little bit more aggression. Brute Force, though, now finally hears it. Start to peek their heads over the top side of this hill.
Potentially pick up a lot of points so they can add to their stolen elim tally, maybe. Or just allow them to get the reses and then take them down themselves. Chief gets taken out of the vehicle. Sanchez from Stalwart, able to take those shots from across the circle. Was that over to him? No, that might have been DRS, actually, going on through. A lot of elims getting racked up now. And on the east side, Brute Force want to try and push D+ out of the way. try and mount the offensive over towards Influence Rage. It's only 4MV now who are on the chase towards the top spots, Blank, with 3 elims, with the eastern side. They're looking to maybe actually sweep over to the high ground, and instead of going for that ridge, transitioning down towards Stalwart's compound, they're going to try and move the edge out of the way, but Reefus getting taken out by that nade is a huge opener for RRQ. Shots from across can come through as well, as the third-party angles are right for the picking.
Yeah, this is I think it's a play that could have worked if 4MV had got slightly more aggressive earlier over towards RRQ, but time is just withering away for this squad now, and RRQ could comfortably hold this. They have a plateau, so they're not privy to a lot of those off angles coming through from the eastern side of the map. And I think 4MV would have been better off actually heading back down towards Stalwart side, who now contain this ridge. So in my opinion, there is somewhat, it's a frustrating one, because 4MV is making good calls, they are making good decisions, but they are overcommitting a lot of times to those decisions. I think you head up, you try and get a pick off towards RQ, you control the high ground, perfect, wonderful. As soon as that doesn't go your way, you know what's down towards yourself. You can't afford to give them this ridge, so you have to back off. It's just, all the ideas are there for 4MV, they're just not being executed in the proper way.
Not this time around. Unfortunate. Hoping to repair themselves into today, but they still got 2 players, and they're not out of it just yet, as tentative and tenuous as their position may be. Actually, sending a player forwards. They're moving towards the middle of the circle and underneath RRQ now, with 77 putting pressure on, sweeping out to this north edge as well. Doc has managed to go for a split once more. Of course he has. Why not? In these 2-player scenarios, just getting a little bit closer to the center can be very, very beneficial, and it will keep him in. The 2 teams on the north side may look to push past this location, but as they go, they'll take shots at one another. They will suppress those positions both. Stalwart on the west cut out slightly. This is good news for Doc. I think he has legs in this position, but it's very, very dangerous even so. Okay.
Paleko is in a weird area of the map there. No idea where that was, but a full rundown into pump shotgun shots over towards DRS, and that is them out in a blink of an eye. They were taking shots over towards Brute Force, and then came a moment where Brute Force had enough. They were sick of it. They sent down, they just removed DRS from the planes of existence, as well as the planes of this map, apparently, as we couldn't even see them.
I think he managed to get the shotgun onto the driver of the buggy before it hit him, and therefore didn't get knocked by the buggy. Slowed down in time. That's kind of crazy over on the east side from Brute Force. 7 elims now. Influence Rage on the southeast side, though. A big barrier to them, not only on the tables, but in this game as well. Brute Force cut out in the cold on the east. Shifu shots over towards Fnatic out in the open. No hope of survival. No retribution either from the rest of the team. Couldn't get the trade, which is kind of the best deal you're going to get in that scenario. Unfortunately, no one had the angle. Nade up high. Comes on through, but RRQ not connecting. Asaryu not quite able to navigate that one in time. And again, these open hillsides, these third parties are brutal.
Second game in a row now where Doc has been able to put up 600 damage, doing a lot of good shots over towards Stalwart right now. And it really does feel like Doc is having this situation of a retribution arc, right? Where it's the case of, look, guys, I realize that I was a little bit crazy over those past couple of days. I will now repent and pick you up a lot of eliminations for your troubles.
RRQ now with 1 player trying to move on through. 77 cut out in the mix. 2 players from 4MV, and they are still going. A little push, and it might just be all they need to send them in towards the top 5 of this circle. Actually moving up the hill. Doc wants more of this fight. He's going up towards RRQ. The 1 player, maybe he thinks he can handle it, and probably he's right in this scenario. A nade up high, isolates the tree, knows that he's not going to be playing behind there now with that first nade not connecting, has to be worried about the other angle, but no, he's not concerned. I don't think he's read into this one. He hasn't spotted that cross back out. And the flex for RRQ may be good. Pre-firing the angle, still doesn't know. Could be caught unawares here. Doc needs to be careful. Long range from the bottom of the hill there. That's coming through from Void Donkey. But that is going to be a third party again from Influence Rage to keep Doc safe.
LSIU is just chasing him down. He's like, please come back, Doc. Doc's like, no, I have sinned. I shall not stay out in the blue too long. I will return to my teammate. It's like, no, keep making mistakes, please.
I must go. My people, they need me. And they do at the moment right now. There's only two of them. So 50% your team, not something you can risk. Stalwart over the top. Voin Donkey ID have been keeping this bit safe for a while now, but teams are going to put pressure on it as they turn their attention to the center of the circle.
Influence Rage. I was actually surprised they remained in this game for as long as they did. They've done a great job, currently with 5 eliminations, brute force on that 7. So 3 2-man squads, as well as a 3-man coming through from Influence Rage. Again, Doc continues. He is seriously begging for forgiveness from his teammates right now. He's like, look, I'm going to get 9 eliminations this match. I'll put the team on our back right now, okay? Just for you guys. This one game in my backpack. Let's go.
I am so sorry, guys. Please. Please.
I am so sorry.
I like it. I like it. That's the attitude we need for a comeback. And 4MV looking to harness the inner MG3 in us all. As they move into the circle, actually getting a low ground crossing without brute force taking shots. Doc finds Freezer. Another one. Hitting him with the DJ Khaled approach to these elims.
Doc is carving the word apology into his bullet casings right now. I love it. Neos, almost the next one to go down. If 4V can get a second place off this game, it will be a fantastic result for them, considering some of those awkward scenarios we saw on that western side come through. Doc is looking for... he finds the final player. Let's go, Doc. All right, this is what we want to see. But...
the 4V going to win this one?
No, but also, this has to not go to his head. Again, this is a game about apologies. This is an apology match for Doc. The rest of his team... no more crazy plays, just discipline, just strong gameplay, good elims. Baron heads down to Voin Donkey. Doesn't pick the elimination. Oh, that's a nice nade, actually. It's a little bit short.
This is difficult for Influence Rage to really get too much done. I mean, only the one nade in hand for Diego Law, the one nade as well. These are going to have super high value into the next circle, so investing them here may be a little bit too risky. Vexy is playing slow, lying in wait for Voin Donkey and up to the ridgeline. Lil Boy goes, getting that scouting done. That's the closest they've been in a while. Doc is going to try and push him back off. Knows he's been seen, so puts more pressure on. Baron from the low ground. A lot more ordnance in hand for them.
Dude, they have the inside track. Oh, please run him over. It's just chilling. Man.
They need to be
so careful. They have the
careful.
inside track. It's so good right now.
4 nades.
I know. Oh, come on. This is it. This really is it. This is where Doc can lay down the law. Right.
Literally.
I think he does need a little bit of that confidence back. And you're right. Will he lay down law? Will he take out that player on the side of Influence Rage? Vexy still down below, and 4MV's very aware of it. What's up, an MK12 though, I think. Absolutely hits harder. Okay, in comes the roll-up. Doc, round the side. Good shots, needs to hit something hard over towards them, but goes down as Lil Boy on the front lines. Baron with the nades has to be stellar.
Vexy as well can be a third-party angle on this one. The nade bobbles forwards, nearly catches Lil Boy, but his head's up on it. And there's the Molotov, pushes on through. The rollout comes out wide, and Influence Rage establishing more angles. This puts so much pressure on Baron, but he's up into Doc's rock here. Vexy, where's he? Is he going to launch a nade, get a cook, take down a player from Influence Rage? No, he's staying quiet. Still, just chill. Baron now trying to hold his nerve as the nade finds Law. 1v2 now, and out goes Lil Boy on a wide sweep with a low profile. The buggy up and into the process as well. Step up, Baron. You need to see this. You need to see it now. There's the whiff on the spray, and Lil Boy's position is given up. Diego and Lil Boy in a 2 versus 1 against 4MV. Doc still down. The nade for Baron. Moves it forwards. Over to Lil Boy. A lot of damage in the res. A 3-player assault now for Influence Rage to the ridgeline, and Vexy is still there. Don't forget about him. For Voin Donkey on the off angle. Diego around the edge, and 4MV fall. But now the 1v3. Potential still there for Vexy. Can he make it work? No, of course he cannot. The Brazilians bite back. 4MV ain't got nothing. Contrition in his heart, and will be put down in the dirt. Doc may have done a little, but he didn't do a lot.
Really good game there from Influence Rage, honestly. They had the outside edge, and it wasn't a good position to be in, but Influence Rage still make it happen. But for 4MV, though, I'm almost glad that they lost, because this means we can see more of that type of gameplay. I think they need a little bit more time before they get that chicken dinner and then start replicating that kind of performance. But we'll head it back over to the desk in the meantime so they can break this all down.
So I got one question here, gentlemen.
I'll be right back.
As we break down this game. Are we watching like VODs of yesterday? What's with these zones, man?
Deja
What is going
vu,
on? We're just having like exact replicates of what went down yesterday. Obviously with some different winners here, but like, what?
If you replace Influence Rage with Brute Force, I'm like, I would have double checked my feed to make sure I was not watching yesterday's VOD, Jason, because they are eerily similar. Like, by eerily similar, I mean almost a one-to-one carbon copy right now between those two kind of areas we had between yesterday and today. And Box Compound, Drux, we saw it again be a strong position, a free ticket entry point to the late game. It gets them into the late game. They can just start spreading out to get themselves to win. A bit scary, though, because there were some good clutches coming out from Baron or 4MV, but as we see, they wrap it up because they have the high ground control, and they get themselves some good old 8 eliminations on board.
Take it to the bank, dude. It was so crazy. I saw somebody in the chat. It was just like, not a single Eastern Circle in all of PMGC so far. Like, it's wild.
How this working out. Say it was the. You don't say it like AJ. You say it like AJ.
Oh yeah. It's not AJ. It's AJ. Ah, yeah, it makes sense. You know, Influence Rage. Good solid chicken dinner here. That's going to definitely cement their top 3 just a little bit more. At the same time, you know, like with such similar zones, I thought we were going to see the same thing from DRS, you know, just kind of like copying D plus Kia's rotations just a little bit quicker. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them, but there's still plenty of time left for even the teams at the bottom, right? Only a couple good matches, and we could see one of these guys, you know, all the way down in, 16th place, possibly even make a run for top 3.
Whoa!
Possible.
That's a bold statement.
It's still possible.
It's definitely a statement.
It's definitely something. I mean, mathematically possible.
I mean, what is it? 50 points? 50 points to cross? I mean, that's 2 games. Two good, solid chicken dinners, and they can make that run, right? There's still plenty of matches left here. So, I mean, it's in the works, but, you know, with Influence Rage getting some good solid points, it definitely still leaves that 3rd place, I think, open. The points are so spread. Like, it's not just like a crazy sponge at the top.
I think that we are going to be having some differences in the top 3 by the end of this group, for sure. It's going to be a little bit topsy-turvy. It's going to be a bit all over the place. But otherwise, we had some good games so far today. We had some teams at the bottom that are trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. The apology tour of Doc is happening, as Blank was said. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, move over Aero Tour. Bring me the Doc apology tour. I'm definitely a fan.
Good content. It's definitely great content. But actually, I do have to highlight a team, though. I did like what Stalwart were doing. They were given a lot of space by 4MV. And actually like, oh, wait, we can actually play the compound and the ridge without having to fight 4MV directly, because for some reason, 4MV wanted to get involved versus RRQ and 77 really, really early. It's like, no, we're just going to claim control of the West, get a free access into the late game. Unfortunately, you can see here in the replay that making it to this hill is just flat terrain. Making that rotation when you have 3-4 teams looking your way is super hard to pull off, but at least Riley's able to just wiggle his way through and get a few extra placement point on board. So for that, Stalwart, definitely a good understanding of this terrain for this match.
I'm actually interested in looking at, because I know we're focusing a lot on 4MV here, but I feel like we have some right to do so. We definitely did see an adaptation yet again to their style. Kagasaka not bridge camping at all. Obviously, they want to get up to the zone as quick as possible. But 4MV, as I think Hotrix pointed out, going like very far west to rotate through, just trying to make sure they just don't get caught by any teams so they can make it into the late game, and then coming out to this zone on the west side.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly for them, right? Yeah, they went all the way through that hospital kind of rotation in
North
the blue.
Bridge.
Yeah, they hit that North Bridge. And suddenly, you know, that zone just the zone yoinked on over to the west side, and 4MV is like, oh yeah, thank you, we'll take this all day long. So I mean, a perfect situation for them. I mean, anytime you see a team just rotate late onto the edge of a circle, I mean, if it hard shifts to that side, they're gonna put some points on the board, and it's good to see them do it especially after seeing, D plus Kia struggle a little bit. So I think that's going to close that gap a little.
If we just get a different circle, I think that we'll see D plus get better result. Not finish just a circle, but it is rough when it goes straight up north, which of course not many teams drop there, and then it continuously goes west, and then west again, and then west again, and that means you had I think we had 7 teams over to the east, and they were just fighting for scraps at that point. And then you have Influence Rage that gets involved at the end. They have 3 players going to completely obliterate you, and by doing so, not only secure their spot in first place again, but they also start to create a bit of a lead here. We got a 24-point lead. Even one big game from Brute Force would not allow them to overtake Influence Rage. So man, they're looking right now like the best team from Brazil in this group, which I did not expect, Hodrix. I thought it was going to be Team Liquid, but Influence Rage are here to play.
I mean, the damage control needs to happen sooner than Miramar. You know what I'm saying? And we're just not seeing it happen there from Team Liquid just yet. And we see them get caught up in some really kind of like awkward situations on the last map. We saw them in Hot 10. And I thought that we're going to see a little bit of a share in Hot 10 from Team Secret and Team Liquid. But no, these guys just went at it off the rip. And Team Liquid got picked apart. I mean, so far, they're still in 9th place. We could see that emergence because we know that they're still such a huge threat, but it's just been taking far too long, I think, for these guys to get going.
It's so crazy to me to see our leaderboard towards the bottom. It's what, 8 points separating you from 16th to top 11. Like that's kind of nutty compared to other groups. We were, almost at 20, 30 plus points at this point in the group. But, well, I mean, obviously, any team could pop off. I mean, DRS, they are starting to fall back down the leaderboard after their fairly good first match where they took home the chicken dinner. And taking a look at our stolen eliminations, again, we love this stat here. I think Influence Rage did manage to get a couple more in this last one. But not too much changing from there on, from what I can tell.
I kind of want to take it back to DRS here, Jason. You were just talking about them before this. They actually...
We didn't predict in this time, so that's the problem.
Yeah, that's maybe why. I'll predict them for the next game. No, DRS here, I like the way they were rotating. There's 2 issues in particular I had, though, is a little bit too slow compared to what we saw from Brute Force yesterday in these kind of circles. So that means you're going to be held off outside the circle, out in the blue, and they were really struggling to move away from that. And then, Jukes, they decide to go for a third party on the east that we said you had 5, 6, 7 teams over to the east. I think they bit down more than they could chew at that point, and then you just got a bunch of solos remaining in off angles that you haven't really scouted, and you just get completely obliterated. So DRS, I like you trying to go for these third parties, but maybe assess the situation a bit more and be like, this may be too many teams here, so we'll just chill and third party a bit later. The timing is very important on those rotates.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough situation for DRS, I think, because I think they're starting to play for the leaderboards, right? So considering where they're at, if they want to make that run towards top 3, they do need that kind of game. So personally, for me, I'm not minding the extra aggressiveness, right? Or the extra risk taking at this point. You're totally right. They could have played it more conservative and put some consistent points on the board. But, at the same time, sometimes you just see that kind of door crack open and you just want to kick it down through. And, I can't blame them for it, right? It's unfortunate that that third party didn't work out for them. But it's one of those games that I'm just like, it was a coin toss play. It didn't work out. But I'm not one that's going to be like, oh, what were you thinking? You know what I'm saying?
I think the big reason why they were at the bottom of the rankings before, I mean, they're still at the bottom of the rankings, but the real reason is they can get placement points, we've seen it, but the eliminations are really lacking. So I agree. I think it's good to see them try and initiate these fights, but when you have that many teams, it's always going to be a bit tough,
That's
right?
true.
So I like the attempt, but the execution was a bit rough around the edges.
But Max, I mean, you did mention one other team, and I know we only have about 35 seconds before we hop into our next match, but 77 still being quiet, still falling down on the leaderboards. I just want to get your thoughts on them really quickly.
Not happy about that. It's unfortunate. It was a decent fight versus RQ. I especially loved what Shifu was doing with the smoke ahead of the rock and getting some good information with Zadira. I think they were working really well, but on this previous game, realistically, Jason, I think there were just too many teams on the edge, and you are going to lose players when trying to make it in. So I can't really fault them too much on this game, but I'm still waiting to see a big 77 chicken dinner. It will happen. I'm just not sure when.
Okay, well, you know what? Your counter curse has been right so far today, so I'm not going to doubt you in this one. We'll find out if it's going to be 77 to take a chicken dinner here, as Max suspects it's going to happen at some point today.
Right now.
So back into Erangel. Oh, is it now?
Yes.
Is it now, Max?
Yes.
All right, well, you heard it here. 77 going to win. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
Match number 15, and our teams are keen to keep themselves in on the survival stage, at least, and hopefully into the top 3. 4MV making a break for it. Pipped to the post by Influence Rage at the last second in that last match, Blank, but they're going to have another go at it now. Severny down to Sosnovka.
all the way down there at the moment. And I think for a lot of our squads, it has been an interesting day so far in terms of, I think, adjustments more than anything. I'd definitely like to echo what Max said on the desk, because something that I don't think I praised Stalwart enough for, because although it was, for me in that moment, it was the case of 4 of these overcommitted, realistically what I think I should have highlighted there was the fact that Stalwart finds an opening. And they play off the back of it quite well. Obviously, they'll get too much further into the game off the back of that opening, but I do think that picking that moment to head in, that was a good call from Stalwart. It really was. So definitely, we move away from team made mistake to team did a good job to capitalize on said mistake.
Okay. We're starting to develop, mature as teams, players, and make sure that they are
people.
Yeah. Oh, blank. This is another circle that's gone. It's gone north.
Wow, guys.
It's gone north, and it's happening again. I'm going to get a message in the chat from Max in 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah. No, it's already in there. Absolutely. What's going on? Can we go somewhere else, please? The teams are certainly going to get tired of it at some point, but we'll get another attempt at the rotations up to the north side of the river. Let's see how it goes this time.
Yeah, I think for a lot of our squads there, wondering about the Zoin. Where's the Zoin going? Up towards the north side. Can Count Vine, Donkey make their way on over?
So
we'll see where the circle goes. We'll have to flip a coin.
Oh, okay.
Is it north or south side? We'll see what happens. In the meantime, though, we got to talk to Team Liquid about how their games are currently going. In 9th place at the moment, John. Obviously doing fairly well for themselves, 71 points. Not 100% safe yet, but I'm excited to see what 7 got to hear of.
Hopefully they don't lose their mind.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. This time it's going to be in regards to Team Liquid. Team Liquid has not been performing so well in Erangel, currently averaging about an 11th place finish every single time we go to Erangel. I got a chance to talk to Knight, their coach, and he told me that they need to slow down their gameplay. And this is exactly what they're going to be looking to do, at least on the next 2 Erangels. We'll see if that's going to happen, because earlier they were just trying to do too much at once. Back to you guys.
Okay, take a slower approach. And at the moment, they're already in the circle, so they don't even have to go anywhere. For now, in North Georgia, split for Cardozo all the way up towards the Zaki compounds, and they can just chill out for a little bit, Blank. And they've kind of been favored by these zones and not having to go super fast at all. So we'll see how much slower they can go.
I think that, honestly, if I'm looking at these squads, there is an argument to be made. It's a weird argument.
Okay.
Bear with me.
All right.
There is an argument to be made that these games are actually much harder than Group Yellow and Group Red. Not in terms of the teams you're going against, but in terms of the unpredictability of what's going to go on in the lobby. I think a lot of movements that have been made here sometimes don't make sense on the rotates. Like, if you're a team and you're like, all right, it would make sense for a team to wrap over towards that north side. That's probably the safest call for them. We're the closest here, so we could probably get in on the east. Suddenly, there's 3 teams all barreling down. And you're like, but guys, there is so much open space over towards the north. Why are you not going up there? And I think that's where the game is difficult right now for a lot of our teams in the lobby, because some of those predictions that you make where you're pretty confident that teams would go for that and they don't do it, suddenly a lot of your plans are all for nothing. I think the Team Liquid, that can certainly be a struggle. That might be excuses for them, but then again, I do think a lot of our teams inside this lobby have suffered to that. I think it will be easier in PMGC Grand Finals because people are making the correct plays to be able to predict those and be like, all right, that would be the most sense to be made in that moment in terms of that rotate. Therefore, we can play here. Later on, we can maybe fight. Then it's down to just mechanical skill and positioning and how quickly you can make those crashes. But here, there's just a lot of plays that sometimes don't make sense. And if they don't make sense to us, then they don't make sense to the players either.
A roll up from Brute Force. That's another elim, they'll confirm. That one's ours. Prepod able to earn that first blood accolade, and 121 now the scoreline. D+, so far, as you said before earlier today, have been slowing down and being caught up in things that they really shouldn't be. Some slight missteps and unfortunate situations have led to the shrink of the gap now. From third down to fourth, it's 14 points difference, which is a definitely achievable jump up for 4MV. It's 24 points down towards Thunder Talk, who, again, could definitely put that sort of a number up. But the question is, where are D plus Kia? They need to start to find some fire, burn away those points differences and try and catch up towards Influence Rage, because it's not looking as strong as it once did, and that's got to be worrying.
It is. I think for D+, the scary thing right now is that, look, you're falling behind to the point where teams are starting to catch up. They had such a buffer going into day 3 and day 2 that they didn't feel scared at all. Now Influence Rage currently 144 points. Damn, it's looking good. It's looking really, really good for them. But for D+, 4MV, hot on their heels. Oh, hiccups, man.
You're okay.
Yeah, I'm struggling. I think hiccups is probably commentator's arch nemesis.
I think you're just deeply empathizing. There we go, with D+, you know, because they have had a couple of hiccups.
They have, yeah, they have. And 4MV is getting close now, 14 points behind. That's one game. So, you know, maybe 4MV can make good on that promise. Maybe not all of the promise to get top 1, but at least get into the top 3.
It's definitely an opportunity where once we didn't see that as too strong a prospect, but the mental reset seems to have come through. And something that we talked about earlier on in the early days is the humility that D+ Kia were displaying, right? They were heads and shoulders above the rest of the lobby, but they were talking like they were still definitely in the competition. There were teams close by, whilst they had such a big advantage. I'm hoping that they can channel that humility and that ability to play calm into these next stages. So hopefully that comes on through. That's unfortunate. Vexy turns it back over, ready to go. Just trying to get some grass stains on the old convertible roof there and make it look weathered, camouflaged in for the next rotate.
Yeah, that's what we call the car ghillie, Sue. That's one way of doing it. You
That
just
would be
scrape
crazy.
it along the ground.
Can you imagine?
Yeah. I'd like that, but don't give them ideas because they will add it. The comp.
Just like, what is that bush doing over there? Wait a minute, that's a buggy.
It's rolling. Interesting. Take shots. But yeah, Thunder Talks not able to get too many more points on the last game. Actually, I don't mind Thunder Talks, but I do think sometimes in terms of mechanical skill, they're not really living up to the expectations of maybe a Tiamba or a Tongjiabao so far. I think that it has looked messy for them, right? I don't know if you'd agree, but to me, those fights, like I see some of the names on that squad, I'm like they should be barreling players inside this lobby. They're not. There's a lot of weird scenarios. I think Team Liquid, that was the first time I've seen King like on good form versus them, almost getting the 1v3 off.
On the northeast side, they don't have too much in their way to move in right now for Thunder Talk, but yeah, I think I would agree that in general they've had some pretty straggly games, but they have been piecing it together and slowly accruing these points. We'll see if they can have a more convincing performance soon, but for now, I'm going to hop back on over to the center of the circle. Can the Vicious stop themselves from going down? It seems like 77 certainly won't be the ones to do it. That big chicken dinner that Max was hoping for, not going to happen here.
Yeah, unfortunately not. 77. It's sad, really. Very sad. I thought that this team would do so well coming into this tournament, and they just have not performed at all. And they're not a bad team. I will reiterate, they are not a bad team. They were the most consistent team out of the entirety of PMSL EMEA. It's very weird to see them perform so badly here. And I don't even think you can call it, oh, it's team diff, because I would say this is probably the weakest lobby right now out of all the groups. So, yeah, I don't know what's happening in the 77 camp. Maybe someone's got like a perma migraine on their side over the past 3 days. I don't know. I just don't know.
I think it's because they're not wearing the hats. I think that's the problem.
They do have the hats on the back seat.
Yeah. I feel like you just pop those on. That's like a 4-point per game buff, at least, 1 per hat. It's got to be.
Maybe the last day.
Yeah.
Last day they do it.
Yeah, for sure.
That'll be done.
But
get the Elden Ring gear on.
A little bit more seriously, though, maybe it goes back to what you were saying about how chaotic this lobby is, right? And something that they were doing consistently in EMEA, they just haven't been able to transition over, right? And it's perhaps feeding from that chaos hasn't been something of a strong suit for them, whereas Brute Force definitely have. They have managed to find those openings, go for those convincing roll-down fights where they weren't being presented to them in EMEA, and it's kind of flipped on its head.
You know what? Actually, that's a really good point. That is a very good point in terms of their chaotic nature here. It's a lot of times where 77 would find that position, and it's a case of, this is a bad fight to take. We are likely going to lose more than we gain from taking the fight from 77 here. As we saw, like a lot of teams that tried to take shots over towards 77, they also took knocks in the process. I think for 77, it's a case of, usually they would take that spot and people are like, we'll respect that. We'll try and play on their outer edges. We'll try and get more points off this game. But no, they are just giving their all. Whereas Brute Force, like you say, in PMSL EMEA, they struggled. Because teams are like, we're going to respect one another. We're going to play on these edges. We're going to go for high point margins. And Brute Force is like, where's the fights? What's going on? What can we third party? There's nothing there to be had. In this lobby, it's like, no, there's always things to take shots at. This is great.
But I mean, even Brute Force, they're not even looking for too many third parties either. They are just sweeping onto engagements as well. I mean, we saw that opportunist style statistic, which in general put Brute Force as one of the lowest percentage eliminations stolen from other teams in this lobby. And sure, maybe they are still going for those third parties, but only once they've concluded. That sort of thing can definitely play into that sort of statistic. But not only are they finding those angles, but they're also getting good fights and isolating these things, showing that disrespect and aptitude for chaos that I think, evidently is profiting them very, very well. So a topsy-turvy situation. And 77, they're not in Kansas anymore. They are going to have to adapt to the land of Oz here in Group Green.
CAG Osaka, a team that is at risk right now, I would say, dropping into the bottom of the lobby and at risk of going home after this group finishes. Team Secret struggling to make their way in. Good shots over their way, and Break will have dropped back to the floor. I don't think there's much chance of a pickup here. Soaz could maybe go for it, but he's quite low himself. The smoke does get dropped, which is nice, but yeah, Gante will find that over towards Break. The ERS picking themselves up one elimination. Yeah, CAG Osaka has had to take a big step back. Again, a team that has opted for more third parties, for bridge holds. It's not worked out for them. CAG, the revenge is through for 4MVs. They find another one of their players.
On the east side, the roll-up for 4MV, all into the ditch. Only the one player for CAG Osaka, actually, in that position. And that's going to be little to no resistance for them. A swift roll-up for 4MV. On the west side as well, Stalwart now trying to move around close to Count Voin Donkey over on that northwest side. I like how we just pick which ones we're going to say wrong in each of those pronunciations as well. But I'm liking it. The Count Von Donkey is still my favorite character to come out of this group. We'll see if they can survey their ground around them and make it their domain. But meanwhile, DRS going for a roll-up over towards 4MV. Two players go down, but DRS still have to do a little bit more to get over the final hurdle here. Doc is still left in the fight, and that's a dangerous place to be in. One flush confirmed, but Exemplar around the outside will go down to Apex. The burn not going to quite connect. Goes for the flush instead. First aid is there. Doc on the outside, looking for the res.
Yeah, quickly go for that one. Sleepy in the back lines. Was asleep, but in the meanwhile, there is a rock-up coming through for Influence Rage. Just straight past this one as the circle did head back down towards the south. The Vicious with a central position, which does not necessarily mean a win, but it might mean they get a second place. We'll see what happens going forward. Sleepy gets run down by the Thunder Talks. Oh no!
Uh-oh. Nades in, 77, Influence, Rage, and Voin Donkey all on this compound. A third-party oversight from the Vicious, and everybody is riddled with bullet holes now. The first aid in the shack, trying to keep himself alive. Maybe get Vaxi back to his feet, but Limbo Boom's still in there. Not chilling anymore, though, as Razor able to cut through him finally. Vicious are very happy that all of this is concluded, because that means there's way fewer teams near them.
again, like, this is a wild play. It has to be said, right? Like, no one is arguing with me that this is not a wild play. Everyone knows there's tons of angles looking over towards this. This is why 77's here in the first place. They're playing a two-man where it's difficult to crash upon without casualties, so they can live out the game.
But
Why?
what if we send 2 teams there right now? Go.
I don't quite understand it.
Disrespect.
But
and that is the name of the game in Group Green, it seems.
Yeah. But either way, you know, it's getting some teams points here and there. Influence Rage, it didn't work out for them on that roll-up. Confusing. It's such a hard lobby to analyze as well because there is so many weird things going on inside of it.
There is a lot of chaos unfolding here. Team Liquid looking to try and move out of this compound, but Stalwart are on the surround. Positioned off to the northeast, that's RCB across the way and the opposing compound on this pair. Team Liquid looking to move out the back. Stalwart going to have to move, and a lot of them on their feet, trying to make their way on in. RRQ, they had that south outpost, and there's the MG3. A little 1-2, short little burp from the bullets of the MG3. Able to do the job for one. Cardozen goes down.
Team Liquid rotating through RRQ. On the north side, RCB watches in awe as that happens.
And they flex out.
Stalwart now moving up.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
RCB getting involved.
RCB flexed out. Stalwart have moved in the meantime, and it's a re-crash from Stalwart from RCB on the high ground. Critter trying to get the spray through the door frame, and RCB holding their nerve. The wrap around the fold back is going to work out for them as Stalwart fall. RRQ on the outside now, looking to try and capitalize. The knock on the high ground from earlier means that they can't go for that full crash just yet, and RCB are able to hold this one out.
How? How? Don't stand. Stalwart should run a full awesome lineup on that one over towards their compound. RRQ disengages. They leave. They didn't want any of it. Soko moves down back over towards the Vicious central side. D plus Kia currently trying to deal with Cellcom Digi Alliance over towards that eastern edge. Chip's still in Rotok. I think he's just using that high ground right now to scout. Nice. The team doing a good thing. I like it. This is really good.
All right, RCB moving out against RRQ. They wanted to do it before. Stalwart pulled them back in. They handled that swiftly, not taking any casualties, and a nice nade over the top for RCB. Silas is low, but the roll down from Wild and Loxy is both of them moving out of the vehicle. The lean out of the window with the DBS. They pull on back. The vehicle's smoking. The health bars are low, but they'll stay alive for now. Not so fortunate for the forward player, though. And now Snake going to move on in to try and get this flush confirmed. And Nate to the backlines as Loxy and Wild both healing on up. Silas out in the blue zone. Stage 5, ticking hard. And will need to move forwards as well. Unlikely that they can go for this res because they don't have a lot of time and it's brute force. Hey, let's add that to the stolen Elim count.
Silas plays out in the open lobby. 4MV luckily is here to help out versus RCB. MG3 in the hand of Asayu, getting some good damage through, but not quite enough as RCB will finish off. RCB, RRQ had to push into you guys at some point. I don't think the rollout was necessary, but at least they finish it off. They can start moving forward. D plus Kia finds some good shots over those Team Secret. I think that's Chips actually from that high ground picking up some of those eliminations. All the while they're dealing with Cellcom Digi Alliance, and Mythic will hold his own versus the Thunder Talks.
4MV are on 10 elims on the north side of this as well. Mythic manages to win the duel against the King. Takes the crown, but it is a tenuous kingdom at best, because one player on that shack is not really going to be too easy to hold off, especially if 4MV look to turn their attention that way. Doc close by, looking for that flex out. RCB, they lost a player on that engagement with RRQ, but they do carry on. That nade, though, might change things. That's 2 knocks over towards Loxy as well on the backline. That is huge from Vexy, able to give Voin Donkey ID some safety on their western front. That's going to keep Silas all the way towards the back. Loxy's low, and they're just peppering these nades, and they really want to confirm these flushes.
Yeah, the counting 1-2 on the nades there. It was a weird one for Vexy because keep throwing them down the middle, assuming that they're both in the same spot, but he just gets a very fortunate grenade. I think it was right on the edges there in terms of the damage numbers that would take out both those players from RCB. I think RCB could have been here a lot earlier or a lot safer, but I won't talk about that too much, considering that's already gone and passed. 4MV 10 eliminations. So although D+ having a good game at the moment, it hasn't amounted to a full lead out versus 4MV just yet, and they need to keep on going.
Nade over.
Good nade from
finds
Osal.
Jimmy.
Wow.
Brilliant opener for D+ for their rotation. Now they can regroup out to the west side towards Chips, who's holding down a little bit of the ridgeline here. However, they still are on the high ground with Celcom the G Alliance with oversight onto this position. They want to go for the roll down. They've opted to go straight headlong into the fight, and the roll down needs to be successful, and it is. All 4 of their players stay alive. 4MV, they're into the buildings that Team Liquid were holding with 1 player, and the flex out comes through. They want to try and chime in here. Nolbu takes a lot of damage. The roll down is there. Apex managed to land the bumper square between the shoulder blades, finds him running, and finds him slacking too. D+ lose 1 as 4MV find the flex out.
Let's go 4MV. This was talking about. This is why I didn't want them to win that last match. I want them to still be hungry going in towards our third. And they certainly are. 12 eliminations so far. Haven't quite beat out D+ just yet, considering the points margin that they will have to accrue here, with D+ staying far into this game with 7 eliminations of their own. They only dropped down to 3 players, with Chips still on side, taking shots over towards Brute Force on the west. The Vicious, not done a lot this game. At least they get 4 eliminations. They've had a little bit of influence over on that north side, which is good for them. Silas scared, playing around this pylon and the broken fences.
Not too much for him to be able to do. I think there's some bullets being sent his way. Neos actually is backed off there. You can see that little gap in the concrete barricades. Just a little opening for Brute Force to spot Silas, but Neos can't peek that angle, unfortunately. Not just yet. Fortunately, Void Donkey ID. They've got a little bit more safety to go for that one. Silas doesn't go down to it, but a nade up high and a second follow-up from Razor 2 doesn't quite get over the wall.
Both of them were so close to bouncing over the top there. Let's send some more in for good measure. Now they have the damage numbers on it. They know that he's in this location.
Get away, Silas!
There
No!
goes. Oh, dude, you see the bank on that? It hit off the side of the fence, bounced twice, and followed him. Oh, dude, that is totally unintentional coming through from the count. But either way, they'll pick themselves the elimination off the back of it. But that's got to be... That's nade of the day for me.
I love it. I love it so much. It's a funny little tumble around the side. Doc gets spotted. Osal is the one to do so, but there's a knock being sent over towards D+ as well. With 7 elims, top 5 D+ are not going to be catchable for 4MV this match, I don't think. Unless there's, well, I will never say never, but we've seen some crazy stuff from 4MV in the past. If Apex can find Fabian, then that could be big. 4MV yet to get their res, but it looks like, no, they will pick that up. Nice. And Osal goes down. Apex, he knows where this knock is as well. He should just drop this nade straight on target. It's a big loop, but it goes to the wrong smoke, unfortunately. Still 2 more in the pocket, and he's going to launch this one towards the backlines. This could be big. This could take all of D+ down. Fabian somehow staying alive. Another one from the top, and it is just going to be nade after nade to seal the deal. The rundown comes through. D+4, 5th place, 7 elims. Can 4MV catch up? Because they're up to 15 now, Blank. Are they going to do it again here? Only 3 players, and Apex is up to 8. All right. The doctor's out. Apex is in.
Apex doing a really good job here. And honestly, for 4MV, all it took for them was to admit the wrongdoings from their past couple of days. It's like, look, we're not playing well. We need to improve. We need to play a bit more discipline. And that's what they have done. Even from that last game, there was mistakes being shored up because they haven't really given ground as much as before. They haven't overcommitted either. This has been good play overall. It wasn't until that last moment where they were like, I think we can take that fight over towards D+ Kia, that they went for it. They knew that their side was clear as well. This is much better from 4MV. Again, I'm almost tempted to say, I hope they don't win again, just because I really do think that hunger from this team needs to be there, and I don't want them to get into this false positive. But actually, it might actually just be a complete positive if they win this game, because I do think so far they have made all the right plays and made all the right moves. More of that, please.
They've managed to profit at least 6 points, I think. Probably a little bit more than that. I think up to 8 points over D+ on this match, and all the placement points that they're going to be able to find as well, depending on where they finish. The gap was only 14, so this is a really good chase down over towards D+. And the nades open up a position over towards the Vicious, who have not been able to withstand pressure today. The nades over to Vexy. That may find it. No, not quite able to thread the needle. That's good, though. And it's right on the money. The nade comes on in, finally taking down Vexy. The stock spots Neos as well. Brute Force trying to flow one around the edge. Frieza is very isolated on this split. Needs to be careful.
And Neos getting rezzed up by Furia. We are in the final moments of the game at the moment. Apex rezzing up Doc. The Vicious lose a teammate to the play zone? Question mark?
That was play. I think the play was down already on the outside, and they didn't have the time to get that res, didn't have time to flex out, couldn't commit the resources. Brute Force go for a split. Frieza trying to be sneaky. I think 4MV are just going to spot this, surely. No, they're not going to have the angles. Haven't got quite the position on the ridgeline to take that shot. The Vicious actually keeping them off of that angle, which is why they couldn't see down to it there. Open and exposed. 4MV have a difficult rollout ahead of them here, Blank.
Yeah, they basically desperately needed that nade over towards the front line from the Vicious. I actually don't think that 4MV are able to win this game. There have to be some insane approach to this one. Best thing they can do is maybe send down over towards Brute Force, but a wonderful spray down from Frieza.
Up into the rock, there's a nade on the Doc. Gonna have to pull something out of the bag here, but that nade should seal the deal. A flex out wide, and Frieza's ready for it. Neo's on the high ground, and Apex last to go. 4MV in danger of going down, and maybe you'll get your wish, Blank, all the way up, but not quite to the final mark, as the nade up to Apex nearly does the damage needed. And a lot of points earned for Brute Force. Even if D+ fall, they aren't going to move aside so easily for 4MV.
I mean, reasonable maneuver from 4MV. I don't think they've got too many options. Either they got that knock over towards the front line coming through from the Vicious, or they send down towards Brute Force. And again, that was good decision making. They didn't get the initial 2 grenades. They don't want to expend too many. So they're like, look, we have to take this fight with Brute Force. Instead, Apex, some good movement from Diminor, able to find that shot over towards him as Frieza moves further up. Nice shot from Apex onto Furia. Attempts to finish him off, but won't find it as Frieza will finish off that player. Now, Neo's hoping to keep the Vicious at bay.
Brute Force trying to get the reses up, but the nades need to suppress Reyes. This is the hardest position for them to deal with right now. The rest of it is suppressible by Neos, but that high ground, that little off angle that 4MV had before, they couldn't do too much with because of the Vicious's position, now is claimed by them. And there's a real big opportunity for the Vicious to get a little bit back off of the games that they should have had good performances in, specifically that Sanhok where they just melted in the face of pressure. But now all eyes onto one team. Brute Force over the ridge, over that lip. And the nades from Diminor on the back line. Launches it forwards. Neos not in the way of it.
No, from Frieza, they're trying to get a raise, because raise is that location that is going to cause them the most issues. Is the front line that's going to be able to hold back a lot of these players from Brute Force as the rest of the Vicious attempts to move forward. And I think that realistically, Bruno's in as well as Diminor should have been throwing smokes early to try and get towards this ridge side, because Raze has had so much control. This is somewhat lackluster coming through from the Vicious.
Oh, no,
I don't think Brute Force had this control on the ridge for the longest time. Now they have to make this breakout. The fact that Bruno's is able to get across is magical.
pulls the players up over the ridgeline, and Diminor's ready to push them back. Neos goes down to it, and nade over to Brunoza and evens the numbers. But Furia on the off angle still needs to be careful. Diminor looking for the spray. Frieza, Furia playing split from one another. Reyes with the cover of his teammate. Diminor's low, but he wins the trade. He's still alive. Reyes burning away on Furia. May have put himself in a 1v1. A sliver of HP for Diminor. He's trying to get the healing, but has to turn back to the weaponry as Furia moves across, but he hits the deck, stands up tall, and it's the Vicious to pull it back under control.
Reasonable reaction from the Vicious here. Diminor just made the most unbelievable play. Opts to not go for the first aid and just stands his ground versus brute force. A couple of mistakes from either side, but fantastic stuff from both of these squads.
Excellent.
And for 4MV though, just keeping things going, John.
Absolutely, just adding up the eliminations where it counts, but in the end, it's the madman from Mexico to take it from the top of the hill.
I have special powers. Max called out DRS and they had a win. I called out Vicious and they're starting to do extremely well today here, gentlemen.
And you hot juice, Inko! It's like, no, 2 weeks ago.
Dude, that last fight though was so sick. I was like, all right, Vicious win. And then all of a sudden I was like, no, brute force win. Okay, now Vicious win. It was just going back and forth. Vicious clutching it off. I love that pop off at the end. Well deserved. An absolute clutch there towards the end. I do agree though, Max, man. I think this could have been a lot easier if they played a little bit more aggressive earlier on.
I think if they third-partied 4MV versus Brute Force, especially the initial engage of Frieza, that would have been the perfect time to wrap up the game then and there, and also maybe get a few more eliminations. But man, Demeanor, he was on 1 HP, Jukes. My man was on 1 HP. He was prone. I thought he was going for the first aid. I'm like, oh, he's just going to heal up. He's going to play it safe. But no, he saw Furia from a distance, and that spray was on point. Even the initial knock he got with the Orc was so good, and he gets 7 elims. Okay, I mean, now we just need Team Liquid to pop off. Like, all the America's team are here to play Hot Jukes, except for Team Liquid. And yeah, this is not what I expected.
I mean, dude, what a clutch victory for them. Diminor just literally put the team on his back there. I mean, what else could you expect? I mean, it's so crazy because we saw them as, like, to be real, they're like the most consistent team on Sanhok. What was it, like second place every single time so far this tournament? And then now they get a beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner with 9 eliminations.
Yeah.
Man, this top 3 is going to get sketchy tomorrow. I guarantee you it's going to be so close.
And it feels finally good to have a Vicious win because they got close so many times. They got, what, 3 second places, a 3rd place, and a 4th place over the course of 13 matches that I've got currently on my stats board. They finally wrapped up a game with a chicken dinner, which is so good to see. And it was a really confident one too, because we've seen this central compound that typically in the other groups was played a lot by TJB, and they showed how good a spot it actually is, because the rest of the terrain is pretty much flat except for the terrain to the east that is a bit elevated. But they were third partying so many fights from like 200, 250, 300 meter range, and were just snatching eliminations left, right, and center. They were involved so early to clear that space, and then they just made sure they had those resources at the end to make the transition to the dirt pile and then get the ridge control against Brute Force. So, Vicious, as Blank said, more of that, please.
Yeah, more of that, please. Hey, also, 4MV, more of that, please, right? Finally, yes. Doc has awoken, today. Beautifully done. I think the coach just said, after yesterday, like, you know what? I don't think we're going to get zone, boys. I think the zone's going to go north all day long. Let's just adjust some strategies, make it happen, and boom, dude, some double-digit eliminations under their belt. Hopefully, we can finally start seeing some consistency from this team.
I mean, a good rotate as well, right? We talked about them going George in the last map to go across the bridge. This time they went around Yasnaya Lake to actually get in towards these zones where they just seemed like every team we see, we're going to eliminate. I mean, there's DRS, there's Team Liquid, there was D+ as well. But Max, you were kind of talking about, or watching the game, Frieza's position, like you kind of knew inevitably that was going to be the downfall of 4MV.
Yeah, I mean, looking at 4MV, the issue is, sure, their ridge is good, but the thing is, the ridge is good if you're only looking at one direction, Jason. If you're looking at the Vicious only, it's great, but Vicious are looking your way, and because of that, you're playing the southern side of the ridge, and you're super vulnerable to Frieza, and he just did not even fight too early, I would say, Hodrix. He was really waiting for the prime opportunity to get involved when 4MV were at their weakest, and because of that, he gets 2 knocks with his teammates, and they instantly just start sweeping 4MV on the east and getting control of the ridge, which could have resulted in a win. So Frieza, I think he played this absolutely perfectly the way he should have in that position. Yep. You don't have a great advantage, but if you wait for 4MV to start going downhill, that is going to be your time to strike.
Yeah, perfectly played. I mean, I was talking about with you in the background about, you know, Vicious's position. It was just so rock solid that, you know, it's so difficult when you're in that end game and you kind of feel that chicken dinner on the way. You don't want to leave that comfortability, you know? I do agree. If they would have just third-partied that, it would have just been a full wipe and they would have got probably some more eliminations. But they waited right there to the end. And it just goes to show that when you make that call, it can make things a little bit sketchy. And it definitely did. But this man right here shut that game down all on his own. Beautifully done. And it's performances like this that just breathes life into your entire squad. You know what I'm saying? It just gets them going, pumped up. These guys are hyped. I hope we continue to see that here, and it's not just a flash in the pan.
I'm kind of scared. If you looked at the MVP there, he had 7 elims, but he wasn't the top elim leader in that game. Like, it had to have been someone for 4MV, I'm assuming, because they had so many eliminations with 15. But for someone to get like 8 or potentially 9 elims, like that's insane. That's just like Doc. I mean, Doc only got 7 in the last game, but either way, here as we're taking a look at our leaderboard, we are going to see Vicious able to climb their way back into the front page in 5th place. You're right behind 4MV, and honestly, not too far out from 3rd place. But there is, I almost want to say, a little bit of a gap starting to develop, like between, I want to say, like our top 6. Because we can see there's a slight gap between like 6th and 7th place. You know, Stalwart, we haven't even talked about too much. They've been kind of silent throughout this entire group so far, but they're still holding on steady to at least get into survival stage.
That's not where they want to be, though. You know what I'm saying? I think that if you're Stalwart in any of these squads, like Team Liquid, Regnum Karya, CH, I mean, pretty much all the way down. Like, if you're these teams like RRQ on up to, let's just say, 12th place, right? I think that at that point, they need a chicken dinner here and now. Like, you just got to go for it. I mean, obviously, that's what they want, but I think playing that risky kind of play style is going to start paying dividends at this point, because you have to. Because at this point, it's either you're going to make it into that top 3 or you're going to go into the group of death, which is that survival stage. I mean, not a place you want to be.
It's 11 points, though. I'm not disagreeing with you necessarily, but I feel like this is the closest it's been to be at the bottom of the leaderboards to bubble in any group so far.
Exactly.
And I'm hoping someone out there can correct me. I feel like you just have one decent game here in the next, how many matches do we have left? 9 matches. That could be enough to get you through into survival, at least. It's not gonna be enough to get you through into last chance for sure, but
it keeps the teams around the 11th position currently are moving every single game, it feels like, Jason. Like, now you had, of course, Alliance going down, Voindonkey able to go a little bit higher into 12th position, Regnum Karabra able to finally escape the 11th position. They've been there for a hot minute, so yeah, it's going to be down to the last game for the bottom 5 teams to know if they make it or if they go home.
Once we get to the last game, we still have quite a few to go through. We're going to head to a short break so we can come back here with our last 3 of the day.
Soldiers in their fight.
Welcome back to day 3, the halftime here of Group Green. I'm joined by none other than the coach of Voin Donkey, Defian. Defian, we've noticed some roster changes today. What is the reasoning behind that?
So I'm afraid that Jason, Max, or Hojux will gonna criticize me if I don't do that. No, I'm kidding, of course. So we've been having like not very good or bad performance in the last 2 days. So I try to like find some refreshment in the roster. So I do that. And I think it's kind of work, I guess.
Not I guess. It's definitely working, all right, if we compare it to the first 2 days. How are the players feeling so far in this PMGC?
They are very excited because like beside Potato, the other 3 or 4 of them is their first time PMGC. It's like last year, they barely professional player. They are still community level players. But this year, they managed to qualify to the PMGC. So yeah, they are, even though they're not actually performing like top leaderboard right now, but they are very excited and they're trying to prove that they are global level players.
Yeah, that they belong here, that they're meant to be here. That's good. I mean, I got a bit of a spicy question for you, all right? We're kind of talking a little bit about this before the show. A lot of viewers have been saying that this group is the easiest group out of all of them. How do you feel about that?
Well, I kind of agree. Like, it depends, like compared to like the first group and the second group, I think yellow is the easiest kind of group. Like, even though we are not performing really well right now, but I can say that because like just caliber of the competitor in this point right now. Like dominating teams only like 2 or 3 teams. Like not every team is like competing to like top level point right now.
Right on. Well, hey, you guys are currently 57 points away from top 3, 1 point away from 11 and making it to survival stage. I'm hoping those changes that you have made will definitely make way for you guys to even be able to make it to survival, or who knows? We'll see. Maybe you guys can try to make a push there towards top 3. I know Indonesia will love that. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. Back to you guys.
Come on, Defi. We're not going to be mad at you.
No.
We always
Could
talk
never.
positive things about you. I still remember when you gave Clarus a jersey back in Saudi Arabia last year, and you didn't give me one, but you gave it to him right in front of me.
By the way,
salty.
I'm not salty at all about it.
No, Defi, I love Defi to death, dude. He is the man, the myth, the legend. As a matter of fact, he gave me a jersey. He gave Mustache Dave a jersey, which he gave to me, and I still have it. I still have it in my closet.
Shut up, Jukes. Shut up. You're making him angry.
Where's that DPS, Max? I need it right now.
I don't have it.
Dude, but you know what? I want some of that Voin Donkey merch, dude. That Leatherman looks sick.
You know what, Hot Jukes? That's fine. You can have the jerseys all you want, because you know what I have?
What?
An Infinix GT20 Pro right here in my hands, which I think is a little bit better than a jersey, though it's not autographed by anyone, because I want it clean and fresh, so I can play like a pro with my 120 FPS Max. Don't break it.
I did not hit it in the mic. It is solid. Look at that, guys. It is solid. It is not broken. It is still great condition. There you go.
Well, okay, turn it on then, Max.
Pristine.
I didn't charge it. It is not charged, Jason. I've been playing too much. I've been trying to beat that bloody dragon, okay? To my battery.
Oh, I knew I'd have him. I knew I would have him. Just in the palm of my hand there. Just turn it on, Max. Well, also, not to mention, if I'm not mistaken, we still have tickets available for PMGC. We don't need any special pop-up for it. You guys need to pick up those tickets ASAP and go hang out with us in London, get some delicious food, meet the players. And as we start to talk about the players here, Max, you did want to touch on Thunder Talk after the last match.
I want to Thunder Talk about Thunder Talk Gaming right now, Jason, because they've had some good approaches to the game. I would say rotation-wise, it's a solid 8.5 out of 10. I like the rotates, but Hodrix, we've seen them, how they're approaching a lot of these fights. They approach it in similar fashion to what Influence Rage are doing, which is very third-party focused around the edge of the circle, but I do tend to think, Jukes, they pull the trigger a bit early. This game in particular, 4MV get a little bit close to the fight of Regnum Karabra and RRQ. 4MV are getting close to the fight, but not fully getting involved because I think it's a little bit too early at that point. And Thunder Talk, I think, expect, oh, they're getting close, they're going to push it, let's third party them. Pull the trigger too early, and 4MV do a complete 180, re-engage on Thunder Talk, and they get obliterated, lose 2 players almost instantly to the drop of a hat. So, Thunder Talk, third party, good idea, but the timing is important, as we saw with Influence Rage, which I think have perfected the aspect of the game.
For sure. It was so funny to watch because we saw AJ push up on the Team Liquid, I believe, and he was able to get that elimination. And I think they were feeling themselves because they're like, oh, you know what? If we could take this north side, we're going to win this game. So they push on the 4MV and it just goes sideways and they immediately start backtracking. You know, they're like, oh, I'm sorry. It was just a prank. Yeah, it was just a prank. Sorry. You know, we could totally share this side of the map, you know, and it didn't work out. I mean, that's what it comes down to. At the end of the day, you know, you try to make some plays to win the game, and I don't mind it, like I said, because you know, hold on,
Doc.
Hello.
That's a big damage gap. Yeah, continue. Sorry, I was just like, what?
No, I mean, serious damage gap. That's wild. No, but yeah, you know, like, it's just one of those things where I like to see teams take risks, because if Thunder Talk did win that fight against 4MV, this could have been a massive game for them, right? So hopefully we can continue it, because I think that in order to see squads like Thunder Talk, you know, really try to rocket launch themselves in the top 3, they need those double digital elimination chicken dinners. So you know, like you mentioned, it's all about that timing. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for this time. Hopefully it does in the next few matches.
Just a bit more trigger discipline right now that we have not seen. They were in 4th position at the start of the day. They're currently in 6th, so they're slipping down. Vicious overtook them, 4MV overtook them, so that timing is very important for the rest of the day if they want to be comfortable going into day 4.
Okay, I agree. I don't know. I mean, I was trying to like run back through what Duffy was saying about the group, you know, saying he kind of agrees that this is definitely the easiest group of the 3, which is kind of interesting because you have him say that, but I believe like Doc said earlier on that no, this isn't an easy group. So it's kind of interesting to look from like a coach's perspective versus a player's perspective, and obviously we can argue till our faces turn blue or red on what we think. But I think all 3 of us, to be fair, are in agreement that this is definitely one of the easier groups, because we're not really having more than like 1 or 2 teams really dominate when it comes to these lobbies, like Influence Rage. I mean, I think they've easily been the most standout team so far, especially considering they have their counterpart of Team Liquid here, who has yet to hit that stride. And I'm gonna throw it right back to you, Hot Jukes. Obviously, you're trying to salvage a day. You can't really depend on that last match that Team Liquid always seem to do to be able to kind of, you know, keep themselves in it. If Team Liquid want to get top 3, if we're talking about teams that need to step up, I feel like we need to start seeing Team Liquid have better days outside of that last match.
Yeah, I mean, because right now, what is the cutoff? D plus Kia, 123 points. Or actually, no, a little bit more than that. Yeah, so Team Liquid, was 73 in the last match, 9th place. That's a solid gap, man. Oh my goodness. If these guys want to make a run for top 3, it's going to take 2 chicken dinners today, at least in my opinion. That's what they got to start kind of gunning for at this point, because, you know, you do not want to wait until that last day, last game. You don't want to be in the position that Falcons were, where they just came up short of that last chicken dinner and didn't make it into the finals. So, Team Liquid, I think that they should have been in Influence Rage's position, right? It's wild to see them so far down low. But man, I can't see them wait until Miramar to get that good game under their belt one more time. It hurts to watch.
Yeah, it's good to have some good Miramars, but at the end of the day, Erangel is your most important map. Like, the reason why we're seeing, for example, Brute Force Influence Rage up there is because guess what? They're doing exceptionally good on Erangel, right? They'll just popping off on that battleground. And right now, Miramar, if you have especially just one good Miramar a day, this is just not going to be quite enough. They're about 50 points away from D plus Kia in 3rd position. They got, that's a pretty sizable gap. I don't think they need to like get those big chicken dinners, Hot Jukes, because to catch up and overtake, for example, Team Secret, Stalwart, Thunder Talk, just make it into top 5, get like 5-6 eliminations. I know it's easier said than done, but I don't need those big flashy games. I just need consistency, and unfortunately, Team Liquid has been the opposite of a consistent
I'll fight you on that actually right now a little bit, Max.
Okay.
Because if you think about it this way, we were saying this so many times. If you're going to qualify for Grand Finals right now, top 3 in this group is the way to go. You are not going to make it through survival stage / last chance if you're a team who's like 11th place, you know, through 8th, or I mean, obviously could be a little bit higher than that. I'm just kind of giving some random placings. For Team Liquid, you for sure will not qualify in survival if you get to survival with this current way of playing. So for me, if they want to have a chance to qualify, I think they have to go for it. They got to go for top 3. I'm actually kind of in agreement with like Hotchooks here in this sense, because I don't think when it comes to last chance, they're going to be able to have pop-off games when they're in arguably, not even arguably, a for sure more difficult lobby.
I definitely get where you're coming from. It's more, I think when I'm saying that I want to get top 5 with a few eliminations, is just to keep them in the race. I feel like if they don't get that bare minimum, they're out of the conversation, right? That's like the bare minimum. If they want to go top 3 like hard now, then of course they need to get top 3s like between 5-10 eliminations a game if possible to wrap up today to be comfortable for tomorrow. But as of what we've seen, I don't think we're going to see that because we haven't seen in the first few days. So I'm just going just slight improvement step by step, and I think that might be enough to keep them in the race. But those big wins, as of what we've seen so far, I just don't think it's happening today.
Okay, well, you did say 77 are going to get a win today. I'm still waiting for that moment to happen. We're going to head back into our final Erangel of the day. John Allen and Blank, take it away.
I think it's time to get to the grassy pastures once more. I'm happy with it. We're going to be jumping on in. Zaki over towards Sanhok military base, a little bit west on the plane path, and the circle all but guaranteed to be going back up to Severny.
Oh, dear me. I don't want to see it again, but I think we will here, John. I think another Northern Circle is on the hands for us. We're getting teams dropping out. A bit of an extended break for us there, but we are back in the matches once again for match 4, the last Erangel of the day. I do think there are some teams starting to work their way up the lobbies. We had an interview with Defi as well, which was nice to see. You guys trying to take Count Voin Donkey to the next level. I don't think they've been having horrible games. It's just not, the impact isn't there. The rotates, great, right? A lot of the rotates that Voin Donkey go for, they're in good positions, but some of the team fights just aren't quite working out in their favor at the moment. Team Secret, definitely a bit of a sleeper team for me right now. But it is 4-B working their way up the tallies. And again, I'm actually glad they didn't get their chicken dinner. I want them to continue working on their playstyle. I think that absolutely could have been a chicken dinner for them on that last game. They got sandwiched a little bit, though, between both the Vicious as well as Team Liquid. Brute Force, sorry. I've got Team Liquid on the mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, they certainly do need to keep that pressure going. 73 points, 9th place at the moment as well. With Influence Rage at the top, there's that little Brazilian bolstering effect. Hopefully they can try and channel some of that energy into their standings as well. It's getting a little bit late in the day for them to be able to get towards the top 3 blank. I mean, they have a 50-point difference behind them and B+, which is going to make that one very, very tough for them to jump up. But looking a lot more and more likely that we'll see them in the survival stage as time goes on. But they are not out of danger just yet. I mean, Voin Donkey on 66 are in 12th place right now. They are only, 7 points behind right now on Team Liquid. So definitely something you need to worry about.
I like the DRS went for the gamble. They were like, damn, so he's going over to the north side. Let's drop in Severny. Unfortunately, this time around, Circle does head over towards the west. Finally, for the first time in quite a while, average eliminations for Doc at the moment sitting at 2.2 with 29% contribution to the squad. RCB, Silas up against the Vicious at the moment. He's got himself an AKM. Looks for Raze as well. Pops him out. There is one more to be had. It's a 1v3 potentially. Yes, it is.
Get in there, Silas. Once again, the veteran keeping his cool in these early game engagements, Blank. They keep Loxy alive as well. He was their last hope. That's not how you... Okay. I mean, really good play. Bit mean to Loxy, but gets back and into control of it. What a way to close down that fight as well. Really, really necessary time to do it. They would have lost 2 had he not been able to do that.
I do love the fact that, yeah, he drags his teammate with the monster truck to get him into position. Diminor, off the back of an incredible match last game, is forced to play alone now without the rest of his squad, and there's more shots coming through. I think there might have been a tire getting popped in the meantime. Yeah, great start for RCB. Currently are in 10th place off the back of that. Will keep themselves nice and healthy. They are in danger of dropping out from the survival stage, but if RCB can continue getting up some points here and there, you know, they should be fairly safe. I think right now, Cellcom, Digi Alliance, DRS, 77, RRQ are all performing to a point where I'd imagine that they would remain in that bottom 4. Voin Donkey might be able to set themselves upwards because CAG is definitely in danger in our leaderboard. They've not been getting the same kind of performance that they were heading up on that first day. And a lot of these aggressive plays are starting now to work against them.
It's definitely all to play for. The value that you can get out of a single game when you're at the bottom of these tables is immense. That 6th to 7th place drop off is quite notable as well. So pretty much 7th down to, I would say, 13th is in the running for all of those spots. We'll have to see which 2 we're going to be electing to stay with our block of 56 pointers at the bottom of the tables right now. DRS 77 and RRQ currently not having a great time. 77 on our screens as well. This could be a potential for them to find a decent game here, but they have just not been respected in the way that they were back in PMSL EMEA, and they have not been able to adapt so far.
Yeah, I think in terms of the mental game as well, it's rough. Considering you come off from PMSL EMEA, you feel very, very confident going into PMGC, and then having games like this consistently, it must feel bad for you, understanding that you are capable of so much more, but not able to quite hit those heights yet. There is still a chance with the way that the points tables are ranking up for them to hit over towards the survival stage. But I do think at this point in time, with how far ahead some of our teams are at the top in that top 4, it's so unlikely. In fact, maybe even impossible at this point for teams in our bottom 5 to ever get themselves a top 3 at this point. What they're fighting for now is survival stage.
It does seem that way. A difficult jump to make. I mean, we've seen some resurgences come through, obviously from the Vicious in that last game. Unfortunately, this game, very unlikely that they can keep that one rolling. Thunder Talk have started to put a couple better games on, but you're right, they are still a little bit messy with it. And 4MV, obviously the big resurgence that everyone is paying attention to. Now only 4 points behind D plus Kier, 14 points behind Brute Force, and that's not a safe place to be. Especially when you're talking about Apex, when you're talking about Doc, who over the course of these last few games have been standout for them.
Yeah, Doc's been doing really good work, but as has Apex as well. Apex looking very, very good for 4MV, with some great support from the rest of the players on that team. Thunder Talks not quite able to really consistently keep up those averages, though. They have some good games here and there, but a lot of times here on Erangel, they've been finding weird engagements, John, where they're not able to quite finish out these fights confidently enough. I don't think we've seen a single fight for Thunder Talks that has gone completely in their favor, i.e. all 4 members are up at the end, no knocks available on their side, whereas I think for a lot of other squads that are in that top 4, we have seen some very confident squad wipes coming through. But this is a different game entirely on this match 4, considering the circle is nowhere near where a lot of our teams are used to it going. So some different things to come through. And no one can copy D plus Kia's rotates.
Not on this one anyway, as they are into the compounds to the south side of the ruins area, just over the north edge of the Gatka fields. A lot of options from this position, and I think that this is going to help D plus Kia moving forwards. They can transition out to the east. They've got access over the north side of Pachinki if they need to go there. They've got obviously big access to Everest and also have opportunities to move through those Gatka fields. So I think that in general, they sit in a nice spot to get to wherever the circle decides to take them.
Voin Donkey on their rotate. They went down towards Primorsk. Not a bad position to be in. You can certainly play up towards Quarry side. 4MV yet to make this crossing. And this is a dangerous crossing for 4MV. They struggle with this one for quite a while now, getting over towards that northwest side, but they will have to move shortly. Next circle about to pop for us. And we'll see where this one's heading. Whoa. It's so rough, man. I think for 4MV, this actually works against them because I do think they have a little bit of indecision on these types of circles. Do we cross now or do we wait it out? A lot of times waiting it out would be the smartest decision. But I think 4MV much prefers to play like in the thick of it. A lot of times they work well off the back of that, carving themselves a bit of space outside the circle. Not a possibility here though. where now they have to think about, do we stay on the south side? And I think it actually was last time they got beaten up by Team Secret, who were able to cut in towards their south, and that's exactly what Team Secret's going for once again. So I hope that 4MV remembers that game.
Maybe create a little bit more presence towards that south edge. Yeah, 4MV, they're fully committing at the moment to this military island position as Team Secret are moving over. And you're right, going for that wide sweep. We saw that a little bit before. COG Osaka, they drop this area, so they know what they're doing. It is navigable to them and familiar as well. And they have got the compound down the hill. They've got that opener as well up on the high ground. This 2-2 split right now is going to be okay, depending on how fast they can pull the players on the high ground back to the compound should they need to, and vice versa, depending on which position gets crashed. They're actually putting 3 players now all the way up onto the high ground, so it looks like they want to be a little bit more maneuverable, a little bit more open ground play.
Yeah, I actually am a big fan of this spot of the map. I think it does require you to be a little bit more cognizant of what's going on around you, be very aware, but in general, it does give you good control over towards the north side with rotational paths out towards the fields later on. And for CAG Osaka, they need a good game now to remain in the running towards that middle pack. The Vicious, as you were saying before, John, they went down to 1 player very early versus RCB, and their final player, Dimonor, is trying to live it out. Just the south side of school. Good play from 4MV, though. They spotted that there was no players coming through on that south side. They've rotated over towards the east, so they are very, very aware of this crossing coming through from Team Secret, which is super necessary because they caused them such problems earlier. Breaks down already as Doc picks up the first elimination over towards them.
Soaz goes a little bit further north, but they are still, as you say, very aware of this, putting pressure out to this east side. In a hovercraft, is that for Team Secret at the back line? The last player from the Vicious actually slowly making his way in on that eastern edge. What would be the craziest result here, Blank, is if Team Secret go down and 4MV are like, okay, cool, we've secured our eastern side. And then all of a sudden, Dimonor comes on through and just goes like, actually, I'm going to take 2 of your players down right now, right here. And see what you can get done. That would be the craziest timeline. Very unlikely to happen. Going to need to move up to the north side with the circle shift coming on through, so nothing crazier than that hard southeast shift that we saw just before.
Oh, it's an awkward one for 4MV and Team Secret, as this fully confirms over towards the northwest, in which case that bridge needs to be crossed. There's a lot of players and teams holding out that area. So a tough time ahead of them. D+, it will be losing Nobu right off the bat there to RCB, who is feeling invigorated on this match. Chips has to try and back off the rest of the players, but I think D+ Kia now in a horrible scenario. Down to 1 last player in Chips as he tries to send it away. We'll get back down the hill, but for D+, very much not a good game on the hands. And this is an opportunity for 4MV to get themselves up into that top 3 once again after the very first Erangel that they played.
For RCB, it's not about the money, it's not about the points, it's about sending a message. And that's why they always leave 1 alive this game. They sent the Vicious off into the distance to tell the tale of their exploits, what Silas could do to you. D+ Kia, though, not so lucky. The messenger caught on the cross by the players out in the open. They feed into the Wolves, and RCB add up, what is that, 6 eliminations now. And I think they've gotten all but 1 of them so far in the lobby.
Yeah, pretty much. So it works. Get the 3 Ilima and then go from there. 77 finding Doc as he makes the approach in. There's always going to be a really hard crossing for 4MV. I think that it's somewhat of an unlucky stick for them because the decisions they have to make are so difficult from this position. I think they regret dropping a military base, honestly. Because first of all, they have to think, right, there is players from Team Secret coming from behind us. We have to hold that out so we can't move across too early. Circle consistently keeps this area of the bridge in. So now there's a huge amount of teams over towards Lighthouse and Ferry Pier. So a chance to get back across is very difficult. And they struggle to make that early call, right, to head over towards the mainland.
Zadira has to be careful. High ground is powerful, sure, but can't be too bold with it. Apex making the run down. Straight in the middle, there's potential to move up to Doc's position. Team Secret getting into the hovercrafts to move through. Yeah, Apex does get spotted. That was the player driving straight down the middle of the bridge. So another knock and a flush coming on through 4MV. Difficult approach. The hovercrafts for Team Secret, getting the majority of them actually across the water, but not into the circle, and they'll have to try and make landfall. Baron gets spotted for 4MV, leaving just one player alive. That's Reefus, and he's still on the south side.
I think having 2 hovercrafts is kind of criminal. As Team Secret rolls up underneath him. Brute Force finding CAG Osaka. We said this team had to have a good match here, but losing one player off the bat is not fun. 4MV down to just 2 players, and they're going to have to wait this one out a little bit longer as Circle heads up towards that northeast side, cutting in a lot of the field on the northwest. But Cellcom Digi Alliance actually have a very nice lineup over on that eastern edge. But RCB, they're coming in quick.
Trying to make their way in on in. They've been on the warpath so far this match. Let's see if that can continue. As Shifu suppressing still out on the bridge, on that bridge hold, looking to just stop anybody moving around, but Team Secret still on their secret mission over towards Ferry Pier as well. Thunder Talk towards the middle of the circle. They've got 4 players alive, Blank, on a little bit of a split. I think they're 2-2 right now on both of their positions, just playing out and towards the fields. They're looking fairly safe. I mean, these crashes will be coming through. The question is, can anybody do enough to get rid of them entirely, even if they lose players on that approach?
Brute Force loses pre-pod and 3 players for that team. This is over towards the eastern side. Brute Force attempting to get something done versus Cellcom Digi Alliance, but a nice lineup from them is good alongside with the backstab going through from Thunder Talks. And a lot of action is going to break out on the southwest side soon, John, with practically all of our teams vying out for control over very limited ground.
As the last players from Team Secret just getting picked up, scarfed down. As Reefus spotted, sprayed out. Baron still at the back line, but 77, I mean, they've got a lot of value out of this bridge hold right now, Blank. They're up to 6 elims. If they manage to find Baron as well, that'll be up to 7. So even if they can't push their way in, this is a successful game for 77, and a sorely needed one at that.
Yeah, for 77, it's been a long time coming for a strong match off the back of them. 4MV lose their final player, and that will be them going down 1 point. So although D+ really opening the floodgates for teams underneath them, 4MV is not able to get a lot done. The Vicious goes out as well, and D+ will hold on to that 3rd place spot for a little while longer, it seems. Find Donkey finding a shot over towards Thunder Talks.
I was going to say, unless Thunder Talks can give it a good go, they're up to 95 points this match, which puts them within striking distance. Sure, it's a long shot, but you know, they could definitely get a lot closer than they were at the start of this one, depending on how well they can hold this 2-2 split out in the open on their shack position. Voin Donkey try to make a 3rd angle on that shack hold, but might be easier said than done. In the meantime, 77 continue to push up. A lot of damage done to RRQ on the approach. Limbo Boom with the nade cook, but he's slower on it. Has to step into the fire to stay alive. He's burning, but he's up for now. Has to go back on out. That's not going to be good for the health. Meanwhile, over on the other side, 77 are holding in with 3. Zadira up to the wall. Hits the deck, goes for the spray underneath, but the bouncer bobbles straight under the belly and blows him sky high. Moving on through for RRQ. They're solid on the hold now as Shifu falls as well. Magnum falls out the back and answer finally, but is it too little too late? I think it might be. The res potential there is big for RRQ.
2 down for 77. Make that all of them as they do draw their last breath, but 7 eliminations. Good points tally will set themselves a little bit closer to that breakout margin as the circle centers up, and it is Count Voin Donkey over towards the center here, lording over the land of a small shack. You know, though, just you have a small shack, you're still the lord of it.
It may not have a roof, but it's got 4 walls, and that's all you need to establish your domain. See if that can maintain, or if someone will try and usurp the throne in the middle. Team Liquid on the southwest side. Mythic down, going to get rezzed here, but they have to push in. The circle's moving in 5 seconds. There's not too many options here. It's fight RRQ, fight CAG Osaka. You have to pick one, or maybe you just send for one of the shacks in the middle and go down there. It's really dire for Team Liquid on this corner.
Very much so. DRS sets himself up in a position where, honestly, usually I would set myself up as a last ditch resort, right? Where you want to go for this spot if it's center and play off the back of it. Unfortunately, the DRS, now that they're on this outer edge, there's going to be a lot of sightlines looking their way, including Influence Rage. See if DRS can get through off the back of this one. CAG comes back for more. It weren't done with Team Liquid yet.
I mean, Team Liquid are going to be moving around them no matter what, so handling them now may give them a little bit more freedom, but even so, it's tough. Garnet around the trunk of the tree. Cuts down Cardozin and will be able to add the point to the tally. 5 eliminations found for, well, Team Liquid as well as CAG Osaka now. They can turn their attention to RRQ to give themselves a little opening to move further into this one. All the while, Influence Rage have been slowly moving hay bale to hay bale, chunking out parts of the circle, blocking them into their domain and trying to keep control of it. DRS breaking out to try and put pressure on, but Sleepy is low and needs to be careful. Meanwhile, nades from RRQ turning CAG Osaka's health bars red. Apollo goes all the way down. Another one over the top. Layer it perfectly. And RRQ play with 3.
RRQ, SRU. Nade over towards Matun. Last player remaining as RRQ looks to sweep over towards CAG Osaka. Only 5 eliminations on the match. Not a lot of placement points found off the back of this one. It will be ThunderTalks to pick up the final elimination somehow, some way. DRS doing a great job to hold out versus Influence Rage. A lot of smokes down.
Lil Boy still up and in action, so is Law. So 2 players on Influence Rage to try and make this work. Versus 2 from DRS and Sleepy's down as well. They're looking for that trade. That comes from RCB across the way. A third-party angle as Lil Boy steps into the smoke with the shotgun trying to blast it out the way, but it's not going to happen for him this time around. The points, they're getting stolen. They're getting taken away as he falls down too. DRS outlast, sure, but everybody out in the field on the northwest side is suffering. It's just Killer left for DRS.
It's so funny. ThunderDogs essentially just keep looking out this way like, oh, 3 points. We'll have them. Thank you. But RCB, great match from them so far. Now looking over towards Cellcom Digi Alliance. They didn't get stuck into it too much. And there is just now 5 teams left remaining inside the lobby. 6, sorry.
Yeah, we still got those players on the outskirts trying to crunch their way in. Those 2 teams on the northeast, it looks like RCB are in trouble as they move Jimmy back up the Cellcom Digi Alliance. The crash onto one of the shacks. This had to happen at some point, and finally ThunderTalk are going to have their metal tested. Asar can't quite find it on the way in. There's a third-party angle. If ThunderTalk can keep one of those players in the shack alive, they can maintain, but it's not going to happen. ThunderTalk cut down. One of their shacks has been displaced. And sure, there are casualties for RRQ, but they will move in with 2 as well.
The quote, he just rocks up. He's just frantically spraying the rifle. Feeling like there's someone might be in here. Again, for Count Voin Donkey, wonderful play from them. Taking up that shack was very dangerous, but it was one of the few locations inside the lobby that is fairly safe. Honestly, it's hard to get into nade range with this position. Brute Force, this is never a location you want to be in, but for RCB, they are outside the blue and might have to go for something a little bit more aggressive over towards Brute Force. They forced them to drop a lot of the smokes, though, which makes their path in much easier.
Brute Force going to be the team to have to hold them out. Actually, maybe not. The crash could come through onto that ThunderTalk shack, and the nades from RCB may be able to find their way through if they want to step up and take them. The cooks need to be good. The angle's perfect. You can see they start to pull the pins on both sides. If there is an answer, that nade looks pretty good, but it's on the outside. Unfortunately for them, ThunderTalk are now down to 1 with 8 elims. They will look at a push up towards D+, but they need more placements to add up if they want to start to challenge. RCB, however, still taking damage. No more nades for Shing.
10 elims on the game, though. Very, very good stuff. Similarly for ThunderTalks, up to 8, but only 1 player left remaining in Shing, and he's trying to extract as much value as possible out of this game with some well-placed Molotovs. I think that does tag on a little bit, but the shots coming through from the sidelines. Silas still alive here for the squad. He's playing on the outer edges, trying to provide support for his boys, and he finds 1 over towards Furia.
That's what you want to see. Steady hand on the rudder. And the good ship RCB looking seaworthy today. A nade over the top. Silas tucks back into safety. A nade gets the flush, but he's taken down by the response from Neos. Brute Force able to find that. And there's another knock already on the off angle, meaning RCB only have one player to try and get these reses on through. The second player gets back up. So now, do they stretch out for Silas, or do they try and commit to their position nearer the Thunder Talk shack?
Yeah, I think they have to play on the north side. I don't think they really can think about trying to pick up Silas. This is likely just a free game for Celcom Digi Alliance. I've been wrong about things like that in the past. Count Von Donkey could actually have a strong game from the central side, as could RRQ with their 2 players. It all depends how Celcom Digi Alliance play out these coming zones, because they do have to move up and into open ground as well.
Voin Donkey stepping out of their shack, and there it goes. Immediately the spray down for Olio. 2 players moving forwards. Hang on a minute. What's going on there? Voin Donkey step up. There's a double spray down. The high ground. Voin Donkey are making this work from the exit on the shack. All of a sudden, Celcom Digi Alliance collapse in the face of it. What a rollout from Voin Donkey. Both of the players from Celcom Digi Alliance, they line up for them.
They have a load of grenades as well. That's something to take into consideration for Count Voin Donkey. I mean, just Voin Donkey, damn. I keep saying it now. It's become their name.
It's canon.
It's canon now. Good nade, actually, from Loxy. Getting that through the windowsill was unreal. But the reaction speed from Xing to get out of the way from that was even better. Another one sent through. It's sad that one doesn't go through. Again, for Xing, if he jumps out then, he goes down to the explosion on the nade. So very, very astute plays here from Xing. But it is hard to prime that nade perfectly. Loxy's all out of them now. But yeah, for Voin Donkey, that was an essential move from them to step out to try and stop that push coming through from the guys on Celcom Digi Alliance. Similarly, good smokes from Voin Donkey to prevent those backline sightlines from coming through into effect.
Looks like the meds have run dry here on the inside for Thunder Talk. Only the one player, and he's scampering around. Another nade from the backlines. Wild. That should be it. Xing goes down. Wild spotted out in the open, though, and RRQ starting to put pressure on. Voin Donkey, though. The interview buff. Talk to 7WG. You got to get the game after it. I love to see it. 3 players alive. They're in the center. There is no way 100% of the time they win this blank. There is absolutely no way they lose.
Actually hilarious, though, that they're having impact over towards that fight. But also, for Wild to get that nade through the windowsill whilst Loxy was stood there, it was almost as if Loxy was like, look, man, you don't get the nade through the window, you knock me. So there's a lot of pressure, you better get it right.
Big game from RCB. They've managed to get up to 4th place with their high elimination count so far. Brute Force continuing to put pressure on to influence Rage as well. Depending on how much further they can get on this, they've got 6 nades, but it's just the one player left standing in Neos. This is good news again for some of the EMEA representatives. I say some because, as we all saw, 77.
This is bold.
They had a pretty good game as well. They got a value from the bridge, but still. The last 4 now remain, and Voin Donkey slap bang in the middle of it. RRQ with a high ground on the building, but that's going to get pushed off soon.
A very bold push-up from RCB. I saw that RRQ was smoking themselves to get the rollout. So I went for a very aggressive res out in open ground. A lot of teams getting into nade range. Remember what I was saying earlier about Voin Donkey actually holding onto a lot of nades in the back pocket to make something like this happen. Vexy already picks up Koryu.
In the cage match between Indonesia and EMEA, Voin Donkey, the last to stand for Indonesia, as RRQ do fall to those off angles, and now they're starting to flex out. Without that high position up on the rooftop, they feel a little bit more free to move. RCB not going to make it easy, though. 13 eliminations. Nade sent back their way. Loxy will feel a little bit of that one. Vexy with another one cooking. Wild a little bit split from him, as you need to be in these open field finishes. Keep that low profile. Make sure that you can't just go both down to the same nade. Wild cooking. Looking to try and isolate this hay bale. Vexy hopping about, trying to draw the attention, and he might bitten a little bit more than he can chew. Doesn't go down there. And RCB, they've got to be dry on nades at this point.
Yeah, expended all of them, but One Donkey fairly low themselves and not finding a lot of value off the back of these nades as Neil sends further back. One goes far, air burst on it, but RCB just take it. And it might be the nades from Neos that actually puts the final nail in the coffin for RCB. There's the first.
He's got 2 more as well. He's going to know Wild's closer by, steps up, actually gets a perfect angle on it, spots the player in the hay, but no, he goes for the wrong one, and Wild takes him down. And Voin Donkey for Indonesia might just be able to close this one out. RCB a second place with 13 elims. It's good, but it's not going to be the final blow to be struck, and that will go to Voin Donkey.
And they're pleased about it. I'm happy to see it for Voin Donkey. Good crash in the early game. That is a very strong position. It's hard to get into, but they make it happen in the end. You know if the circle goes over there by the time you're in that shack, although it is a weak position, technically, being on the outer edge is even weaker, and a fantastic hold versus Cellcom Digi Alliance.
A big win. Obviously for Voin Donkey here. I almost said Doinky. Damn it, John and Blake. I really got to watch my words here. As they're able to take the game, but you know, as you two were saying, we're watching the game, definitely the zone favored them quite heavily here. But RCB, I think, even though they didn't win the game, coming in second place, I think that was the big talking point for us in this last match.
Yeah, we were nerding out, me and Hodge, this entire game. Like, oh yeah, this the only possible rotation for them is to send it on the Alliance Ridge to at least reach the later stage of the game. And they understood that instantly, waiting for Alliance to maybe move a little bit further back away from the cube compound northeast of that circle. The moment they move back, they just send it over to the plateau to not really have to fight directly Alliance Hot Jukes, but just to share that little hilltop for a bit until they have to leave. But RCB had a great understanding of the terrain, what they were working with, and I think had the best macro play this match by far.
Yeah, and it's one that they so desperately needed. I was talking about that sense of urgency, how bad RCB needed a solid game right here, right now, in order to feel comfortable into trying to go for the run for top 3. There's still 2 more matches left today. If they have good performances, I mean, they could definitely make that run for sure. But I love to see Voin Donkey be able to get it done right here and right now, especially when we saw that circle doink on over to them. Dude, it was just too easy.
They got doinked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean anything? I don't know.
I think Duffy should do interviews more often, man. He does an interview and then boom, his team gets a
He's
win.
going to ask them. He's going to be like, come to 7 and say, please, can you interview me again? Please, please, we really need it.
I mean, there's only a certain amount of people there at the venue that are about the same height as 7, so it's nice for him to find someone about the same stature to be able to interview. But yeah, big game out of them. I'm going to have to bring them up one more time, and I didn't want to bring them up, but 4MV on military, I feel like we have to talk about that at some point here, Max and Hot Jukes. Like why don't one of you actually describe what they ended up doing towards military?
I'll tell you what, they saw a southern circle and they freaked out. They're like, what is this? I haven't seen this. What? You know, like, we don't have to go all the way up north once again. No, I mean, it was crazy because, you know, that zone was such a tough one for military teams because it gives you a false sense of hope. You know, we saw it still with a good, what was it, about a quarter of the circle that was still on military base, and they could have easily gone towards that eastern bridge. It was circle 2, Max, right? And I remember you screaming, being like, why don't you just go fight Team Secret and wrap around that way? But they had that false sense of confidence. They decided to go up the bridge, and 77 was just waiting for them.
The thing is, when they knew Team Secret were coming their way and even were avoiding 4MV, I would have instantly called the shot, oh, let's go wide to the east. Because when you're looking at the western bridge here, Hot Jukes, and this is the big important thing to keep in mind when looking at, I think it was phase 4 or 5, 50% of the bridge was in the blue. 50% of it was in circle. 77 leapfrogged CAG Osaka, took the warehouse to the west, well, not the warehouse, the long building over to the west, and also took the lighthouse position, which is the best 2-2 split. Can have to hold teams off. They're trying to cross that bridge camp them off so easily from those positions. And they're like, no, we're still going to send it, despite literally having the worst possible circles to be bridge camped by 77. And they still send it. And I'm not going to lie, Jason, I look back on that and I have no idea why, in their right mind, they made that call. They had a free option to go east and dip in the blue and heal, but West Bridge was just a death send, in my opinion.
Exactly. I mean, what I was trying to get at was, you know, the way you theorized that, okay, hold off Secret, get some eliminations, and rotate through the East Bridge would be a very smart play. in my head, I was like, okay, well, if they were going to send it across the bridge, why did they wait for Secret? They should have just sent it earlier to avoid more and more teams being on that coast. But I mean, in the end, you got to live with how things played out for them, which is why we're not seeing them on the front page. But Kagasaka, man, I got to give them some credit as well. They're able to take down like Team Liquid, but then RRQ, who's been extremely quiet throughout this entire 3 days, is able to take them out and get some good elims on the board.
Needed it. I mean, yeah, at this point, RRQ, they're not making it to top 3, that's for sure. I think at this point, it's just trying to make it onto that survival stage.
They just need some big games, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's too late now. It's just too late. I mean, like, yeah, if they won every single match today, so that's 2 left. If they won both of them, they would still need to win like 2 more tomorrow in order to make that happen. And that's just, I just don't see it right now from that squad, you know? So at this point, you're just going to try to get into that next stage, get that experience under your belt. So, I mean, they're definitely in the running for it, but as long as they're able to get some more consistent points, I think it can happen, Max.
Yeah, no, definitely could be working out. But I want to take the attention here real quick to our winning team of Voin, Donkey, ID.
Yeah,
I have to think about it. I got to use 100% of my brain to make sure I say it correctly. But Razor here, MVP. Congrats on this game. We did see a point though, Jason, where they got a bit panicked, I think, by the push of Alliance, and they thrown smokes out because the typical push on these kind of sheds you would see is they would shoot down the door, have one player in the car just driving and the other one having a nade in hand and instantly nading the shed. And they actually had a good game plan, which is instantly smoking out the building to make that nade harder to hit. And that did help them out in the long run. They did take a bit of a risk going out too early and the smokes didn't bloom yet. But it was a good idea from Alliance, but the defense was just really solid from Voin at that point. And Raze in particular put on a clinic at the end.
Or at least for them, they're able to move up to 8th place now. Not necessarily securing a place in top 11 to get into the survival stage, but at least getting them a little bit more safe, I should say, at the end of the day. RCB able to move up as well, 7th place. I mean, they were, I think it was like 16 points behind where Vicious was. They're able to close the gap just a little bit here, again, putting themselves within arm reach. I kind of agree with Jukes. I feel like it is possible. 40 points isn't that difficult to pull off. And I think, you know, a lot of these teams are like 40, slightly above 40 points out from top 3. It's very possible. But the problem is that I feel like the top of the table is still just put enough points up consistently to deny any sort of chance unless you do have, you know, those 2-3 really good games.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need them right here. So I like the fact that, you know, they're going for it because I think you really have to. I think RCB understands just how deadly that survival stage is going to be. So they want to make that run for top 3. And, you know, to put up some good points there, it's clutch. It's clutch. And Silas, he's going to be calm and collected because, I mean, he's won this thing before, you know, so he has that experience without a doubt. Hopefully he can just kind of lead his team to that. But I do want to stress one more time about Voin's rotation, Max, man, because it was really, really nice because these guys landed all the way in Primorse. They weren't just like, you know, zone locked the whole time. It was, I think it was circle 2. Yeah, right towards circle 3. They leapfrog on over to the warehouse right behind gas station. They scouted out that shack right in the middle of the field, and they full sent it when there was so many teams surrounding it. They secured that shack, and then from there it was just an easy chicken dinner.
I think the reason why Voin sent it, because it was a risky send, Jukes. I think we can all agree that sending it there, you don't know, is there going to be a team in the shed? Is it going to be open? Luckily enough for them, it was open, but you never know realistically. But I like the idea why they went for that Hail Mary send in the center is because if you look on, I think it was phase 4, to the west of them, you had DRS, you had CRG Osaka, you had Stalwart, you had RRQ, you had the remaining teams trying to leave the western bridge. So many squads that could have just crashed on them and just obliterated Void. They're like, we don't want to get involved in this messy western fight. We're just going to send it in the center because we've seen these circles many times where, guess what? If it goes on a field, if you have a shed, you have the better position in those type of scenarios. So they're like, yeah, we'll take the gamble because otherwise the west, there's just too many teams. We don't realistically think we're going to survive. So I think in that sense, it gives respect to the lobby from Voin, and he ended up working out with a win.
I was just taking a look at the graphic there we had towards the bottom, and it was about 90-something knocks for 4MV, who I believe are still going to be our elim leader right now, even though we've criticized them quite heavily. We cannot forget about the fact that they are still extremely highly placed at the moment, and it's still an easy opportunity for them to take a top 3 and get through to the Grand Finals. Only one way to find out is we do have our Miramars back-to-back to kick off and see if things are going to play out, and more importantly in the next match, if Team Liquid can salvage their day.
an attempt certainly will be made. The question is, will it be successful? Match 17 as we break into the desert, as we head over from the northeast side down to the western edge. And Blank, Team Liquid are going to need to keep up the pace if they want to go. I'm also looking at the top spots. I'm thinking Influence Rage. The last couple of games haven't been super strong, but they put up some good results today. Brute Force also accelerating away with that last performance. That third place spot seems like it may be the only one in flux.
Which is wild to think about at this stage of the game. Only into day 3, and we already kind of know who our top 3 are going to be if they continue playing like this. And even if they don't, they have such a buffer going into day 4. There's still a high chance that with some bad games now, you can still bring things back. But I think Miramar, things will change a little bit. We do have this awkward playing path, I would say, starting in Campo Militar, heading down towards La Tierra, which just cut out a lot of this southern portion of the map, which means that especially D plus Kias rotates a bit awkward to head down towards Paraíso. But they can make it. They can make it.
Influence Rage over on the east side as well. They're looking to just keep up pace, but they're close to D plus Kia. A hard southwest circle, Blank. We've got all of that South Island, almost all, minus the prison, into this one. The hills around Chumacera also going to be a major factor, clipping into the south edge. Los Leones on the east side. That in general will split the rotates coming in from the north and from the east, create a couple of hot spots in those areas as well. Taken to the skies, D plus Kia.
Yeah, straight up. I mean, it's a fast approach down to Puerto Paradiso, so you may as well go for it. I think they're going to get some loot up on the way. They drop in. There's a vehicle to be found that they can all get in the back of. Let's send on out. Let's take a look at the leaderboards right now, though. 4MV, 3 points behind. Both D plus and 4MV did not have the greatest of games on that last match, but Brute Force as well as Influence Rage, as we were saying, pulling ahead in a big way. And Thunder Talks were able to survive long enough that they were able to hit 103 points. A bit further to go now.
Yeah, Brute Force up on 141, and 7WG was able to catch up with them and talk to them. Let's find out.
Welcome back to another report with the 7WG. This time it's going to be in regards to Brute Force. Brute Force, in the past 6 Erangels, they have averaged a 3rd place finish. That is just insane consistency for a team that's currently trying to challenge for that 1st place. I got a chance to talk to Prepod. I asked him what has allowed you guys to be able to be so consistent. He said where we are currently landing and also the timing that we're currently working on. They're trying to being able to switch that also to Miramar coming up, and they're looking to finish 1st place.
That is definitely an achievable goal, and today looks like the day they may be able to do it as well. Pushing up and over Influence Rage, a 4-point difference should be fairly doable, given how on form they are so far. D plus Kia have had a drop-off, though. South Korea seems to have this way, right? Miran Sejong did it first. Will it be the same story for D plus Kia?
Yeah, I mean, dropping out from the top 3 would feel pretty bad, similarly to Miran Sejong. But I think D plus still have a chance here. I think there are less teams battling out for it. But with 4MV starting to ramp up in terms of performance, John, it is getting a little bit scary for them, right? It's definitely getting a little bit scary. Vassoka that sends down towards that south side certainly does support D+, but not as much as it supports 4MV, who are currently in Chumacera right now. A very central position. Hardly any other teams are in this location. It's going to be a bit of a weird one, this game, in terms of the fight between that 4th and 3rd place. Who's going to come out on top? As we have seen 4MV struggle from this location sometimes, even with a central circle. I'm excited.
Certainly an exciting prospect. I was just thinking about the 4MV drop spots, and 2 out of the 3 of their drop spots conflict with Team Spirit's drop spots, right? On Sanhok, it's over in Boot Camp. On Miramar, it's in Chumacera. They're close to each other, Farm and Sosnovka on Erangel, but could potentially be a little bit of trouble if 4MV are able to get that direct qualification spot in those Grand Finals. So that could be interesting, but it's not going to really be too impactful here. However, teams will have obviously studied Team Spirit's rotates in the past and may be able to leverage that information over onto 4MV as well. However, it's much more lobby dependent. And at this stage, they've got enough data to just fully focus onto 4MV. But as it stands, you're right. 4MV on the south side of this set of teams, although 77 looking to change that, moving on that west road over towards Valle de Mar and playing on that western edge. The first team to make that move to the South Hills.
Getting themselves out there nice and early is not a bad prospect. 63 points, able to get themselves some points off that last game, but 77 will be able to get in and cut towards that south side of the map. Yes, it's a little bit difficult to rotate through there, but if they get there first, obviously they'll be able to hold out. A lot of other teams will be having a troublesome rotate themselves. D+, it was a long time to loot for them. You can even see Osal here with a level 1 helmet, level 2 vest, had limited prospects in terms of utility. So D+, definitely had a rough time on this eastern side of the map. They do have the entirety of Puerto Paraiso to loot up, but we're getting through in stage 2 fairly soon. You really want to be towards that center of the circle, especially when the shift is so large on shift 2.
Definitely necessary to have those options open. Team Liquid looking to try and keep their day going, and in 10th place they want to push a little bit further away from that bubble because it's right around the corner. As teams will start to extract themselves from that danger zone, the opportunities to move up will get fewer and fewer if you're not able to have one of those strong games that will see you safe. On a circle like this, they need to keep their wits about them. They're on the west side of Los Leones, a treacherous area. I mean, all areas, to be honest, in PUBG Mobile are pretty treacherous, but those west side slopes can be even more so. They'll move on in. 77 managed to get all the way through Valle de Mar. It was uncontested, so unlikely that they would have been drawn short there. And they will be on the hills underneath on the south coast. So trying to stay alive. Brute Force also looking to take Influence Rage out. They're on the opposite sides of the circle, though, Blank, so they won't meet until later on.
Unfortunately, but I'm sure there will be plenty to chow down on later on in the game. Team Liquid nicely situated over on that northeast side of Chumacera. Not a bad position to be in. D+ still making their way in. Behind them comes the Vicious, who have had a bit of a resurgence themselves. Last match losing 3 players right off the bat, but I mean, Silas was playing out of his mind in those first couple of moments, as was RCB all the way to the end of the game.
DRS getting their way on in, getting a decent compound there as well on the west side of the center. Team Secret late in, playing on the edge, close to D+. You can see them start to creep in on the minimap. That is a different team on the right-hand side of the minimap, out to the east of them. You've also got the Vicious behind on this next circle shift coming on through. Late approach. Both these teams should be aware of each other's presence. It goes southeast side. Blanket keeps Partona in. It keeps that south bridge in. We're going into the hills once more.
Pretty horrible circle, honestly, to play off the back of. Thundertalk's quite happy with their southern rotate, but D+ currently right close to Team Secret. They'll have to send far down towards the south, potentially play off an awkward position on that southeast side. Influence Rage taking down Cellcom Digi Alliance. Fabian drops out, though. Gets a good shot, actually. Might be able to find another. He is prone, and the shots are on target, but at least one will be taken out. And that should help D+ actually going into the future here, I would say. Taking out one player for Team Secret is certainly going to make them play a lot more scared and give them more opportunity to take prevalent ground, essentially, over towards their western side. But time is running out.
4MV in the meantime. Brute Force close by, and Baron goes down to a nade from Furia. Is there an answer? Apex on the off angle, not going to get caught just yet. Will they be able to find Brute Force? Neos has a high ground around the side of the mountain to try and play around. They've lost pre-pod already, so they are down to 3. If they can convert onto the knock, then they will even the numbers. On this northwest side, nobody's going to be third-partying, so it is just a straight-up fight, depending on how long these two teams want to stay engaged. Baron yet to find the crawlback, but the smoke train is there. In the meantime, Team Liquid having a tough time, and against RCB, after that last match, no wonder. Mythic moving on through, and Ayala as well, trying to make it work. Silas does fall, crawls back on inside, and Wild shuts the door. Mythic blasts it off its hinges, though, and rampages straight back on through. RCB, they had the first two, but the second, not so easy.
Good couple of plays there coming through from Mythic. I mean, very aggressive and nice to see. Cook on the grenade to prevent the res from coming through, but in comes 77 from the sidelines, looking to finish up this fight. It's Shifu, one of the strongest players on the squads, looking to finish this one out. Mythic will find another, and I think that is RCB fully flushed out, going down with only 2 points there. So although they got themselves much further up the tables into 7th place at 90 points, this game is a complete bust for them.
Brute Force shutting the door onto RCB. Sorry, not onto RCB, or trying to shut the door onto 4MV rather. On this north side engagement, but 4MV keep 3 of their players alive. They've taken 2 of Brute Force down. Freezer with the blue zone at his back. They're getting pushed out of Chumasauda now. As Refus nearly finds it, but that's a lot of damage. And in the blue zone, you need to be careful. Freezer able to layer the shot in with the pump action. Gets the first aid on as a prio before going for the flush. Nice and disciplined. Baron did get rezzed. And in the backlines, 4MV can carry on. Doc is still in action, but 2 players apiece. Brute Force and 4MV challenging for those top 3 spots. Influence Rage in the meantime. Get that shrink over to them.
Influence Rage, happy with this. Over on that north side. Thunderdogs, though, much more central than them. D+ versus the Vicious. D+ is just essentially fighting on the edge right now. That's where they're getting all their points. They still have to make it into the circle, but it's been a long, long time they've been sat on this edge. 4MV getting completely shut out by Brute Force. And again, we could call this a bit of an over-aggressive play coming through. Shoy was low, but dropping down there means that you're unable to pull the trigger on the weapon for a little bit. And Brute Force immediately takes advantage of it. And players just aren't going to allow that type of thing to happen here in this lobby anymore.
The Cook on the nade. The Vicious trying to find chips, but there's one going to be sent back. It's starting to get dangerous in the blue zone. You need fast reses at this stage. Next zone will be starting to come on in soon. Chips needs to be very careful. Guaranteed to get that first aid off. Be imagining that healing's coming through. The backup from the high ground. You can see D+ do not want to get stuck on this because this is just the last player to stand. The pump action's there. The long-range suppression on the ridgeline not needed. There's the DBS, and now he pops the first aid. Fabian as well. And they're going to need to get a move on because they're quite a way out of the zone.
And D+, 5 eliminations. It's not horrid. It's really not horrid at all.
Pretty good.
Considering they spent the entirety of their game in the blue. Furia looking for the final 2 players from 4MV, getting good bit of damage through, and they'll have to move as well as they both got locked into Chumasera for quite a while, whereas the rest of the game is continuing on without them on this eastern side. With the main players here being 77, Thunder Talks, as well as Influence Rage.
It's a big opening, an opportunity for Thunder Talk. I mean, if 4MV, if D+ go down at this stage, I mean, they are a little bit ragtag, it has to be said. There is an opportunity to jump up and compete. But we'll have to wait and see. RRQ with the top floor outpost going to be dismounted. Team Secret blasted out of the way. No elims, 14th place. Unfortunate, but that's where RRQ will end.
Again, RRQ had a slight uptick in points, and that has quickly come to an end here. Stage 4 in about 30 seconds, John. D+ still rotating in, by the way, on that eastern edge. Team Secret has wormed their way in over towards the western side. So there is a free and clear area on the eastern side of the map for D+ Kia to take up. Yeah, they've just been playing a completely different game to everyone else.
I mean, it's, you know, it's going to work out for them. Well, you'd hope. If you're a fan of the roster, Stalwart on the north side, close to Influence Rage. The shift up to the northeast side. Thunder Talk in a brilliant position here. there's really not much to do about it. I mean, it's just such a strong outpost for them. If they can keep control of the central area, they should be onto a big point game. The question is, how far can the teams ahead of them go to keep them at bay?
Garnet layering in nade after nade after nade. Gets a little bit closer. Critter rocks up in front. Explodes onto the scene. There is shots from Apollo, but they're not exactly hitting. Stalwart is on the edge of the blue, though, with CAG having a slightly stronger location, and Garnet realizes now's the time to regroup back with the rest of the squad.
Fearless. Can he catch Garnet on the off? No, not quite able to get the second or third shot through. But they're chasing. Oh my goodness me. Stalwart, they are on the pursuit there. Trying to roll down the hill behind them, but still not quite catching it. Voin Donkey, they sent down to the South Island blank. They've come across this now as well. The crossing is there. And a shot sent back. Who did that come from?
Team Liquid,
not too
yeah.
sure. Voin Donkey going to just make their way in through the middle. Thunder Talk have taken a knock, which means that they don't have as much say over this area for the next 10 or so seconds. Right. And that's allowing Voin Donkey in.
Shaq gameplay for Count Von Donkey. That's good. That's good for them. CAG, Apollo up close. They are getting shots off over towards them at the moment. We all know what the Count can do with a singular Shaq and a will get further into these games. Currently in 8th place. Fairly secure position for them. Going to survival stage at this current moment. It goes out over towards the vehicle. Won't find anything behind that tree as Apollo continues to send over towards that top side. Luckily, Razor does not go down, but this is an awkward spot to be in. I don't know why you would go for the re-peak on that one. Seems a little bit too much.
It's definitely resable, though, for Voin Donkey downhill. The difference of this position and the last one is that there is so much high ground around this shack. It makes it so much harder to play than the Erangel. Beautiful nade from Apollo. An answer not quite connecting fully for Vexy, so no re-knock seen there. 3 players for Voin Donkey, but they are still in a central location, Blank. They are underneath Thunder Talk, nice. And that will help to keep them safe.
Yeah, 1 knock at least over towards Apollo, and Razor's got somewhat of a high ground to work with. Vexy, another nade over the top potentially towards Garnet. Airburst, but too short.
Not connecting on the first, another one as well. Into the backlines. Apollo still not rezzed for CAG Osaka. And there's another one still cooking. Vexy into the kitchen for days on these nades. But he's not quite able to serve them up in the places he wants. Will have to fall back. Doesn't have too much, doesn't have any nades, in fact, to work with. A regroup potentially to pick up more.
Vexy moving forward. CAG struggling to get rid of Voin Donkey here. Still doing well. Yeah. Another nade over the top, though, will clean out one. And Thunder Talk still on the side of a strong location inside the lobby. Should be clean for the rest of the game here, John, for them.
Yeah, they've got a really big central area. The hill to the northeast side as well for Celcom Digi Alliance. Could be pretty impactful. We'll see if they are also able to use those buildings that they've got under their control to their big advantage. But those are the 2 teams right now that are the teams to beat. Influence Rage, I think, have a chance to push in on that northern side, a little bit isolated from the rest of the lobby. So an opening there, and Influence Rage, pretty bloody good. So we'd hope that they'd be able to enact that. Although Stalwart are on the off angle and could change that to a nightmare fairly soon.
Voin Donkey. Still holding out. Jason got me this time. It's Jason's fault. He keeps saying it.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I don't know why Jason keeps saying that, man. It's just catching us all off guard now.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that Jason keeps doing that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Vexy goes down. I mean, Voin Donkey's not done too bad of a job to stick around in this location for as long as they have done. It's not an easy position to play it, and they're currently against a team that's just hounding them. Absolutely no one is doing any damage towards CAG. They're having such a free fight over towards the central side. Influence Rage, though, bitten off a little bit more than they could chew on the western edge, with DRS also here.
Losing Lorazin and Diego down as well. They do need to be careful. 2 of their players can still do a lot of damage, so you have to be worried, but with Law falling also, that's going to make things all the harder. Just Lil Boy now remains, and DRS just going to roll down the top team in the lobby like it ain't no thing. Up they go, and into the fight. You still got Lil Boy, and I think the res may be there. No, it's too slow to be able to get that one done. Just into the vehicle and see what you can find. Law is on his way. This might just be leaving in his wake the remnants of his team to go on down. Just Lil Boy to hold. That might be too much for Sleepy to handle, though, and DRS, they can't be too overconfident.
Yeah, not a bad hold from Lil Boy at all. Find Sleepy on the approach, and that was their frontliner. It was going to give them a bit of an anchor to move over towards, but a good nade from Furia, last player from Brute Force. These 2 teams at the top consistently battling out against one another here. I think the surprising for me is D+ still in this game, down towards that south side, with 3-man split going on, 5 eliminations on the match, looking over towards Team Liquid on that northern edge.
You got 4 MV in this location as well, with Doc out to the west side. Could make things tricky. Law, I mean, as soon as he makes this crossing, he's resable. But Lil Boy has to expose. The smoke doesn't have too much longer. And yeah, I think Law, I mean, he says, look, it's just not safe. You've got to go for it. Wait, he's not going for the res? Oh, no, he is. Okay. Wait, is he?
Interesting.
I think he's found it. There's the roll-up.
All right.
Donkey. Have COG Osaka going 1-for-1 and actually do fall. COG Osaka get the beneficial trade. And they're able to make that one work. Yeah, the res does come through on that northern side for Influence Rage. I didn't quite know if he was just like, nah, you're good, carry on. But it seems like, no, they do want 2 players rather than 1.
Yeah, they'll get the boys back up again, which is good to see. This is what needs to be done as well a lot of times. And for Influence Rage, they have a very good chance at having a decent game with 2 players on this northern edge jump. This 4MV down to their final player in Doc. Certainly not a player to be mishandled. The Lynx AMR swiping at the players inside this lobby in the hands of DRS.
Shots from Example on the off angle as well. Not quite connecting, but a little bit of pressure. They need to get moving. The blue zone's pushing them, and up comes 77. They're going to be sweeping around towards this northern side. Gianti takes a lot of damage. He's out in the open. Very little cover. Has to readdress and have his teammates give him that cover that he needs. Push 77 back off the ridgeline. Allow him a little bit of safety. Example, Killer, both trying to move, but in chimes Cellcom Digi Alliance from across the way. All the while in their high ground buildings with purview over all of this field. And it's so hard to make their move, but they're not in the blue zone, and they need to get into the next circle.
A lot of teams do. It's a really awkward circle to play, honestly, and Thundertalks have such a huge advantage here with the position that they hold. It's going to be hard to dismount them from that spot. A lot of teams are worrying to move inwards. Stage 7's where things start to get tricky, where you're forced to push closer to one another on these outer edges. Team Secret moves up, tries to get a knockout towards Fearless, but in the same time, it is Xing from Thundertalks to find the shot, and this is what I'm talking about. They have so much oversight around the sidelines, and it's just these ridges on the roadside that are keeping teams alive, but they are not going to be in come stage 7.
Fearless goes low, but doesn't go down. Crucially for Stalwart, that one will do the job, though. The Secret still opening up this east side. However, they are only on 2 players. Stalwart bleeding dry, and COG Osaka guarding it all out. D plus Kier trying to make their way through. They've got 5 elims from their rotate on the east road. Earlier on into this game, they bled out quite a lot in the blue. They lost Osal, but they've still got 3. Pushing up against 77, who are trying to move up towards that Thundertalk compound and maybe play foil to the high ground for the PEL squad.
Doc finally removed from the lobby. I don't know how D plus Kia are still playing, but they are. It's an incredible performance from them this game, honestly. From where they were sat all the way on that eastern side, to be able to get to here. 77, though, do have a really strong outpost, which I think might be a bit much for D plus to overcome. And this is going to become more of a DMR game now, John.
I mean, it's the next circle that's really going to change up that southwest dynamic. If it goes southwest, D+, I mean, there will still be in the circle, but if it goes away from 77, both teams will have to move, and that's their opening. Unfortunately, this is the worst case scenario. D+ have to move, 77 do not, and it should be the curtain call for them. Never say never, though, from the team from South Korea.
Team Liquid on the south side weren't able to move too much. Only 2 players, 4 eliminations. It's not a horrible game, but really not what they would have liked either. With this moving over towards the north side of the map, it actually gives chance for Cellcom Digi Alliance to continue to put up good points today, with DRS also trying to drag themselves out from 16th place with a couple of good eliminations across the games that we've seen past 5 matches.
Team Liquid all the way out that south side. CG Osaka just need to get rid of Team Secret and Stalwart. They both have their duos out on the eastern side, and that will allow a little bit more influence over this east edge, but it looks like they more want to pay attention to the south and take shots back up towards the north. I mean, it's got to work against Team Secret. There's no way that they get away from this. Yeah, it's just complete open ground, and it's just a question of who gets the points, right? 11th place, 2 elims. Into stage 7, there's 10 teams blank. This has got to be one of the most packed non-urban environments we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, it's purely because there's a lot of dips, divots, areas where you can hide out, which is why stage 7 is becoming some of the most crazy amount of action you're seeing, because finally teams are forced out from those little locations that provide them some cover for a long time. It really has isolated a lot of the fights around the map. Cellcom Digi Alliance, though, finding Critter, removing Stalwart from the game, as CAG lasts a lot longer than I thought they might have done over on this eastern side, now pushing over towards Thunder Talks.
Ooh, 77 going to clip them on the turnaround there. DRS going to lose another. Influence Rage as well, just Law standing. Needs, I think they're coming on over. That might just do it. And Influence Rage out. That comes through from Cellcom Digi Alliance. The north side starting to be a lot more breathable, but DRS still taking shots and fogging the waters.
Yeah, it's a big breakout game from Cellcom Digi Alliance that could see them into the survival stage and out of the bottom 5 of the lobby. CAG Osaka similarly also trying to keep themselves ahead of the game here. 76 points dropping out from that middle pack into the bottom 5.
Thunder Talk trying to hold everybody on this south side. DRS, you just can't move. It's been stale on this western edge for a long, long time. Zadira moving up to the ridge here. I think this is a dangerous flex out from 77. If it gets spotted by this high ground, he is done for. But that little divot keeping him safe. Finally, this fight is popping off. We're into the top 5, and D+ Kia is still alive, which is bad news for Thunder Talk. They're the team that they have to chase, and the fact that they're still alive means those placements start to add up. The question is, how many points can Thunder Talk get to give themselves a chance into the next one? CAG Osaka going 1-for-1 on the trades and an immediate flush. Thunder Talk can try and chime in, but CAG Osaka might just do the work for them. Garnet on the off angle. Fabian has to heal. He's on a sliver of HP. Apollo's forwards, and there's a nade that goes just about in range, and that is Thunder Talk picking up the point for it. Down go D+ Kia in 5th place, and now Thunder Talk can try and stop the approach from CAG Osaka, but it's easier said than done. AJ needs to hold the middle. There's a knock over towards Singh, and can it be Cellcom Digi Alliance? 77 chiming in as well.
And with Cellcom Digi Alliance getting that northern shift on the circle was absolutely massive for them. I respect that CAG, though, immediately put the pressure on over towards Thunder Talks. It was super necessary in the moment, but there's nades flying on over from 77 to Thunder Talks, who were, all things considered, having a crazy game for themselves. There's CAG Osaka going down in 4th place, but it is their competitors directly next to them in the leaderboard. Cellcom Digi Alliance on that northern side with a whole lot of ground to play around with.
77 looking for that chicken dinner finally that the desk has been looking for, that we've been looking for too. Zadira going to try and take down Thunder Talk, but it's a pivotal match for Thunder Talk as well. They're trying to chase towards the top spots. The more points they get here, the less work they have to do to keep that climb going. And they desperately want this. 7 eliminations. They're going to flex out to that north side. Cellcom Digi Alliance more preoccupied with 77, keeping that left flank covered as they approach down the hill. Leon needs to be careful. Steps back, has the rocks to his other side, and can't quite connect on the spray down.
Sanhok Digi Lions have a lot of ground to cover here. 77 and then Thunder Talks currently battling off against one another. Zadira finding King right off the rip, but immediately Cluck will find Zadira. And here's a good off angle coming through from Sanhok Digi Alliance, instantaneously rebutted by Thunder Talks.
That's big, but it bounces high. Doesn't quite get the knock. Sanhok Digi Alliance, if they got more in the back pocket, could be brutal, could be big. And they wrap around 77 now, feeling the majority of the brunt here. And if 77 go down, that gives so much more maneuverability to Thundertalk. But a nade from the low ground just about bobbles over towards him, but he gets out the way. The cook wasn't long enough. That could have been devastating, but just about assuaged by Thundertalk. At the top of the hill, there's 3 players from Sanhok Digi Alliance for them to handle. Thundertalk have the numbers, and Jimmy's taken down 77. The knock goes through from Jimmy and Shifu on the low ground. AJ will get picked up, but Jimmy immediately blasted back into his place, and Thundertalk roll over the top of the hill. Leons goes down. Kaluk, Cluck at the back line. Shin trying to move on in and away as well. Making it work, and the spray down is good. PEL, stand up. The chase for the top 3 maintains, and it is all to play for into the final map today.
Yeah, fantastic game from Thunder Talks. It looked really rough for them, but Sanhok Digi Alliance just did not have the control. They banked over towards the eastern side, but I think they'd already done enough over towards 77. Realistically, should have been focused way more over towards Thunder Talks in those final moments. And the bait onto the player that was down from Thunder Talks was pretty damn good from Thunder Talks overall. The fact they went for that elim, I don't know, the flush didn't seem necessary to me.
Well, you know what seemed necessary to me? A big win out of Thunder Talk here, gentlemen. Hotchicks and Maxman join me once again on the desk. And I mean, they were in this warehouse for such a long time. And they were even willing to share it, as you said, Max, the left-hand side. And then eventually able to take down 77 and then Alliance to take the victory.
Yeah, a good little share happening for Thunder Talk. I was very surprised, Jason, no team sent an earlier crash onto Thunder Talk. They had the warehouse and the compound for more than half of this game for a really, really long period of time, for free pretty much. But then teams start pushing it. They're like, no, you can take the warehouse. You can fight each other for the warehouse. And we're just going to hold on to the eastern side, and then we're going to pick whoever survives. And that ended up being 77. And they even went for the win, which realistically, Hot Jukes, I thought that was a game that was in the bag for Alliance. But Thunder Talk did the only good play possible to maybe go for the win, and it worked out.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so crazy because Alliance had such oversight over that entire situation. And, you know, Thunder Talk's only option, was to go east on that hill, hope that Alliance switched their focus, right, onto the other squad. And that's exactly what happened. And then they just ran right alongside and were able to take them out. So beautifully done from Thunder Talk. And boys, this was right at the right time here because D plus Kia have had a rough day today. And with this win, I think Thunder Talk's going to be right there in the conversation for top 3.
Cool. First time D plus Kia 9 top 3, maybe? Could be happening.
Possible.
It would be, I mean, it's definitely possible here. As you can see, I mean, even at this point, it was 103 to 123, at least for D plus though. You know, as you heard Blank and John talking about, coming from that east side, just staying alive for as long as possible. I feel like the rotations have definitely been pretty spot on, but when obviously they'd have to go up against 77 and Kagasaka, like right around them, really no winning in that situation. But speaking of 77, Max, that was almost the game. You did say they're going to get chicken dinner today.
It was almost the game, but they didn't have the escape route available to them like Thunder Talk had, right? Thunder Talk had a little bit of a dip they could play, and they were just hoping, please, hopefully no one has nades, which there weren't many at that point remaining, but they had a very clear escape route. That warehouse, if you want to leave it, it's just kind of open terrain around it, and then it's straight uphill towards the Alliance, or you have to go through these dips over to the side of Thunder Talk, and then you're just going to get third party by Alliance. It was a tough transition for 77. I think they went as far as they realistically could this match. And it's still a good match. I thought they would struggle fighting D plus Kia to fight for the warehouse, but they actually won that engagement. So sure, it's not a win, but it's still a very solid performance from the boys of 77.
Damn, 22 points, Hot Jukes coming in here for Thunder Talk. I mean, you pretty much said it. I have to give you the credit. You know, these teams coming from China, from PEL, it takes a little bit of time for them to get going, but then they always have these like kind of runs, these kind of streaks, or at least in terms of days where they can put up some really good points and prove to be worthy of going straight through to the Grand Finals.
this is so dangerous for the entire lobby here, because I mean, if this is going to be any kind of reminiscence of what we saw from TJB in the last group, man, I mean, the whole lobby is they're nervous. I mean, because these guys are getting on fire at the right time, right? To get a chicken dinner and to be able to relieve that stress of, you know, oh, top 3 being just a big gap. It's gone now. So now it's just going to be neck and neck fight between all these squads at the top. I mean, yeah, D plus Kia were able to put up something on the board here, but I mean, when you see Thunder Talk ramping up like this, man, you gotta watch out. And look at this man right here. Zing, 5 eliminations, 837 damage. What a well-deserved win from the squad.
Yeah, definitely well-deserved, Max. And I mean, obviously, we've got the likes of TJB or to make it through Reagan's game, and unfortunately had to go home. Tiamba going to have to play in the survival stage. And we're fortunately not going to see Thunder Talk take top 3 just yet because of the survivability out of D plus from this last game. As the top 3 has not changed really that much today, to be perfectly honest.
It has not changed at all, right? Like, it's just been the same. Yeah, it was Influence, Brute Force, and D plus K at the start of the day, and it's still that in that exact same order, by the way. It's still the same order for those 3 teams. But Thunder Talk, it's good they were able to catch up, because at the start of the day, Jason, they were in 4th position, if I'm not mistaken, or very close to that position. Like, in 4th position, they started slipping down. I think they got 6th, almost in 7th position, and now they're reclaiming a spot close to top 3. The thing is now, Hot Jukes, we've seen Thunder Talk get some good games every once in a while. This Chicken Dinner 2 is really good, but we haven't seen a follow performance typically. They tend to fall off right after a really good game. This is not the time to falter. This is the time to have a follow-up performance pop off, and you can actually, for the very first time here, breach the top 3. We know what Thunder Talk Gaming can do, Hot Jukes, in PL, and I want to see them bring that level of playstyle over here in PMGC, and to me, that would be more than enough to claim a spot in top 3.
Yeah. Well, you know, boys, you know what time it is. It's damage control time.
I was going to say, yeah.
Let's go. Let's go. I mean, like, and it really needs to happen. I mean, that's the thing is, yeah, we need to see that from Thunder Talk in order for them to jump into top 3, but it is damage control for these other squads like Team Liquid. They got to win this game. Regnum Karia have to win this game. Alliance do as well. Even the Vicious, if they want at all a shot for top 3. I mean, it has to be a chicken dinner, double-digit eliminations. If they don't, I think that gap is just going to be too far to pass up. What do you think, Jason?
I don't know, man. Honestly, I don't really know what's going to go on in this lobby, because if I'm looking at like the point difference between all these teams, anyone can move almost anywhere still. Maybe not top 3 for some of these teams, but I mean, you're looking at like Liquid, and I even wanted to even jump into one thing we did criticize them about was it doesn't look like they're a team from Brazil. And by that, I mean, they're not really getting aggressive. They're not really winning fights like we see Brazilian teams be able to do. And I'm wondering if you guys have seen that continuation today, or if you've seen any adaptations or potentially any improvements out of the squad.
It has been a passive day for them, Jason, when you look at it. I mean, even this game, we can use this game as a prime example. They're playing south of the road, south of the warehouse that Thunder Talk were playing into. And they just allow teams for free, especially I'm looking at D plus Kia. They let D plus Kia leapfrog their entire rotation. And then they crossing that road against CAG Osaka and D plus Kia is just a no-go. It's just not going to work out. Team Liquid, you need to punish teams that are trying to get ahead of you. But as of right now, Dix, it's just, we have not seen that happen whatsoever, it feels like.
I want to be really brutally honest here. I mean, this is a terrible, terrible day for Team Liquid. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers right now. They have 18 points on the day so far in 5 matches. That's just unacceptable for a team that, you know, everybody was expecting to really make a run for top 3. So at this stage, like I said, if they even want a chance for top 3, it's chicken dinner right here and now. If it doesn't happen, I'm going to count them out. If they have to.
If they want a chance just to play survival right now, they need to start playing well. It's,
I mean, that's a good point too.
Difference between 12th and 11th place. And then from there down, it turns into a 5-point difference. Like, there's so many teams gunning for this that if you go into the final match of tomorrow, and the standings are still similar to this in terms of like point discrepancy between the teams, and like a top 16 team could pop off and dethrone you. Any of these teams down in bottom 5 could dethrone you. So okay, all right, this ain't a racing.
That's why I crash in trees. That's how I do it.
Oh man, Max, the best driver, hands down.
But the thing is, because I IGL in game, I have to drive the car. It's always my responsibility. But like, just to wrap up the point, Team Liquid, the thing is, even if they make it survival stage, which as of right now, I think they're just trying to make it survival at this point. Jukes, do we believe their current playstyle? Oh wow, he's read off 2.0. Do we think, realistically, Team Liquid with this playstyle are going to make it through survival stage? I'm going to say right now, no. This playstyle is not going to cut it in survival. They need to start being aggressive, which as of right now, they have barely done that.
Turn it up, dude, right? Channel that Brazilian energy. Get that do Brazil going. Get that eyebrow slit, whatever it takes. Make it happen. That's right.
All right, well, we're in damage control time here for Team Liquid. Let's see if they can salvage their day, and not to mention some other teams here looking for some big games in our final Miramar of the day.
Big moves to be made for Miramar. Let's take a look at who is going to be the ones to do it as we reach our three-quarter mark at the end of this one. It's match number 18.
Back over to Miramar before we head up into our final day tomorrow. So sad finishing out the group stages, but we're heading over to survival stage, the last chance at into PMGC Grand Finals. So plenty of action to come your way in the coming weeks. So stick around because it's all popping off. It's all action up until the 7th of December. So I'm very, very excited to see what happens here. Who's going to get in towards our top 3? Who's getting those direct invites? But right now, we've got to take our eyes over towards Miramar as we're heading out from the south side. This time, D+ aren't going to have as hard as a game because they're going to be able to play in Porta Paraíso nice and early here, John. And that last match was so difficult for them, to be honest. I felt somewhat bad for them, the fact that they had to be out in the blue for that long. But it worked out still. It worked out. If it wasn't for that, I think you were saying, John, that they wouldn't be still in the top 3.
Yeah, I think they're only, 5 points ahead now? Something sort of in that order of magnitude, right? Okay, it's 7 points ahead. If they had gone down earlier, if they hadn't got those placement points for finishing 5th, they wouldn't be in that situation. So excellent news for them to be able to maintain, but dangerous is their position on that south side of the top 3, which is not where you want to be, because both Thunder Talk, as we saw, pushed up into 4th place, but also 4MV, still on 122, only 10 points behind that 3rd place spot, and it is really, really tenuous. As we've been sort of talking about over the last few games, though, Influence Rage, Brute Force, they haven't been able to keep that distance as far as they may have liked towards the top 2, but they're looking a lot more secure there.
Yeah, 144, 148, D+ catching up now, 132 points. But it's nice to see there's 5 teams now vying out for it. Before, it really felt like there was only 4 squads that were going to be able to get into the top 3. They were going to have that chance. Maybe a little bit of a boring last day. Not to be here at PUBG Mobile Esports. We always have exciting days, no matter what. And the teams are all here to show you that it can happen. The Vicious, though, I think that's where their cutoff is right now for us. I still think 25 points, definitely doable. But the consistency from the Vicious just hasn't quite been there. They were able to get that one chicken dinner coming through, but even then it looked a little bit tremulous versus Brute Force with Dimonor on 1 HP, taking the ballsiest fight I've ever seen. Still winning it out.
Yeah, you love to see it. You love to see it. Team Liquid on the northwest side near Hacienda, playing out to the east here. Should be chilling out with it. Team Secret over in Los Leones on the south side. 3 teams in Los Leones with Celcom Digi Alliance with 77 involved as well. So danger on the outpost maybe, but should be able to keep each other at arm's distance. And will not really engage and certainly not want to this early on. We'll see where Secret go. In general, I'm expecting them to maybe move out and play up to that East Coast road. But we could also see them move out west and maybe challenge towards 4MV. But if D+ Kia, if they are the ones to hold them out on that east side, they may be able to fend off a couple more points. 7WG was actually able to find out a little bit more about them. And of course, we know we love to hear from 7. As a little bit of a scrap may delay that for just a moment longer. As Matun has to get away. See you, Chiosaka. Just about getting embroiled and ruining our report. Oh, goodness me. We're not going to hear from the 7WG at all. I tricked you.
We got the 20-second call, and then we have J Cable. Never mind, here it comes. Yeah,
is it real? Oh.
We checked in with D+ Kia to see how they're feeling in their matches with 7WG. We'll see what they thought over on the stage.
Welcome back with a quick report with the 7WG. This one is going to be in regards to D plus Kia. The team has definitely slowed down a bit, especially today. I got a chance to talk to the coach and asked him what's currently behind that slowdown. He mentioned that all they need to look for and all they're currently looking for is just a little bit more confidence during the engagements. Right now, the team is in third place. They are within that grasp of maintaining that. Hopefully, they'll be able to perform really well here in this last match and stay within the third place, but they just need that confidence.
Just a little bit of confidence. I mean, that is what I was hoping to see from them, right? Keeping that humility going and making sure that they keep their nerve. If they've lost that, that explains quite a lot, and regaining that would do a lot of work for them. A 75-point day is what we saw out of them in day one. That performance just has not been repeated. They haven't even matched that scoreline over the next 2 days so far. They would need to push up to, 150 if they want to try and double their scoreline from day one on its own in the next 2 days. So would need an 18-point game to try and keep up the pace there, but definitely not the day for them so far.
No, I think when you look at D plus K, it is very obvious that there has been a bit of a drop-off in terms of performance, but I think that it is also hard because when you have a breakout day on day one, no one really knows what tactics you bring to the table. They haven't quite figured things out yet. And you've just brought through the best potato salad possible to the banquet. No one else was really expecting it. You know, I've brought bread rolls. D plus Kia have blown me out the water. It's over. However, the next banquet, aka day 2, day 3, everyone realizes they've got to up their game. And that's certainly what a lot of these teams have done here with Influence Rage, bringing the macaroni to the table in droves with 148 points right now at the top side. And I think that that is the important thing to take note of, is that although D plus Kia, I think they were very fortunate that they were looking so good coming to that first day, because that buffer that they created has certainly kept them in the running, right? But now you are correct, John. They need to get themselves back into a position where Osal is having those 1v4 moments.
It's always game 6 where you start talking about food, Blank, and I feel like you do get hungry, and they should be hungry for these points as well. Over on D plus Kia, they're battling against the Influence Rage macaroni, the brute force brisket. It's real tough times out there at the top.
Yeah, I went for my D plus Kia dinner. All right. That's what I want. Yeah, like this. I don't have time to make anything nice between the games. And
yeah, no, it's an appropriate time to be hungry. It's lunchtime.
I'm also not down to just eat a bit of bread. I'm not that guy anymore.
Slices of cheese, though.
I'll be throwing those bad boys back.
Hell yeah. Oh dear.
Looking up a recipe for macaroni. But yeah, down towards our southeast side. Potpariso started for D plus K, but they have moved up towards the north. Remember, they got a really nice plane ban for the beginning of this one, getting into a good position. Nice shot from Fearless, actually, over towards Cluck. And I think that was a very aggressive angle to be taking from Celcom Digi Lines. However, because he's on the rooftop, there's no real angle that you can shoot him off the back of. So he should be fairly safe. It's a question of the teammates getting up to him. I like this from Stalwart, though. They've realized that, you know what, it's going to take some time to get a teammate over towards Cluck. So just going for the aggressive play. Respect. No, don't do it. Stay. Fight.
Oh, they do. They are going to stay. And more spray downs from the off angle as well. Especially approaching from this angle, you know that the team on the inside is going to have committed to having Cluck be the player holding that angle. They're not going to be established on it. This is a brilliantly stratted out roll-up for Stalwart, and it's no wonder that Celcom Digi Alliance are going to go down to it. Unfortunately, the circle doesn't mean it's in the slapbank center. They're going to have to move, but still, that is, I think, A+ on the roll-up.
Yeah, again, for Stalwart in that situation, it is a case of, look, we have an opportunity here. We need to push for it. Right now, we're not 100% safe. We're in 8th place, but the point scorings are so close together. If you get a chance on that roll-up, also take out your direct competition underneath you in 9th place, absolutely you're going for that one. So, again, some of these teams, it has been a case so far where there's been not cowardice, but very much scared to go for these plays, worrying about point scoring. And I think Stalwart has just thrown that all to the wind in this last match and last couple of matches as well, even with them taking up position where 4MV was playing before on our first Erangel. I like it. I really do like what Stalwart's currently pulling out here.
And I have to move in from the south side near the graveyard. Circle goes up further north, Blank, and we're going to go out towards Hacienda del Patron, a little bit of San Martin on the north side of Graveyard. See what we can shrink on towards. It's 77 in the middle. You've got Team Liquid as well on their attempted salvage game to keep themselves safe on those tables, away from that 11th place. They want to be getting as high as possible up on those leaderboards. And if they can catch Cellcom Digi Alliance with 2 points ahead, that's going to be great news. RCB also looking to put some tarmac behind them, gain some pace into this, and see themselves even more secure into that survival stage. Oh dear. Oh, are we having technical issues currently? I think we may be. Hopefully they can hear that. Okay, no, we got them. Okay, we're back on it. They've been faking us out. The analyst desk can't hear us, but they don't need to. It's all good. We are going to be jumping on into the rest of the game. Brute Force, a team who has been on the warpath and have had momentum late games repeatedly from this roster, and they certainly have the confidence that maybe D plus Kia are looking for over on that eastern side. But right now they're taking the fight to influence Rage and potentially putting a third EMEA win on a group on the board, which would be insane.
It would be. You guys missed some awesome analysis, by the way.
Oh yeah, it was actually the best analysis we've ever done.
Yeah. I said improvement. It was very sad.
It was really great. I had a great time.
I'll bring that one back. I was actually happy. For a moment, I was like, look, they couldn't hear it. I'm not going to bring it back again, but I'll own up to it because it was pretty amusing.
You can't just, drop one of those and expect people not to smell it. It's coming back to get you.
Hey, yo. Let's say that. Damn, okay. Thunder Talks, though, getting blasted out on this eastern side. Norbu will find... Some of the spray downs have been so clean inside this lobby. I will say, mechanical skills here. Some of the micro rotates towards the end game need to be worked on. But in terms of just skill alone, you can see exactly why all of our teams have made it to the PMGC groups.
I was just looking back a little bit at the rotate coming through from Voin Donkey. They started all the way on the south side, a wide wrap out through El Azahar, and now they find themselves to the east behind D plus Kia. So potential for them to push on in and find that angle there. Actually, maybe even going further north. So the big wraparound to contest, perhaps to brute force. Both of these teams in this area, so difficult to fight against. So we'll see if they've got the gumption to make that approach, or if they're just going to keep on going and find themselves over towards Hacienda, maybe, even over towards San Martin. Have to wait and see.
Yeah, but they got the power. That's the real question at the end of the day. Hacienda del Patron, though, look, actually, it's not Hacienda del Patron where we're heading over towards.
Okay,
where actually, it's completely out of the circle, it's Hacienda del Patron. But we are in this really disgusting location of the map, which I do not enjoy at all. It is so open, and there is few locations to play. Especially with this center side, because the center of the circle technically is in that field. And I think 77 have picked up a very nice spot where we're currently playing. No, the count.
Uh-oh.
They're still up, actually, there's players. The count is not done yet.
Oh, more life in the Voinky Donkers.
You could never count them out.
Ah, I like it. The Thunder Talk squad going to try and move up to the high ground on the top of the Red Rock. And 3 players alive. They may be able to get rid of the Vicious, who've not really been putting up too much of a fight today. But you still can never ignore them. They are in the middle of the pack. They're 97 points, so one of the more secure teams towards those positions. A roll-up. Uh-oh. The count numbers up. And it is maybe a little bit of a trade-off from an off angle there. Finding the shots over towards it, and a flush as well. 1 player remains for Voin Donkey to try and stay alive, try and survive for as long as possible. Influence Rage do lose one of their players on that approach, but they're in the middle, and they've got a slice of it.
D+, Northwest. Shots over towards DRS as they try and make their way in, but again, it's just this slice down the middle, John. Hate it. Hate it so much. I cannot stress to you how much I hate this location on the map. RQ.
Oh, uh-oh. Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
That is a dangerous dropout. The tumble down the hill there for the Vicious is devastating. You can't just leave those ones lying. That's a sitter. And that should be another point for Thunder Talk. Maybe a wrap back around and pick that one back up, but Brunozin, I mean, he had to drop out. It dropped him out of the vehicle earlier on. And who's that coming on in? Is that a third-party angle? I think that was Stalwart, actually, flexing out with Fearless.
I like how this game's been going for Stalwart. Genuinely, there's been some very good moments from them today. A little bit further to go. D+, oof, bad situation for them versus DRS. Similarly for DRS, though, they still have to get into the circle. Favian looking out into the blue. Dude, there is nothing out there. It's time to help your teammates. They're currently under an onslaught of nades. Osal likely to go down soon.
In a lot of danger. D+. I mean, they have Fabian all the way out the back, but he's going to have to regroup forwards or try and figure out something here. The crash onto the same position, looking to try and allow that res. Does he have more nades to push DRS back? Seems like he's got something to cook, but that nade forwards gets the re-knock immediately and takes chips low as well. How long can Fabian keep them alive? Because CG Osaka have the angle as well up to this northwest side. I think even maybe D+ Kia are going to struggle on this one.
There's a wild rollout on Example survives. Back of a great spray. Fabian, the only one left to continue forward. RQ. No one shoots him. It's fine. He's going through. Luckily, Potato's there. At least plant him in the ground.
All right, 134 now is the mark for both Thunder Talk and 4MV to try and chase for. Both of them have lost a player, but Thunder Talk are up to 129 now, Blank. They are only 5 points behind on this match. They're in a scrap with Team Secret on their northeast side. I think they've had to leave the high ground and maybe in a little bit of trouble here, though. How much further can they go? But Secret have brute force to worry about on the north side, and Stalwart going to chime on into King. Try and cut across it, but they are pushed up against the blue zone. Brute force moving on up. Soa's already down. Xing trying to stay alive, try to stay healed up, but King has been knocked, should be flush. Stalwart making a nuisance of themselves.
That's per. I mean, they have to, realistically, on this southeast edge. There's a lot of area that they need to traverse going forward. Everyone knows that this eastern ridge side is going to be so strong going to the future. Brute force knows it. Team Secret knows it. The Stalwart, they fly over towards the Thunder Talks and absolutely batter them.
That was a two-player approach as well. They just put so much pressure onto Thunder Talk, and the position that they held against them was so strong. Stalwart going to capitalize on that, get across, transition into this fight. They want the high ground roll down onto the east side of the circle. Can take on brute force from this position as well. If they put the pressure onto Team Secret, they may be able to draw out those fights and get some extra peaks. DRS sending away from that northern side. The rollout going to be curtailed there. The buggy spins wide, but the bullets empty from the magazines, and that allows the other two players to make their way through for just a little bit longer. That buggy's still going. Devoid of a driver. Ghost roll straight into Team Liquid.
Damn. Explode on the vehicle. I mean, he knew he had to get out of there at some point. It's not meant to be. Team Liquid, though, again, another game to solidify the middle of the pack standings for themselves. Circle heading up towards that northwest. Not ideal for a fair few squads. And Brute Force now looks over towards DRS as the next victims. Only one player remaining. Team Secret's like, please, Stalwart. Let us live. It's not meant to be. Critter with 6 eliminations. Fantastic game. Looking more like a Predator.
Starting to step up into this one. Only 3 players alive for Stalwart, but they're playing with 8 elims and they're looking safer by the second. Brute Force with 3, 1 knock. Should be Resable at the back line there. Nade pouring back on through for RRQ. Freezer and Prepod holding face. The 2 players at the back, Neos and Furia, will be rezzed up, will now be safer to move on in. Furia with the backup, leaving the 1 player south. Neos stays on that off angle. It's where he likes to be. Will have that channel through the middle of this compound to take the shots at RRQ as they move on through. Can't step up permanently, but will be a pivotal factor in this fight if RRQ get too bold.
They might. They're thinning right now. Maybe they will be a little bit too bold by the end of this one. But finding at least 1 elimination over towards Brute Force. Freezer in the building. Kind of a strong player here. So towards that top side, but Brute Force down to 1 player now, and RRQ now just leave the Freezer alone.
The res comes through. RRQ on the north side. Next circle going to be coming on in 18 seconds now, Blank. They're on the slow side of it. CNG Osaka getting lit up by Voin Donkey in their middle position. They've lost players earlier. RRQ on the cross. Those health bars blinking. And the bandages can't come fast enough. Fnatic dropped over a med kit there, which is a big help. Freezer. Last player to stand for Brute Force now. Trying to move Influence Rage off of that top spot, but it's just not going to work out well for him. That nade, not going to quite connect. Does get a knock, but that should be res, and RRQ can move on through. I mean, it connected onto 1, but it's not going to get anything done.
It connected.
That's true. Okay.
They take out the Freezer. They didn't need any frozen pizza anyway. It's fine. All they want is a chicken dinner going forward from RRQ.
No ice cream for Max. Very sad.
Oh, right. They have the separate freezer for that.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
It's my Maxman freezer.
The Maxman ice cream freezer.
That's right. Stalwart playing alongside. Again, that ridge side I was talking about on the east. Strong right now for Stalwart, but they're looking over towards RRQ, who do need to move in. 77 still happy in their location. Very strong spot. CAG Osaka will pick up the final player there from Voin Donkey.
And that's really important. I don't know if you just caught that, but that pushes Voin Donkey out of the top 11 into 12th place, and COG Osaka take their place.
Perfect stuff. I mean, CAG have been on the edge for quite a while now in terms of, are they in? Are they out of the bottom 5? At this point in time, we can confidently say that right now they are in. With 77 trying to catch up alongside RRQ, all of our bottom 5 teams in this last match, really attempting to push out just as far as they can going into tomorrow. Making it difficult for everyone, though. Making it harder than this needs to be for the middle pack.
It is really...
Just stay in bottom 5, please!
A fight on all fronts for them.
Stay back!
There's an opportunity here as well on this match for Influence Rage to get a really heavy buffer up towards the top side of the lobby to maybe put themselves, the only team to be safe, into those grand finals. I mean, if you look back at the results from the previous from the previous groups, it was 184 was 4th place in Group Yellow. Stalwart lighting up RRQ, continuing to be a nuisance. Once more, just moving in, sweeping through, and further solidifying themselves. Fnatic trying to hold that high ground, but the low ground swept out from underneath him. And Stalwart making moves. Sanchez is down, though, and it's getting a little bit dangerous. Fnatic needs to be careful, though, as bullets come from every which way. Steps too far out. Second knock goes his way, hits the deck. A 1v1. RRQ may be able to turn this around. The strafe out wide not going to be able to be found because he didn't have the weapon out, had that Molotov instead. And all of a sudden, RRQ could once again find an opening into the fight.
Fnatic still alive, but really barely. Oktaguri, last alive here for them. Good movement from him going up towards Fnatic, looking to take him down. Doesn't quite hit the shots, and it's a mess towards the end. RRQ is able to get their last player back up on their feet. Baron down 4MV. Reefer's still alive, moves on forward. 5th place is not the place they want to be right now.
Into the crash, 77 on the inside. Reefus with the DBS, he's gone. I mean, that was a wild roll down as well, not in the circle as well. So 6th place, 1 Elim. Our top 5 is set and primed for tomorrow, and it is explosive. But Influence Rage may be able to distinguish themselves from it. A roll up towards 77, the length of that smoke train. That's kind of nuts. As they find that opener with the nade over towards Shifu, the knock onto 77, Limbo Boom up into the wall, Magnum on the off angle. They are looking for it, but Lord super low, doesn't go down. That is really important. Diego as well. Another nade from 77 could do the job, and Magnum has one cooking. Limbo Boom as well, drops it out, but it doesn't quite go the distance. Laws to the wall, and Influence Rage have been allowed up.
Boys of Iron Skin right now, they are just refusing to go down. A beautiful nail on the top side into a Molotov, pushes the Bertha out. The most dangerous things that happened during this fight for Influence Rage has been a self-nade.
Silas pulls that point away from them. The Molotov gets the flush. That's actually Silas finding Magnum on the off angle. And Influence Rage now only have Sadira to worry about in this compound. The blue zone is pushing, and they can't stay here. They may just wrap around the side, turn their attention to one of the other teams. Team Liquid as well, on their solidifying game, trying to get this one done. A lot of moving parts for the tables on this match.
Zadira hops out, will find a flush onto Diego at least. Magnum bleeding out just as fast as he can. All down to Zadira. Hellish player to go up against. Stun grenade out. Law blinded.
And again, the scales of justice.
Oh, the bait! The bait was unreal.
Oh dear, RCB from the top rope put a closer on that one, but what a mess on the western side. It's Team Liquid, it's DRS with Example as a solo, and it's RCB looking to try and close out our final match of the day. Blank, this Miramar has been brutal.
Absolutely. A real slobber knocker of a game here. Good stuff though from Team Liquid. I would be pleased to see them get a win off the back of this one, but also equally delighted to watch RCB take this home because they have been putting up numbers left, right, and center, and they feel like a team that is desperately clawing at the top of the peloton. They are far away though, and now it's down to just 3 teams. And well, 2 teams and 1 solo. Let's put it that way. Example on our screens from DRS.
RCB started this match on 90 points. The top packs are over up on the 120 side of things, so I mean, for RCB to catch them here would be, I think, impossible at this stage, but they can certainly start the work.
RCB rocking around, looking to take down Example on the crash. One goes down, but that's fine. It's Reserble. Team Liquid are not looking to push this either. I think fairly safe there. That's a level 3 helmet. That's really nice to have on hand.
There's the res that comes on through. Nice little pickup there. Can move out with the vehicle. Team Liquid, I mean, they have the center, and it will close on to them. So RCB have to find these angles. Claiming that far side, I mean, it gives them a lot of different opportunities to spot through these windows, but they have to crash. Team Liquid get the full close shift in the middle of their compound. It's fully under control. Can RCB find these openings from the high ground? The nades are going to start to pour on through, and that resupply is going to be really important for that.
Yeah, they need 1 knock, essentially. There is some good Molotovs been thrown through right now. They could even cut off Mythic's angle. They could cut off Chief's angle as well, and then potentially try and assault onto the Longhouse. There's a lot of different options here for them. I think the nades just aren't going to work out. I think you need a full assault off the back of some nades on top of that to really confuse and distract the team.
With the vehicle, I think that they were able to achieve, they could potentially launch themselves onto the roof from this high ground as well.
That would be a wild play.
I mean, they've got Wild on the team.
It's true. It is true. If they do it, go on.
I'd love to see that.
They actually might do it. They actually might.
I think they're just going to crash. No, okay. They're going out wide. They're being sensible. And actually, isolating Mythic is probably the smartest thing they can do. Did Silas just jump on out of there, immediately hopping out? Goodness me, what a brilliant shot from Silas up into the rock, and Mythic gets pummeled back. Loxy on a long off angle. He is very split. It's a risk, but they've got the openings, and that's what they were looking for. He's gone down, but they've already got the value for it. Ayala and Cardozin, 2 players alive for Team Liquid, and they are scampering away from the approaching force. Silas leads the charge. Backup from the rest of the team as Wild steps out in the open. Ayala up onto the roof and actually cuts Wild down. This is the turnaround that Team Liquid were looking for now. 2 players on either side. The reses are coming through on the back lines, and Chief is back into the action. Both up onto the roof. Silas looking to try and mount from the rooftops and will fly on in, but the nade catches him on the descent. 1 player now for RCB. Team Liquid looking to try and keep this one under control. Chief is there to move on in. Looks for these flushes. They could res everybody now.
KYNYZ does go down at the end there. And Team Liquid hold it out. I mean, Silas had to do a lot of work on his side of things. Loxy, realistically, his only job was to live. Having that first knock put him into a 4v3, and they just needed that distraction angle. It's sad that he goes down like that, but it's the way the cookie crumbles. Well played to Team Liquid, though. Find themselves a chicken dinner on the final match of the day. And you can see there's relief on the faces of this squad.
The ominous presence of RCB, though, ever lingering to our teams towards the top. They get a lot of points out of the game. We'll see how close that puts them as we head back to the desk.
What a way for damage control. Team Liquid come out in the last match here of day 3 with a chicken dinner. Great plays by Ayala towards the top, and that nade onto was that Silas jumping off the roof as well was just insane.
Mwah. Chef's kiss, dude. That was so disgusting. I feel like I kind of spoke this into existence a bit because I was like, you know what? 2 teams that so desperately need a win here. Team Liquid, Regnum Karya, bro. And man, they got some good solid points. Team Liquid definitely needed this win because they got that central position. Oh yeah, let's watch this again. Let's cut those in. Boom! Oh, that was so dang gorgeous. I mean, Team Liquid, they got that central position earlier on, and that kind of, really hurt them as far as being able to get a ton of eliminations. But, being able to get this finish right here, and honestly, it really came down to that nade onto Silas. That one little play just made the difference, I think.
Okay, I don't want to... No.
Yeah, don't do it, Max. Save it.
Can I not? Okay, good job, Team Liquid. It was great.
Let's go!
They're kind of gifted the circle, no? I'm just saying, the only games where we see Team Liquid really have these chicken dinners is when the circle is kind of centering up on top of them. For me, it's still not the big game I want to see from Team Liquid. I'm like, oh, maybe there's a chance they go to top 3 hot tricks. I'm still not there. But at least they got a win. It keeps them in the race somewhat. But I still need more from this squad, and I know they can deliver it.
I want to see actually how many points they got overall from that match, and of course where they are in our leaderboards. I mean, I don't know what it is about like the 6th match of the day where Team Liquid seem to do well, and that's obviously not something you're going to be able to depend on when you get to Grand Finals, if they get there obviously, or the survival stage plus last chance. But you can't knock them for at least closing out the win when they needed to, right? Like you're talking about, yeah, they have the zone, but let's be honest, there's other teams we could have probably put in that situation that could have and probably would have lost in that final fight.
For sure. And you know what? That's the advantage I think I give Team Liquid and Regnum Karya. That's why these are the two squads that I had kind of predicted to be in the top 3. It's because they've been here, right? I mean, Silas and squad. Silas has won the whole thing before. Team Liquid is so experienced. So when it comes to clutch moments, they have that clutch factor, right? So it's good to be able to see them do that. But they're going to have to bring out that clutch big time tomorrow because if my math is right, I mean, they're going to still need a crazy day, right, on the last day if they want to make it to top 3.
Yeah. I mean, okay, good on Team Liquid, but if I want to highlight a team that actually had some macro moves going on for them, it's Regnum Karya, and I got to say, Hot Jukes, their rotates today have been really, really solid. Like, we saw the Erangel earlier where they got himself a 2nd place versus Voin Donkey ID. And here they actually have, in my opinion, the single best move of the game, which is Stalwart, stretched a little bit too thinly, taken a big fight versus RRQ, and that gives a good exit point for Regnum Karabra to leave the road trifecta warehouse, because otherwise you're fighting maybe 77, 4MV, maybe Team Liquid shoot you from a distance, which is, of course, not what you want. Well, guess what? We can not only get a good high ground position to get info, but we dodge all the fights and have easy access to the late game. So RCB, if we get these kind of rotates tomorrow, Jason, I'm hopeful that this might actually be the kind of playstyle that push them close to top three maybe, but it's still going to be really rough tomorrow for them to make that happen.
Okay, Max. No, I did cut you off earlier because I know the direction you wanted to go.
Okay.
But let's talk Stalwart.
Yeah. How to start this one? Stalwart. When you take fights on it's like a story. Once upon a time.
I can just hear you try to be very like PC right now.
Yeah, I am trying. No, to be honest, I think it's a mistake that we can see some teams make. I feel like I'm very negative today. I'm very sorry if everyone feels like I'm very negative, but I just want to highlight those little minor mistakes that came out. Stalwart hold at some point, I think it was phase 5, Jason, where they had the single best position in this game, that control of the high ground position east of Team Liquid. It gives you information on literally all the other teams. And RRQ's trying to wide wrap north and get involved with them and trying to steal that spot away. You can share that spot very easily. I think the RRQ can control the northern side. Stalwart goes south, but unfortunately by doing so, they make themselves vulnerable to a third party of Regnum Karabra. And we've seen it multiple times, Hot Jukes. They are willing to send him in. Look at this game, 12 points, 6 eliminations. They took a great rotate here. And I think that Stalwart needs to see the bigger picture of the terrain and say, maybe this fight isn't worth it. We can still hold a good spot and avoid the skirmish. And I think that for Stalwart would have been a way better option to maybe allow them to get more than just 11 elims, which is great. But maybe they could also gone on top of that a lot more placement points on board.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, especially because you really want to see Stalwart in that top 3, right? And if that was possible, you needed to see them get every single elimination they possibly could at this point, because they've had a rough first 2 days. At this point, man, just seeing their play and how everybody else is doing it, I'm just looking to see that they can make it to that survival stage. You know, I think we're at that kind of time when it comes to Stalwart.
Yep.
You know, and
I mean,
go ahead.
Let's be honest. Like, when we saw Stalwart this season back in PMSL, like, we didn't really have high expectations for them because there really wasn't a big background history for a lot of these players, right, Max? So when we look at now and how they're playing, like, if we take that into consideration, I feel like Stalwart have actually been playing pretty damn well considering this year, right? Considering they came into the Stalwart roster as a basically a completely different roster for fall, and they're going to be sitting, at least into a safe position to get into survival. I think that's a good sign for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that this is a team that has a lot of growth potential, especially seen after like PMSL 4, right? But here we go, looking at the leaderboards. Stalwart not going to be up there, but here we go. Man, Regnum Karabra, they started in the bottom 5, if I'm not mistaken today, Hot Jukes, and now they're up in 6th position, maybe able to compete for top 3 spot. Like, they could be the one to actually push out a top 3 squad out for the very first time here in the past 2 days. I did not expect them to be the one to do it, but man, Turkey, they're on the board here. They are going up for the rankings.
Right at the last second, man. I mean, yeah, looking at this before they started today, they were in 11th place, 53 points total. They have 102 now. Do a little math. That's 49 points. So they've done 49-point day today. They basically matched their first 2 days of play in just this day alone. So yeah, I mean, they've definitely put themselves in the show, but they have officially used up every single bad game they possibly could if they want to make it a top 3. Tomorrow is going to get crazy. D plus Kia, man, did they drop the ball today. They left that door open for these squads to possibly pass them up. Tomorrow is going to be one heck of a show.
Well, Jukes, where do you put the cutoff at the moment for viably being able to get a top 3?
160 points, I think. I think that's
wait, top 3 or
let me reverse that.
I understand.
What team do you think is the cutoff of like having a viable chance to get in top 3?
Okay, viable chance math-wise for me, it would be all the way towards Stalwart in 9th. I mean, mathematically possible, right? They would have
so
to just go
94 to 134. So that's a 40-point difference.
Yeah, they would have to go crazy. I mean, crazy. At least 2 chicken dinners with double-digit eliminations and top 3 finishes for the rest of the day, right? So it's still mathematically possible. Realistically, though, if I was to be like, oh, where it could be, I mean, it's obviously going to be 5th place. You know, 4MV, I think, is right there. I mean, Regnum Karya have that pop off and Team Liquid, so I would put it down to 7th. Vicious, I just haven't seen anything to really think that that's possible, right? Just yet. But who knows, right? We've been surprised before.
We haven't seen them pop off like the player on your screen here of a Doc, our daily MVP winner. I mean, we saw the damage he was putting up. It just leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else, which is kind of crazy considering how much we've been criticizing this team. And again, this team is in 5th place as well here, Max, but it's 3.0 average elim, 670 average damage per match. Like, that is formidable.
Normally, just a 2 average elimination, it raises an eyebrow. It's like, that's really good. 3 is like, okay, he's going kind of crazy, but he is taking risks for those numbers to be possibly coming his way. So look at that, 36 eliminations. He has been putting on a clinic.
Bro, he's so
and I gotta
far
say,
ahead.
the apology tour, Jason, has been working great. So more apologies, Doc, tomorrow. That's good. Keep it up.
Imagine if they got zoned, dude.
The damage compared to everyone else's, how much of that is from nades? I would love to know, because his nades, Jason, I mean, we talked many times about how good his nades were, but he is looking even more threatening with that utility compared to PMSL 4. Like, and that is a statement, because he was also doing pretty good on that front.
Well, you asked for it. Here it is. No, I'm just kidding. Not happening. But having like 1600 damage more than the next closest player is just mind-boggling to me. And again, like, they've been going out early in quite a few matches. They have like those couple of pop-off matches which allows him to get such high standings. But it still blows my mind, Hotchix, to see this, considering how negative we've been towards 4MD.
Well, I mean, not just that. It blows my mind to see this and see them in 5th place. You know, that's wild to me. I mean, Doc has been the player that has, I mean, he's putting this team on his back. Let's be real. You know, I mean, he really, really has been making it happen for him. And at the same time, it's like, when you have a player that's able to put up this many eliminations and lead the leaderboards, even though the squad's in 5th, what do you tell this guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you tell him, like, yeah, come back and group up? You know, when he's playing already out of his mind, it's so difficult. So I want to see more from 4MV. I mean, I think that this is a team I personally would love to see in the finals, because, I mean, they have that potential for sure. But at this point, that inconsistent consistency is just crushing them.
Inconsistent.
Yeah, I mean, Max, I would say this is surprising, but then we can't forget that his team finished 11th at PMWC, and he was still one of the top 10 players of the event.
Yeah, even if 4MV is not doing good, Jason, we know that Doc is at least doing good. Like, that's just never changing.
Yeah,
it's always going to be the case.
We're going to head down the stage really quickly here. Seven does have an interview with Apocalypse from Regnum Karya Bra.
Just like that, 6 matches have gone by for day 3 of Group Green, and I'm joined by none other than the coach for Regnum Karya Bra, Apocalypse. These questions, by the way, especially a shout out there to Scott, Jargic, and Sensor, the Turkish talent. They wanted to know, on the second day, we faced a calmer team trying to move to the center of the circle. On the third day, today, we encounter a completely different Regnum Karya. You wanted to fight. Why and how was this decision made within a single day?
Şimdi ilk öncelikle sakin olarak biz zonun ortasına yaklaşmaya çalıştınız. Bu 3. günde başka bir Regnum Karya gördük. Savaşmak istiyorsunuz. Neler değişti yani? No.
Ya açıkçası ilk 2 gün takım olarak güzel fightlar atamadık. Bu yüzden problem yaşadık. Oyun tarzımızda bir problem yoktu. 3. gün yani bugün takım olarak gerçekten gücümüzü gösterdik. Bu.
Well, at the second day we didn't play as a team. Actually, there's no wrong in our gameplay. It's good, but we didn't play as a team. But today we get to play as a team as a whole. So that's why we improved.
All right, well, hey, whatever you guys do, make sure tomorrow you play as a team again, because you guys are currently in 6th place with 102 points. You're only 32 points away from 3rd place. Now, did you guys expect Influence, Rage, and Brute Force to be this high up and such high points?
Valla şu an sıralamalarda 6. sıradasınız 122 puanla. Şimdi Brute Force'un ve Influencer'ın yüksek puan alacağını düşünüyor muydunuz?
Tabii ki de düşünüyordum. Influencer Rage özellikle stabil bir takım. Çok düzgün oynuyorlar. Brute Force'da yüksek puan alıp maç sonlarını yüksek puanla görmeyi seven bir takım. Bunu daha önceden de yaptılar. İyi takımlar. Yani bekliyordum.
Well, actually we expected them to get higher points because Influencer is a very stable team that they always play stably, and then Brute Force is a team that always finish with high points. So yes, we expected them to get high points.
Right on. Well, hey, I'm gonna mix it up here. I know that was the last question from the Turkish talent, but is there anything you want to tell your fans back at home?
Onlarına bir şey diyeceğim var mı?
Tabii. Takip etmeyi, desteklemeyi unutmasınlar. Hepsini seviyoruz.
Follow us and hope for us for the best.
All right, well, I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be hoping for you guys to finish within those top three, especially with how you performed today. Best of luck tomorrow. Back to you guys.
I was hoping to see another chest bump come in, but it didn't happen. I did have flashbacks to PMWC when we had the chest bump between you, Hot Jukes, and him, and that was hilarious. But no more chest bumps, but great to hear from, Regnum Karya. I feel like they're not really too worried with what's coming up tomorrow. Like, they know they're in reach to get into top three. It just comes down to how they're going to prepare for it, and more importantly, how they're going to perform tomorrow here, gentlemen.
Yeah, true. I mean, I like the first question here, talking about they were playing more central in the first few days. I don't know if they're playing more central today because that's an intended decision of they want to play more edge this time around. If it's because of the circle, like that was the intended effect. But edge, Hot Jukes has been working wonders for this team. Like the third parties in particular have been clean. So just keep playing that tomorrow. And you know what? Maybe top three is going to be available for them to snatch for themselves.
Got to adapt. You got to adapt. No choice. I mean, you got to clutch it up on the last day. And if anybody could do it, it's definitely going to be Team Liquid and Random Karya.
All right, well, Hot Jukes, you know what we both have here. Max, you and I have both done our individual callouts for Infinix GT20 Pro, so we can play like the pros. Jukes, if you want to get one, you know how to do it.
Well, you know what, guys? You got to give some love to the Infinix GT20 Pro. I'm told it has a 40 hertz display, up to 120 FPS, and I heard that display is very lovely in person. I wouldn't know because I don't have one in my hands, but from the good words of my buddies here on the desk, it is absolutely excellent. And of course, I mean, these players are crushing it on this device. We've seen some legendary spray. So if you can get a hold of one as soon as you possibly can, because you need it in order to rank up the leaderboards.
I was going to take mine and throw it towards you, but then I remembered there's just like a window right there. It
would break the wall.
So let me not do that. But what you can do is still pick up tickets for the Grand Finals happening over in the UK, over in London between the 6th and the 8th of December. You guys need to pick up your tickets now before they do get sold out. You can have some activities you can participate in. You get some free draws as well for some loot in-game and out-of-game. Not to mention you can meet your favorite players and maybe some of your favorite talent. Though it's probably not going to be me because I'm no one's favorite talent. Right, gentlemen?
Oh, you're my favorite.
There's someone out
Jason.
there.
There's someone out there. Yeah. No, even she's like a fan more of you, Max, than me.
All right. Yes.
She's into bald men. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here for our third day of Group Green. We still have one more day left to go tomorrow, where we're going to find out our last three teams to go through groups into the Grand Finals. And of course, which teams will go into the survival stage. Have a great night. Help Max out to grow some hair, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some continued PUBG Mobile action.
We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah? We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling them not. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war. Fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire, fire, yeah? More, fire, fire, fire, go that fire, pure, yeah? Pure fire, fire, fire, go that fire, pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat, like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, more fire, pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah, we could've gone lifted higher, yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah, waves up, lift that higher, yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling them not. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war, fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire, fire, yeah? More, fire, fire, fire, go that fire, pure, yeah? Pure fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat, like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up. change. Chasing the wind no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next. Where do we go? Clickety clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Dance up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive, rising up in the zone, champion.